how their Nani at her age is going to the enforcement directorate for interrogations, and they see her mother being arrested, and so they worry, whichever part of the world they're studying in, but they worry about this. So I mean, they are interested in politics. They will learn, they do learn by all these circumstances, but right now this is their time to study. This is their time to develop themselves. And like every, any festival comes, I mean, Rahul must have included him in something, or he tries to teach him what he learns himself as well. So I see Raihan is interested, or Mirai is interested, but this is not their time for that. This is their time to study and develop their lives, and in the near future, we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Robert Vadra, for speaking with Newsx on the results, and congratulations on your wife's victory in Wayanad. Let me quickly now play out for our viewers another big voice, the General Secretary of the GMM, Supriyo Bhattacharya. What is he saying on the election victory for his party? Let's play it out.
नमस्कार, इंडिया न्यूज में आपका स्वागत है। मैं हूं आपके साथ संभव शर्मा। झारखंड विधानसभा चुनाव में रिजल्ट्स की स्थिति लगभग साफ हो चुकी है, रुझान आ चुके हैं। इंडिया गठबंधन, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की अगुवाई में इंडिया गठबंधन लगभग स्पष्ट बहुमत पार ही कर चुका है। 47-48 सीटों पर इस समय बहुमत रुझानों के अनुसार बहुमत इंडिया गठबंधन को मिलते हुए हमारे साथ इस वक्त झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के जनरल सेक्रेटरी सुप्रियो भट्टाचार्य जुड़े हुए हैं। भट्टाचार्य साहब को हम सीधे अपने दर्शकों से कनेक्ट करेंगे। पहला सवाल भट्टाचार्य साहब, कल बहुत शांति थी आपके कार्यालय में, आज काफी हलचल देखने को मिल रही है, रुझान लगभग साफ हो चुके हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, कल की जो आप शांति की बात करते हैं तो हम लोग ग्राउंड पे काम करते हैं। आज चूंकि एक कंटेस्ट था, आज मतगणना है, तो लोग उसकी तैयारी भी करते हैं। जो काउंटिंग एजेंट्स हैं उनकी भी एक ट्रेनिंग चलती है, वो कल चली है, इसलिए कल आपको सन्नाटा दिखा होगा, लेकिन वोटों का सन्नाटा कल भी नहीं दिखा होगा और आज भी नहीं देखने को मिल रहा।
तो कल क्या लेस कॉन्फिडेंट थे आप? आज जब आपने आंकड़े देख लिए तो उसके बाद चेंज आया?
आपके पास जानकारी का बहुत अभाव है। परसों मैंने यहाँ एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था 21 तारीख को। वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस यदि आप फॉलो कर लेते तो आपका इस तरह का सवाल नहीं आता, क्योंकि उसी दिन हमने 2/3 बहुमत का दावा पेश कर दिया था, जो कि सच साबित हो रहा है।
कल मैं बाबूलाल मरांडी साहब के साथ था, बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस दिख रहे थे। कॉन्फिडेंस में उन्होंने कहा कि हम स्पष्ट बहुमत में आ रहे हैं, और जब मैंने कल आपको अप्रोच करने की कोशिश की तो आपसे मेरी बात नहीं हो पाई थी। बहरहाल अब लगभग रुझान साफ हैं, और ऐसे में अगर आपकी सरकार बनती है, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की अगुवाई में सरकार बनती है, तो जो मुद्दे इम्पोर्टेंट जैसे कि महिला सशक्तिकरण का मुद्दा या इन्फिल्ट्रेशन की बात की जा रही थी, या और जो मुद्दे आपकी तरफ से उठाए जा रहे थे, उन सब पे आपकी क्या रणनीति होगी? कैसे आप शुरुआत के जो दिन होंगे उसमें काम करेंगे?
देखिए, हमने अपने प्रायोरिटीज बता दिए हैं, हमारा घोषणा पत्र आ चुका है, हम उसी प्रायोरिटी को आगे रखकर काम करेंगे। और मुझे नहीं लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कल भी कॉन्फिडेंट थी। आज तो उनके नेता रांची से ही भाग गए, जो मुख्यमंत्री बनने वाले थे। तो इसलिए हम लोग हवा में नहीं बात करते, जमीन पे रहते हैं।
मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, चूंकि लगभग तय हो रहा है कि आपकी पार्टी अब सत्ता में आ रही है, मैं सीधा सवाल है कि बांग्लादेशी इन्फिल्ट्रेशन कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है?
देखिए, ये मूर्खों का सवाल है जो भाजपा ने उठाया है। 2023 में पार्लियामेंट में अमित शाह जी ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व में पूरे देश में जो घुसपैठ है उसकी समस्या समाप्त हो गई। फिर यहाँ आके मूर्खता क्यों? तो वही मूर्खता का जवाब मिला उनको कि संथाल परगना में वो अब साफ होते हुए दिख रहे हैं।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल बस यही है कि एक दो मुद्दे तो कम से कम दर्शकों को बताएं कि क्या प्रायोरिटी पे रहेगा।
प्रायोरिटी पे हमारा जन सरोकार है, हमारा सामाजिक जो सुरक्षा का मामला है, सम्मान का मामला है, रोजगार है, बेहतर शिक्षा है, सिंचाई है, किसानों को एमएसपी है, ये तमाम चीज़ों को लेकर हम
रोजगार के लिए लेके कुछ स्पेशल गाइडलाइन कुछ बनाई जाए?
एकदम हम रोजगार के लिए तैयार हैं। हमने एडवर्टाइजमेंट भी सब निकाल के रखा है, ऑनगोइंग प्रोसेस भी है। रोजगार तो आपको जिस दिन चुनाव आयोग का आचार संहिता खत्म होगा, आपको दिखने लगेगा रोजगार का बारिश।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that was a senior voice from the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha speaking with Newsx there. But let's quickly now tell you about Maharashtra and what seems to be the secret story that is unveiled in the state through the election results that we've seen today. Now, the Hindu votes clearly, it seems, have consolidated beyond caste lines in favor of the Mahayuti. So, beyond caste lines, there has been a consolidation in Hindu votes, something that was not seen in the Lok Sabha elections earlier this year, but something that has been seen in the Maharashtra verdict today. Let's quickly go across to the next slide if we can. What went wrong for the opposition? Well, the Thakres, it seems, have lost their ideological bearings. That's something that's worked against them. Their voters felt that they've lost their ideological bearings, and which is why they've deserted them in large numbers this Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha election. Also, what was seen this time around was a stronger and better coordinated RSS mobilization in favor of BJP or in favor of Mahayuti candidates. That's again something that was not seen in the Lok Sabha polls, but there has been better RSS BJP coordination and there has been, of course, more involvement of the RSS on ground as well in booth management and an organization of how the election went. Also, there has been a complete collapse in the Congress's leadership in Maharashtra. Decimation of the Congress. You can see their strike rate, of course, has been abysmal in terms of seats that they're leading on. And that is also something that has cost the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi their numbers. Meanwhile, a belief that only the BJP-led government could provide stability has obviously been evoked in the voters, which is why there has been a big consolidation of votes in favor of the Mahayuti and has led to the very, very solid showing for them. All right, also with us now is Professor Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian. He's also joining the broadcast now. Professor Nalapat, welcome. Thank you for being with us on this big election results day. What do you make of the verdict that the people of Jharkhand and Maharashtra have thrown up?
Well, so far as Jharkhand is concerned, it is very clear that the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha has basically got enough seats to come to power, possibly with a comfortable majority. Now, that is the situation there, and it's probably a reflection on what voters believe is the local the Jharkhand leadership of the BJP. Possibly they believe that they were not sufficiently involved in the interests of the people of Jharkhand. Don't forget, Jharkhand is a very, very rich state in terms of mineral resources, in terms of mining, in terms of so many things. And the people of Jharkhand has got very little benefit from the immense mineral riches that the state has. And they have been very unhappy about that. So I think whichever government now comes to power, the people of Jharkhand are going to be looking and seeing what proportion of this mineral wealth is utilized for their benefit. And the more gets utilized, the more popular that government is going to become. Conversely, if there is not much utilization within Jharkhand, within the people of Jharkhand, then you're going to get unpopularity. Maharashtra, well, frankly, Shiv Sena has gone, as you correctly said, very far away from its ideological moorings by coming to the Congress party and forming an alliance. I used to know Balasaheb Thackeray. The Congress was anathema to Balasaheb. He was fervently against the Congress party. And Uddhav coming together with the Congress party was seen by hardcore Sena voters. And remember, 95% of these voters were voting out of respect and reverence for the late Balasaheb Thackeray, the founder of the Shiv Sena. They felt that Uddhav had deviated from the core ideology of the Shiv Sena. And that core ideology was a very strong Hindutva orientation. There's no question about it. Balasaheb himself made no secret about it. And the second was, frankly, avoiding the Congress party. And unfortunately, as far as Uddhav is concerned, the Congress party and he in alliance was a very, very damaging blow to his faction of the Shiv Sena, for simple reason that Sena voters did not appreciate that. And so far as the BJP is concerned, I think the Maharashtrians are a very patriotic people. They have
absolutely, because Professor Nalapat, what we've seen through the results and the trends that have emerged today is that there has been a consolidation of the Hindu vote beyond caste lines this time around in favor of the Mahayuti. That was not seen in the Lok Sabha elections earlier this year. And secondly, the RSS factor as well, the RSS impact. Amazing coordination of the RSS BJP on ground, RSS mobilization of their workers for booth management, organization of how the election went for each candidate. That is again something that we didn't see in the Lok Sabha polls, but we saw this time around in Vidhan Sabha, like in Haryana too.
Well, I would only like to say that the RSS is a formidable organization and is led by a formidable leader, Dr. Mohan Bhagwat. There's no question about it. And the RSS has really grown in strength after 2014, after Prime Minister Modi came to power. Frankly, the RSS, of course, was extremely instrumental in providing the ground game for that particular victory. The RSS has grown by leaps and bounds. So I think anyone who discounts the ability of the RSS to swing votes would be making a mistake. And the fact that there was very smooth coordination between the RSS and the BJP was definitely a major factor behind the BJP's victory. The ideological self-goal by Uddhav Thackeray, and very frankly in the Congress party, I think people have got a little fed up of dynasty. And in my view, first generation, second generation, by the time the third generation comes around, people are not going to be very happy about it. Now, you may tell me that Priyanka, winning with 4 lakh votes in Wayanad, well, that's, Priyanka is a star, independent of politics. I mean, people vote for her, even if they have a different kind of politics. So that's a different matter altogether. It's not a political vote so much as it is a personality vote for Priyanka. But I would only like to say that beyond the second generation, voters start tiring of when the third generation is pushed in front. And in the Congress party, you're seeing now 4 generations now being pushed in front. And in the Shiv Sena UB, you're seeing the third generation come to fruition. I think voters were responding to that as well. As I said, the Maharashtrian voter is very patriotic, very discerning. And secondly, I'd like to point out, Congress seems to have lost the confidence of large elements of the Muslim community that it can take on the BJP, especially after Haryana, to be frank. After the Haryana victory, the Muslims in particular lost a lot of confidence that the Congress was the party that could effectively take on the BJP. Had that been the case, they would have won in Haryana, according to many of the people I spoke to. So I think the Congress party has suffered a lot, mainly because of the perception, as you correctly said, for example, that is very minority centered.
Yes.
And as a consequence, the BJP has focused on its core strength, which is the Hindu vote, and it has succeeded.
Absolutely,
in
in wooing them back. Yes. Do we have Shashank Shekhar Jha as well back with us now?
Yes, I am here.
Shashank, okay. Shashank, if you're able to hear me now, also the opposition, if we talk about them, the Thakres, it seems, have lost their ideological bearing. That's what the core voter, their core vote bank believes, the voter of Maharashtra believes, which is why they have deserted them. Why has that happened for the Thakres and has also led to Aditya also in a very, very narrow fight. He's of course leading right now, but it's been down to the wire. Also the Congress, complete leadership collapse in Maharashtra.
I guess we need to look at from the perspective where the results of 2024 Lok Sabha elections came. After 2024 Lok Sabha elections, BJP lost some seats but regained the prime ministerial post. So they re-evaluated and checked on as to which aspects they lost, and actually course corrected. They took RSS along. They promoted those leaders who were doing good in their states. For example, Shivraj Singh Chauhan from Madhya Pradesh, etc. On the contrary, Congress and Shiv Sena others who gained few seats in their respective pockets or states have actually not course corrected themselves, and they were relying on the gain which they proceeded with Lok Sabha elections. So I guess that is something which bite them in this Maharashtra elections. If you're talking about Shiv Sena, you see Shiv Sena was a party who was started by Balasaheb Thackeray, who was a very proud Hindu. He always took credit of 1992, 1993, everything what happened in Uttar Pradesh or Maharashtra. So Uddhav Thackeray is saying that I am guilty or I am sorry for 1922. Is something which bite them. Even till date, Uddhav Thackeray did not go to Ayodhya for Sri Ram temple, for which his own father was very much committed for. So these things was a very big ideological differences. So irrespective of one leader shifting to other leader for while defeating their ideology, but the voters or the cadres do not generally shift their base in such mass level. Same with Congress. You see, Congress, Rajiv Gandhi, the Rahul Gandhi's father,
yes,
or for that point, grandmother, Indira Gandhi, everyone was so against caste-based reservation, or for that point, caste-based any survey. Even Dr. Manmohan Singh did not release the caste-based survey in 2011. So just 30 seconds. What Rahul Gandhi is doing is that he is continuously raising this issue, and what Narendra Modi ji or Yogi Adityanath did in counter, they said, एक रहोगे सेफ रहोगे बटोगे तो कटोगे. So I guess that particular ideology, that particular statement has actually impacted Maharashtra people in large.
Consolidation, and has led to the consolidation. Okay, let's leave it at that. My thanks to our guests for joining us on this broadcast. After the break, we're of course back with lots more analysis of the big Maharashtra and Jharkhand election verdict. For the time being though, slipping into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
भारत माता की सुरक्षा में जिन सपूतों ने लहू बहाया है, उनके आश्रितों का दायित्व धामी सरकार ने उठाया है। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने लिया है शहीदों के परिजनों को स्वावलंबी एवं आर्थिक तौर पर सबल बनाने का संकल्प, जिसके तहत सैनिक कल्याण की दिशा में कई प्रभावशाली एवं ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिए गए हैं। सबसे पहले तो शहीद के परिवारों को मिलने वाली अनुदान राशि को बढ़ाया गया है, जिसके चलते अब बलिदानियों के आश्रितों को 10 नहीं बल्कि सरकार द्वारा 50 लाख की वित्तीय मदद दी जाएगी। इसके अलावा शहीदों के आश्रितों को सरकारी विभागों में नियुक्ति दी जाएगी। यही नहीं, सरकारी नौकरी के लिए आवेदन करने की समय सीमा को भी 2 साल से बढ़ाकर 5 साल किया गया है।
मैं किरण रतूड़ी, शहीद श्री राकेश चंद्र रतूड़ी जी की पुत्री, मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, क्योंकि उनकी सरकार ने कहीं पर भी हमें अकेला नहीं पड़ने दिया। उनकी सरकार द्वारा हमें पूरा सहयोग दिया गया, व सम्मान दिया गया।
इतना ही नहीं, उत्तराखंड में देश के पहले सैन्य धाम का निर्माण भी करवाया जा रहा है। साथ ही किया जा रहा है अग्निवीरों के लिए सरकारी सेवाओं में आरक्षण की व्यवस्था का प्रावधान। कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि उत्तराखंड में सैनिक कल्याण को पहली प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है।
मैं स्वाति भट्ट, शहीद भगवती प्रसाद भट्ट की पत्नी, आज उत्तराखंड सरकार का आभार प्रकट करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने कभी भी हमें अकेले नहीं पड़ने दिया। सरकारी नौकरी करने का अवसर देकर उन्होंने हमें सशक्त बनाया, सुविधाएं दी, व्यवस्थाएं सुनिश्चित करी।
आज हम अपने घरों में, अपने प्रदेश में सुरक्षित हैं, सुरक्षित नींद ले रहे हैं, सुरक्षित चैन से जी रहे हैं, तो केवल और केवल उन्हीं के कारण से, जिन्होंने हंसते हंसते अपने प्राणों का बलिदान कर दिया।
जिनकी प्रत्येक सांस मां भारती को अर्पित है, उनके उत्थान के लिए उत्तराखंड सरकार समर्पित है। सूचना एवं लोक संपर्क विभाग उत्तराखंड द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
NPS वात्सल्य ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ, हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है,
जिसे बनाने में
उत्तराखंड
All right, welcome back. And an ominous day for election results. So obviously, what we're getting to know at this point in time is that there has been a clean sweep. समाजातल्या लोकांनी एकत्रित येऊन हा नारा यशस्वी केलेला आहे. सगळ्यांनी एकत्रित मतदान केलेलं आहे आणि विशेष आभार आमच्या लाडक्या बहिणींचे देखील आहेत की ज्यांनी आम्हाला खूप आशीर्वाद दिलेला आहे. यासोबत खऱ्या अर्थानं जो फेक नरेटिव्ह तयार करण्यात आला होता, त्या फेक नरेटिव्हच्या विरोधात लढणाऱ्या ज्या वेगवेगळ्या संघटना आहेत राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या, त्या संघटनांचा विजय आहे. आणि विशेषतः जे मतांचं ध्रुवीकरण करण्याचा प्रयत्न या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीने केला होता, त्याच्या विरोधात लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती करणारे आमचे विविध पंथांचे जे संत आहेत, त्यांचा देखील हा विजय आहे की ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला एक ठेवलाय. अशा सगळ्यांचा हा खऱ्या अर्थानं विजय आहे. गावामध्ये, पाड्यामध्ये, तांड्यामध्ये, वाडीमध्ये, वस्त्यांमध्ये सगळीकडे जाऊन ज्यांनी हा अलख जगवला त्यांचा विजय आहे. आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं महाराष्ट्रातले आमचे महायुतीचे जे लाखो कार्यकर्ते आहेत, या कार्यकर्त्यांचा विजय आहे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, मी, अजितदादा, आमचे रामदास आठवलेजी, आमचे सगळे मित्रपक्ष, आमच्या एकजुटीचा हा विजय आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की प्रचंड मोठा अशा प्रकारचा विजय आज मिळालेला आहे. या निमित्ताने मी निश्चितपणे आमच्या देशाचे गृहमंत्री अमितभाई शहा यांचे देखील मनापासून आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये ऊर्जा भरली. आमचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डाजी असतील, आमचे राजनाथ सिंगजी असतील, नितीन गडकरीजी असतील, सगळ्या राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्वाने आम्हाला या ठिकाणी अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे मार्गदर्शन केलं. आमचे प्रभारी असतील या ठिकाणी आमच्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पियुषजी असतील, भूपेंद्रजी असतील, आमचे सगळे जेवढे या ठिकाणी आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन करत होते त्या सगळ्यांनी मला असं वाटतं की या विजयामध्ये हातभार लावलेला आहे. आणि निश्चितच महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेपुढे आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज या ठिकाणी काही बोलताच येत नाही. अक्षरशः साष्टांग दंडवत महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला, ज्या महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने हे प्रेम दिलेलं आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की जो काही एक विषारी प्रचार सातत्याने झाला, त्या प्रचाराला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्या कृतीतून उत्तर दिलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून अशा जनतेचा मी आभार मानतो, ज्यांनी ही एकी दाखवली आहे त्यांचा मी आभार मानतो. आणि
मी सांगितलं होतं की आम्ही आधुनिक अभिमन्यू आहोत, आम्ही चक्रव्यूह तोडून दाखवू. तो चक्रव्यूह तुटलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्र मोदीजींच्या पाठीशी खंबीरपणे उभा आहे. आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहां पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहां पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजितदादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है, जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं. और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है. लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई. और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ. हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे, तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है.
अभिमन्यू वाली लाइन आणि सर एक दशांश आमदार लगतात मात्र आपने अभिमन्यू की तरफ पूरा चक्रव्यूह आपने भेज दिया सर.
ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ. हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापिस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ। पहिले मराठी हो जानो फिर
ईव्हीएम कापर फोडतायत, हिम्मत असेल तर बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या आता असं विरोधक म्हणतात। काय सांगाल?
आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय। आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे, ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेम मध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर झालेला आहे। मला असं वाटतं की कुठेतरी अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आत्मचिंतन केलं पाहिजे आणि खरी कारणं काय आहे। मला काय त्यांना सल्ला द्यायचा नाही आहे, मी तेवढा मोठाही नाही आहे, पण कधीतरी त्यांना खरी कारणं काय आहेत याचा विचार करावा लागेल।
मुख्यमंत्री पदाची स्वप्न पाहिली असे राष्ट्रवादी आणि काँग्रेस मधल्या बड्या नेत्यांचे या विधानसभा निवडणुकीमध्ये पराभव झालेला आहे।
असं लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून देईल।
मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये यश मिळालेलं आहे। मागच्या वेळेस दातृत्व दाखवत भाजपाने एकनाथ शिंदेंना सीएम पद दिलं। आता सगळ्या तुमच्या लोकांच्या अनेक राजकीय नेत्यांचे बाईट्स येत आहेत किंवा प्रतिक्रिया येत आहेत की भाजपाला आता यश मिळालं तर भाजपाने मुख्यमंत्रीपद घ्यायला हवं।
साहेब, या बाबतीत माननीय अमित भाई शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्रीपद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही, मुख्यमंत्रीपद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित बसून ठरवतील। एकनाथराव शिंदेजी त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत, अजितदादा त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत आणि आमचे जे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत त्यांना आमचं पार्लमेंटरी बोर्ड हे ऑथराईज करतं। ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही।
सीएम पद क्या बीजेपी के खाते?
सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजितदादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से लोगों ने अपना मैंडेट दे दिया, लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है। बाला साहेब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली है।
या निवडणुकीमध्ये कास्ट पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला। तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय, याचं प्रमुख अॅनालिसिस काय?
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं। लोकांच्या मनात त्यानंतर एक प्रकारची सहानुभूती तयार होते, लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जात आहे। तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं, पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं, कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला आहे. आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं आहे. मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे. हिंद हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे, किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे. त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे. आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे. आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय, आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमितभाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमितभाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचं अभिनंदन देखील केलं.
मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर बड़ा मुद्दा बना. इसके बावजूद आपकी पार्टी बड़ी जीत यहाँ पर हासिल करी. आपके ऊपर चूंकि एक तरह से आरोप हुआ, आपको अभद्र शब्दों में आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों के फेवर में?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले थे. तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुंचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. सारे समाज. आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में. देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है. तो लोगों का विश्वास हम पर.
2019ला मराठोपैकी वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली होती, त्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमचं आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं कालांतराने. त्याचा बदला घेतलाय का आता? आणि तेल लावलेलं पैलवान
jubilant and of course elated Devendra Fadnavis speaking to reporters and saying that there were a number of factors that went into the kind of victory that we saw for the Bharatiya Janata Party today. And we will in fact talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the platform is Professor Madhav Nalapad, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian, Joyita Basu, Editor of the Sunday Guardian, also with us on the show, Mr. Sandeep Chandra, Senior Political Analyst and Observer, also with me in the studio. But first up, I'm going to cut across to Daryl Miranda, who's joining us from outside of the BJP state office in Mumbai. Anand Singh, who is outside the Eknath Shinde residence, is also joining us on the show. Daryl, it is of course going to be a celebration outside of the BJP head office in Mumbai, and this is of course a very, very important victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, Daryl, knowing that just a few months ago in the Lok Sabha, the Bharatiya Janata Party was not able to pull off a kind of performance that they would have expected to. But within a few months, they got their act together, did a lot of work on the ground, which was of course backed up by the RSS, with about 70,000 meetings taking place between this time. And here we are with a clean sweep of Maharashtra by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Or of course, the NDA, if we can call it.
Yes, absolutely. As we can see, the results which are coming in front of us, the Mahayuti, that is the BJP, Shiv Sena and NCP Ajit Pawar faction, are leading on 225 seats out of the 288 seats. As you earlier mentioned that the BJP have worked a lot on the ground level. When we all know when the Lok Sabha results were declared, BJP, as it was said in the exit poll, that would make a clean sweep in the Maharashtra Lok Sabha polls. But the results were vice versa, and after that the BJP started micro-planning in Maharashtra for the upcoming assembly elections, and the results of it we can see right now, which are in front of us, because BJP tried to make every booth strong, and as a result we can see the results are in front of us. Now, on the other hand, the various schemes also which were introduced by the state government in Maharashtra, by the Mahayuti government, also has helped the BJP to gain power once again. Now, who will be the next CM face is an important issue, because as we all know that the CM Eknath Shinde, while before the elections were declared, Devendra Fadnavis had said in a press conference that we will be fighting the elections on Eknath Shinde's face. And as we can see, the results have come. Even BJP is leading on around 130 seats, Shiv Sena Shinde faction on 55 seats, and Ajit Pawar on 45 seats. So overall, the total figure is coming to 225, and it is now said that 25th of November, the swearing-in ceremony will also take place. Now, tomorrow, the MLAs of all the three parties, that is the BJP, Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar, are said to come to Mumbai, where they'll have a meeting and they'll decide the face who will be the next CM of Maharashtra. Also, the central BJP leaders also will be taking a meeting with Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis, where the face of the CM of Maharashtra will also be decided. Back to studio.
Anand is also joining us from outside Eknath Shinde's house. Anand, obviously another disappointment for the Congress party, and this is obviously a wake-up call at a number of levels, not only for the Congress party but all the allies in Maharashtra, which completely missed out on the kind of progress that the NDA with its allies was making in Maharashtra right under their noses.
Yeah, when you look, definitely the Congress has to suffer a major dent in Maharashtra, as in fact, if we talk about 2014, Narendra Modi wave across the country, at that time also during the assembly polls, Congress was able to get around 42 seats in Maharashtra. And even in 2019, when after the Pulwama terror attack, when the air strike was carried out by India in Pakistan, then also the Congress managed to win 44 seats in Maharashtra. But this time, despite contesting on 101 seats as partner of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, the Congress hardly is getting to manage to get more than 19 seats. So if we talk about the Congress performance and the strike rate, then it's less than 90% in Maharashtra. And the pulse of the mood of the state and the mood of the people of the state, the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance members, they definitely failed to gauge it, as they were clearly unable to understand that how the Ladki Behan scheme that was brought by the Yuti government here in Maharashtra, led by Eknath Shinde, the chief minister over here, and the BJP and other NDA alliance partners over there. So they completely failed to understand that what were the issues that they could not understand in Maharashtra. And even when the Congress promised to bring the caste-based census and other promises like Mahalakshmi scheme in the state, it didn't gel with the people, resonate with the people of the state here in Maharashtra. And as of now, as we are standing at CM Eknath Shinde's residence over here, you can see the jovial mood of the workers, party workers over here, as the message is very clear that Shiv Sena, led by Eknath Shinde, has emerged as the legitimate Sena party. The legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray over here has been given to Eknath Shinde-led faction of the Shiv Sena. And just now, just a few moments ago, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis arrived at the residence of Eknath Shinde, and even Ajit Pawar has also arrived over here. Very shortly, after some time, the Chief Minister will be holding a press conference over here, and they will talk about that how they brought the state on the path of development and how they were bringing the pro-poor people, pro-people schemes in Maharashtra that worked, that resonated with the voters here in Maharashtra, as a huge number of women were seen voting this time in Maharashtra, and this definitely gave a clear edge to the Mahayuti in this crucial battle of Maharashtra. Back to you, William.
Anand, we'll keep coming back to you. Let me also rope in Professor Nalapat into this conversation. Professor Nalapat, a very important victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as the NDA on a number of levels, in a number of echelons, considering the fact that, in the Lok Sabha elections in 2024, the Bharatiya Janata Party just won 9 out of the 28 seats that it contested in 2024 against the 23 it had contested in 2019. Obviously, this is also something that can be considered as a testament to the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party does not take its failures for granted. And I'm not sure if we can say that about the opposition today.
Well, Vineet, if you ask me, to my mind, this particular victory, just as the victory in Haryana, was scripted in the 2024 Lok Sabha election. You will recall that Rahul Gandhi himself said the BJP will have at most 220 seats. There was a huge effort spanning a lot of locations, in fact, not just in India, but everywhere, to ensure that Prime Minister Modi did not get a third term. A huge effort. And unfortunately, for those who are making that effort, and very fortunately, in my view, for the country, Prime Minister Modi got a third term. And with that, I can tell you, the wind shifted. And you've seen that in Haryana, you're seeing that now in Maharashtra. So I think, frankly, the fact that Prime Minister Modi came back for a third term, that the BJP got 240 seats, if I recall, which is more than the maximum 220 that Rahul Gandhi was saying it would get, and what, frankly, a huge group was aiming at. Well, that is point number one. And point number two is the fact that a lot of effort was made to ensure that Maharashtra becomes a crushing defeat for the BJP. Not for the sake of Maharashtra, not for the sake of forming a government or not forming a government in Maharashtra, but for trying to topple the NDA government of the center led by Prime Minister Modi for a third term. And that buzz was reaching all over, including in Maharashtra. Now, Maharashtra is a very, it's a very patriotic part of India, just as other parts are. Maharashtrians are very proud of that very fierce patriotism. And the reality is that they said, well, if that is the case, if you're saying that, that if the BJP collapses in Maharashtra, then you're going to see the NDA collapse. We don't want to see the NDA collapse. We don't want to see Prime Minister Modi, suddenly, abruptly have his third term ended when so much good is being done in the first two terms and a lot of good is being done in the third term and hopefully a fourth term. So, frankly, Vineet, this was a win scripted in the Lok Sabha polls, and after the Lok Sabha polls, and let me say that I'm not saying anything here which is secret or unknown. Rahul Gandhi himself said that there will be a crushing defeat for the BJP in Maharashtra, and as a result, and of course Haryana, and as a consequence of that, this government will collapse and a new government will be formed. I mean, Rahul Gandhi was quite candid about the 220 seat margin. That was the maximum that BJP could expect. He said it publicly, and he said publicly the collapse in Haryana and Maharashtra will ensure that the NDA government collapses. Well, the voters of Haryana have shown their mettle. The voters of Maharashtra have shown their mettle, and voters all over India, I'm sure, will show their mettle. So the fact is, Vineet, this was a win scripted in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls and in the effort to ensure that there was only a very brief tenure for Prime Minister Modi in his third term. I think that was, in my view, that was the factor that was playing on the, in the backdrop of this very impressive victory of the BJP in Maharashtra.
Absolutely, sir. And that's a very introspective point that you have made. And Joyita, your reaction to the kind of strategy that the Bharatiya Janata Party and of course the NDA adopted to make sure that they come back strongly, and the way they have come is obviously fantastic. But there are also a number of campaigns, a number of slogans which have worked to impress upon the people of Maharashtra as well. The Prime Minister, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, they all were emphatic about slogans like "Ek hai to safe hai," together we are safe, "Batenge to katenge." This was also something, Joyita, which was necessary to make sure that there is a consolidation of Hindus as a unity, and the OBC consolidation as well, which has worked in the NDA's favor in Maharashtra.
Yes, absolutely right, Vineet. But if I can, before that, I can just take forward Professor Nalapat's point a bit. The whole plan was basically, in fact, if you know, certain Americans also were reaching out to different state governments and all, hoping that they will be they can be used at some point of time, maybe sometime around 2025, early 2025 to pull down the government. They will be taking away support. We know even some Americans here in the US embassy, they were going and meeting some chief ministers and all. So that part is known. So you see everybody, and look at the kind of attacks that are happening from abroad and all. So the message, this election, apart from being,
you think that does send a message?
So basically what I am saying is that, the deep state, this election is a huge message to the American deep state, so called deep state, that number one, you are betting on the wrong horse, because the horse is the lamest of the lot. The horse has landed up with 18 seats. Okay. Number two, do not underestimate the voters of India. I totally agree what Professor Nalapat says. Voters realize that this is an emergency situation, that the whole intention, voters saw through it. The kind of attacks that are coming from abroad. So everything kind of lined up, and the voters saw through the whole thing, that this was a huge, if I can use the word, operation to unseat the Modi government, to ensure that every move that I would say certain forces in the US have taken in the last few months, and actually it has been going on for over a year now. Everything was meant to unseat the Modi government, first to ensure that it did not come back to power, number two, then to unseat the government so that it cannot continue for 5 years. Everything, and some of our opposition parties, are acting as puppets, we all know that. So the thing is that, but again, wrong thing. Now, they are barking up the wrong tree, frankly. Number two, when you are talking about consolidation, yes, I think if you remember, there is Malegaon story, and where the BJP won all the assembly constituencies in Dhule. I think that Lok Sabha seat was Dhule.
Correct.
All the constituencies they won just by dint of one seat, one assembly seat. There was such huge consolidation, BJP lost that seat by, I think, a few votes. So you see, that served as a lesson. If you go to WhatsApp and all, so that that was spreading what happened in Dhule. So you see, people who were not coming out to vote, the people who had not come out to vote in the Lok Sabha elections, historically, traditionally, Maharashtra is a low voting state. And now look at the kind of turnout happened this time. That should have given an indication. We were not willing to stick our neck out and say that, turnout signifies landslide. We were saying one side or the other, but the turnout should have given us an indication, and analysts an indication about which way the election was headed. The people who sat out the Lok Sabha elections, they came out in droves to vote. And yes, there was 100% consolidation. So obviously these slogans also played a part. The Lok Sabha election results played a part on people's mind. People, let's face it, whatever our Congress people might be saying, people love Modi. Okay, they do not like him to put him in a place where he has to depend on others to rule. So, this is that vote.
Does this also cover up for the setback that the BJP faced in the Lok Sabha?
Yes,
optically,
it does.
Optically.
No, not optically. Even in substantive terms, it does. Because if BJP had done badly in Maharashtra, the next step would have been to try and destabilize the government, the central government. And yes, external forces would have, they are already involved.
They're already
and yes, they would have been, they would have been energized. So yes, this is kind of like a godsend for the BJP, I would say, and of course the voters. That is what, about the voters, and this is what something the opposition does not understand, which they need to understand, is that the people, they actually they love Mr. Modi.
So the press conferences on Adani by Rahul Gandhi really didn't help.
Listen, do you think even in the Lok Sabha elections, which BJP did badly bad, do you think the Adani was an issue? No one cares. No one cares for the Adani issue. Of course, law should take its own course and all. That's a different issue altogether.
Okay.
But then when you come to be seen as acting as the agent of a foreign hand, then people don't like it.
All right. Okay. Let me just also give our viewers an update that the BJP contested in about 149 seats in 2024. So far, they've been able to win 132 of those, and in comparison to what happened in 2019, they won about 105. So this time they have 27 more, and the results are still not concluded. Mr. Chandra, first up, how do you respond to these results? And first up, let me also give you some breaking news. Piyush Goyal has now posted an image on social media platform X and said, "We are united, we are safe." All right, basically, Mr. Piyush Goyal is resonating the conversation that we just had, Mr. Chandra, that the slogans and the intention, if I can use the word in Hindi, the irada of the Bharatiya Janata Party has been understood by the people of Maharashtra and not so much by the opposition, which was playing around with agendas and motives, which could be construed as not important when it comes to the assembly elections in our country.
You see, Viniji, you're absolutely on the point. Fact of the matter is this, that genesis of this rout, especially of Shiv Sena, took place, long back when it had an unholy alliance with the Congress party. I have said it again, I'll repeat it, that if Bala Sahab Thackeray was alive, he would never have allowed this alliance to take place, number one. Number two, it was also a game plan, of Sharad Pawar, and Uddhav Thackeray fell into the trap. Today, Shiv Sena stands finished, number one. Number two, this is a very good slogan, Ek hai to safe hai. And number three, Battenge to Katenge is also a good slogan. It is not rocket science. It means that the majority Hindu community has to stay together. Contrast this with Rahul Gandhi's politics. See, you are wanting what they say, what they mean. You are wanting caste census not for uplifting the lower caste. You are wanting the caste census to divide the Hindu vote, to come into power. This is not how the game is played out. Also, Mr. Modi has proved that he is a supreme leader, he has got legitimacy, and he is one of the most consequential prime ministers the country has ever seen or will ever see. This Maharashtra election has proved to be, it will prove to be the last nail in the political coffin of the Congress party. It will also prove to be the first step towards Mr. Modi gaining a fourth term as a Prime Minister. So let me also tell you today that recently none other than President-elect Donald Trump, he posted a video where he told where he said when he was a president, he told Mr. Modi, you got a problem with a hostile neighboring state, we have influence there, can I help? And what was Mr. Modi's response? He got visibly angry, according to Donald Trump, and he said, I will do it, I will do it, I will do it, I will not piggyback. And look at the state of the Congress today. It has become a party which is piggybacking on regional parties, while BJP is a party where other regional parties are
close to the
piggybacking on
halfway
BJP.
mark in Maharashtra as well. They're
Yes.
close to the halfway mark.
And also let me tell you that today BJP is also understood. It has stitched up an alliance. And let me also say, tell people that RSS is the mother of BJP and RSS has played a massive role in the victory of BJP. Let us not forget that the headquarters of RSS are in Nagpur, which is in Maharashtra. And also Maharashtra is a very important state. It was very important for BJP to win it because Maharashtra after UP gives the maximum number of MPs to the country, and also it is the financial capital of the country.
And affects the Rajya Sabha as
and
well.
affects the Rajya Sabha also.
All right. Joyita, in fact, all right, Professor Nalapat is back with us. I'll just come to you, Joyita, momentarily. Professor Nalapat, the BJP obviously relied on the RSS for a lot of margdarshan as well as support logistically in terms of organizing campaigns such as Sajagraho. In fact, Mr. JP Nadda just a few weeks ago also went on to say erroneously that the BJP does not depend on the RSS, but that in fact was completely ignored by the RSS, and the altruism and the nationalism reflects in the fact that despite the small errors here and there and misunderstandings, the RSS will continue to support the Bharatiya Janata Party no matter what.
Well, I'd like to say that you're quite right. The RSS has played a very important role in the victory of the BJP. in Haryana, in Maharashtra, and certainly it's going to happen in other states as well. In 2014 election, the RSS and the BJP worked together seamlessly. Today, in the Maharashtra election, we saw the RSS and the BJP work seamlessly together. RSS workers, BJP workers working seamlessly together. And as you correctly said, the Prime Minister's slogan of united, we are there. If we are divided, we are all in trouble. I think, the fact of the matter is that united we stand and divided we fall. That's a saying that has been there for hundreds of years. And the Prime Minister saying that resonated with the voters in a very big way. And it is a fact that in unity lies strength. There's no question about it. And let me say that the RSS factor was very important, and the RSS, if I may say so, with all the calumny that's been heaped upon it. I mean, I have had contact with them. Believe me, I can tell you, this calumny is completely false. It really believes in one ambition only, and that ambition is to make Bharat better and better and better and better. I think there's nothing wrong with that ambition, and in their own way, the countless workers of the RSS are working towards that mission. So and Prime Minister Modi has got absolutely the same objective. He's got absolutely the same mission. So both the Prime Minister and the RSS are of one mind where it comes to the future of India, that is Bharat. So I'd like to say, Vineet, that this victory in Maharashtra, frankly, was, in my view, it was scripted by the Lok Sabha victory of the Prime Minister coming back for a third term, when there was such a huge international effort, if I may say so, to ensure that he never came back for a third term. And also, I think, it was scripted by the reality that what happens in state elections is going to be important for the future of the national government. And people want the national government to continue for a full term. And I think these were important factors. Don't forget. And frankly, this caste, that kind of thing. I mean, that is going back to the politics of VP Singh, long back. VP Singh, frankly, that politics did not work for a very long time. I'm afraid Rahul Gandhi, who's relatively young, had a message which was much older than, in relevance. It had lost its relevance before he was born, and yet he's still using it. So I think, frankly, of course, what's going to happen now? Rahul Gandhi can never go wrong. There's no question about that. So I think they'll find that it is Venugopal or somebody else who is at fault in Maharashtra and who is at fault in Haryana. And finally, he's going to be whoever is the scapegoat. It may be Venugopal, maybe somebody else. The scapegoat will be targeted. But the reality is, Rahul Gandhi failed in terms of providing a message that the people of India could resonate. All the people of India could resonate. Instead of trying to cut up India into different corners and sending messages to only specific corners, he found a united India. And I think, frankly, Vineet, that's a very good sign for the future of our country.
You're absolutely right. Well, it's all not despondent and dismal results for the India Alliance. If you look at Jharkhand, the India Alliance is, of course, winning. They have won the mandate in the assembly elections in Jharkhand with 57, out of which, of course, the JMM has 34. The Congress has 17 seats. And for the NDA in Jharkhand, it's a disappointment with 23 seats. They contested in all the 81 of them, and they have 4 lesser than what they got in 2019. Joyita, let's also talk about how this has been a big miss once again for the opposition, the India Alliance, and of course to what Rahul Gandhi has also been focusing on. Do you think when it comes to learning lessons in terms of tweaking your strategies on the basis of the diverse equation we have in our assembly elections, the Congress party has completely failed to nail it, and so far they have just been banking on reputations, but they have not really put their finger on the pulse of the people and what they want, and it is going to get even worse from here on.
Yeah, that's obviously primarily because Rahul Gandhi has somebody, it's ultimately the influence that he is under. Somebody has told him it is going to be caste, it is going to be what's that, caste census, it is going to be reservation. These are the main issues. Voters don't
and the
care.
Constitution is in danger.
And the Constitution is in danger.
Which is ludicrous.
Yeah, because you see, voters saw through what the Congress had done. Congress kept on saying.
But just sorry for interjecting, but did this Constitution in danger pitch and peg work for the India Alliance for the Lok Sabha in Maharashtra?
Yes, to an extent it did. It's primarily because in the OBC voters and the the reserved categories, it worked. But then what happened? It worked. For example, remember that some obscure guy in Ayodhya had said something, Lallan or someone like that had said something about
All right, Jyota, I'm going to have to stop you there. There's a joint press conference coming in. We're going to in fact cut across to those visuals.
आपापले परीनं अंदाज व्यक्त करत होते. काल तर मी स्वतः वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलला बघत होतो, म्हणजे आम्ही तिघं कशातच नसल्यातच जमा होतो. बाकीच्यांच्या गाड्या फिरवणं, ड्रायव्हिंग करणं, इकडे जाणं तिकडे जाणं, इतकं काही सुरू होतं की आम्ही पहिल्यांदा 1:45च्या पुढे जाऊ. आम्हाला वाटत होतं कालचं सगळं बघितल्यानंतर आम्हाला वाटायला लागलं की आपण कुठेतरी खाली जातोय का काय. परंतु महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने विकासाकडे बघून महायुतीला प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं जे यश प्राप्त करून दिलंय, त्याबद्दल महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेचं महायुतीच्या वतीनं व्यक्तिशः माझ्या वतीनं मी त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो, मनापासून आभार मानतो. सगळेच कार्यकर्ते राबले, उमेदवार राबले, सगळे सहकारी घटक पक्षाचे, मित्र पक्षांचे सगळे आमचे सहकारी त्याच्यामध्ये स्वतःला झोकून दिलं आणि सगळ्यांनी ही निवडणूक आपली स्वतःची निवडणूक आहे असं समजून त्या ठिकाणी कामाला लागले. आमच्या ज्या योजना होत्या, योजनांच्याबद्दल बरेच थोडीशी चेष्टा मस्करी करण्यात आली, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये दोष देण्यात आला, आमची थोडंसं टीका टिप्पणी करण्यात आली की राज्य कंगाल केलं, अमुक झालं तमुक झालं. परंतु नंतर त्यांचे जाहीरनामे बाहेर आल्यानंतर आम्हाला ते दिसलं की हे काय चाललेलं आहे, कसं चाललेलं आहे, कुठलाही हिशोब न ठेवता अशा प्रकारचे जाहीरनामे बाहेर आले आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी पाहिलं. आम्ही मुळात काय केलं, लोकसभेच्या निवडणुकीच्या निमित्तानं आम्हाला मोठं अपयश आलं. म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आम्हाला तिघांनाही वाटलं नव्हतं की बाबा अशा प्रकारचं आपल्याला अपयश मिळेल, परंतु ते मिळालं. आम्ही ते मान्य केलं, त्याच्यातून आम्ही पुन्हा सावरण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. अर्थसंकल्प सादर करत असताना आम्ही सरकारमध्ये तिघांनी मिळून काही योजना जाहीर केल्या. त्या योजना इतक्या पॉप्युलर झाल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली. अंडर करंट असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले. एक माझं स्वतःचं स्पष्ट मत आहे, प्रत्येकाची वेगवेगळी मतं असू शकतात आणि उलट आमच्यावर आता जबाबदारी वाढलेली. कारण एवढ्या प्रचंड बहुमताने, म्हणजे मी तर जसा राजकारणात आलोय तसं 222 आणि 225 महायुतीला किंवा कुठल्याही आघाडीला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तरी कधी असं यश मिळालेलं माझ्या तरी पाहण्यात नाही, माझ्या तरी ऐकवत नाही. कदाचित पूर्वीचा काळ वेगळा काँग्रेसचा असेल, त्यावेळेस कधी झालं असलं तर माहिती नाही, परंतु बाकीचे विरोधक नगण्य होते त्यावेळेसची गोष्ट. परंतु अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये जसं आम्हाला समजतंय तसं तर एवढं प्रचंड यश हे पहिल्यांदाच मिळालेलं यशाने आम्ही हुरळून पण जाणार नाही आणि आम्ही अतिशय जमिनीवर पाय ठेवून आता म्हणजे जसे जसे ते आकडे आम्हाला दिसत होते तसे 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 फायनान्सच्या गोष्टी माझ्या डोळ्यासमोर येत होत्या. मी देवेंद्रजींना पण फोन केला तेव्हा म्हटलं देवेंद्रजी खूप काही काम करावं लागेल. एकनाथरावजींना पण तसं सांगितलं की फार आर्थिक शिस्त आपल्याला त्याच्यामध्ये आणावी लागेल आणि आम्ही आणू. त्याच्यात आम्हाला हे नवीन नाही आहे. आम्ही सगळे अनुभवी माणसं, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये कुठली काही अडचण नाही. आणि शिवाय आमच्या पाठीशी केंद्र सरकार आहे, तो आम्हाला खूप मोठा एक आधार आहे. एक आमच्या पाठीशी एक मोठा भक्कम अशा प्रकारचा भरोसा आहे. आणि त्याच्यामुळं या सगळ्या ज्या काही गोष्टी झालेल्या आहेत, आता विरोधक टीका करतात की बाबा बॅलेट पेपरनी घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. मग बॅलेट पेपरने लोकसभेला पण घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. लोकसभेचा निकाल लागला की तो बरोबर, आणि इथला निकाल लागला की मग बॅलेट पेपर यायला पाहिजे. मग मशीन काय ईव्हीएम बरोबर नाही, असं नाही चालत. आता झारखंड पण आमच्या हातनं गेलंच ना. आम्ही कुठं काय म्हणतो, ठीक आहे, त्या जनतेने कौल दिलेला आहे. तशा पद्धतीनं महाराष्ट्रातल्या आणि विशेषतः महाराष्ट्रामध्ये बऱ्याचदा आपले जे 6 रिजन आहेत ना, मराठवाडा, विदर्भ, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र, कोकण, मुंबई, अशा सगळ्या वेगवेगळ्या रिजनमध्ये, नाशिक, सगळीकडेच तुम्ही बघितलं तर सगळीकडे महायुती जोरात चालली. असं कुठं नाही की मागच्या वेळेस कसं झालं, आम्हाला झटका दिला तो मराठवाड्याने दिला. आमची एकच जागा त्यावेळेस भुमरे साहेबांची आली संभाजीनगर सिटीतली. बाकीकडे सगळीकडे आम्हाला दारुण पराभवाला सामोरं जावं लागलं. आणि तसं ह्यावेळेस झालं नाही. तुम्ही जर अंदाज घेतला तर सगळीकडेच चांगल्या प्रकारे महायुतीला यश मिळालं. काही जागा गेल्या त्या फार थोड्या मतांनी त्या बाबतीमध्ये गेलेल्या आहेत, असंही चित्र. आणि मीडियावाल्यांनो, मला एक, तुम्हाला इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पण आहे, प्रिंट पण मीडिया आहे, मला एक कळत नाही, तुम्ही खऱ्या बातम्या देत चाला ना. जे खऱ्या देत नाही त्यांना मला म्हणायचं, तुम्ही बाकी सगळे खऱ्या बातम्या देतात, त्याच्याबद्दल दुमत नाही. पण मी टीव्ही चालू केलं आणि अजित पवार पोस्टल बॅलेटमध्येच मागं. मी विचारतोय तिथं फोन करून, ते म्हणले नाही दादा आपण पुढे आहे. आता माझं लीड 1,02,000 मताधिक्य मी मिळवलंय आणि खुशाल तुम्ही दाखवताय अजित पवार मागं, अजित पवार मागं. मग काही जण म्हणलं का रे असे दाखवतायत, टीआरपी त्याच्याशिवाय वाढत नाही. अरे तुमच्या टीआरपीला आम्हाला का मातीत घालताय, आमची का बदनामी करताय. त्याच्यामध्ये मी नंतर पुन्हा अधिकाऱ्यांच्याकडनं माहिती घेतली की नक्की पोस्टल बॅलेट किती झाले. पोस्टल बॅलेटमध्ये पण आम्ही पुढे होतो आणि रेग्युलर मतदानामध्ये पण पुढे होतो. सांगायचं तात्पर्य की बाबा तुमच्यावर सगळ्या चॅनलवर जनतेचा एवढा विश्वास आहे, म्हणजे विश्वास नाही ते सकाळच्या 9 वाजताच्या भोंग्यावर विश्वास नाही, पण बाकीच्यांवर फार विश्वास आहे. माझं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की खऱ्या बातम्या दिल्या तर काही वाईट होणार नाही. पण खूप चांगलं यश मिळालं. अजून पण काही काउंटिंग चालू आहे, काही ठिकाणी रिकाउंटिंग मागितलेलं. ठीक आहे, तो त्यांचा प्रत्येकाचा अधिकार आहे. पण खरोखरीच सगळ्याच राज्यातली जबाबदारी आम्हा महायुतीवर वाढलेली आहे आणि त्या उलट आम्हाला अधिक जास्त बारकाईनं इथून पुढे काम करावं लागणार आहे. कारण एवढं दैदिप्यमान यश ह्या सगळ्यांनी मिळून दिलेलं आहे आणि जनतेचे मानावे तेवढे आभार कमीच आहेत. म्हणजे काय आता त्यांच्याकरता, म्हणजे त्यांच्या ऋणातच आम्ही राहू इच्छितो. आणि 5 वर्ष अक्षरशः अतिशय एकोप्याने ही युती शेवटपर्यंत कशा पद्धतीनं काम करेल आणि जनतेने टाकलेल्या विश्वासाला कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये तडा जाऊन दिला जाणार नाही. अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीनं राज्याच्या सर्वांगीण विकासाच्या करता जसं आम्ही विकास हा केंद्रबिंदू मानून पुढे गेलो, तशाच पद्धतीचं काम हे इथून पुढच्या काळामध्ये देखील महायुतीच्या वतीनं त्या ठिकाणी चालेल अशा प्रकारची खात्री मी आपल्या पत्रकार मित्रांना पण देतो आणि आपल्यामार्फत महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेला देतो. पुन्हा एकदा मतदार बंधू भगिनींचं, सर्वांचं, मीडियाचं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रिंट, सर्वांचं मी मनापासून आभार मानतो, मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. धन्यवाद. अरे मराठी मातृभाषा अभिजात भाषेचा दर्जा आत्ताच दिलाय ना, लगेच विसरायला लागला. नाही नाही, ते दिल्लीत बोलतात.
मी माझी भावना मगाशीच मांडली आहे की केवळ आत्ता एवढंच सांगेन की महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसमोर आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. जनतेने ज्या प्रकारचा विजय दिलेला आहे, खऱ्या अर्थानं हा विजय एक प्रकारे आमची जबाबदारी वाढवणारा विजय आहे. देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री मोदीजींवर महाराष्ट्राने दाखवलेला विश्वास आहे आणि त्यामुळे आता आम्हाला खूप काम महाराष्ट्रामध्ये करावं लागेल याची आम्हाला जाणीव होते आहे. म्हणून पुन्हा एकदा महाराष्ट्रातल्या सगळ्या मतदारांच्या चरणी आम्ही नतमस्तक होतो आणि त्यांना आश्वस्त करतो की त्यांनी जो विश्वास दाखवला आहे त्या विश्वासाला आम्ही तडा जाऊ देणार नाही. सगळ्यांचे अतिशय मनापासून आभार.
खरं म्हणजे आजचा हा महाराष्ट्रातला ऐतिहासिक दिवस आहे आणि ऐतिहासिक विजय देखील आहे. आतापर्यंतच्या अनेक वर्षांच्या निवडणुका आपण पाहिल्या, परंतु ही निवडणूक लोकांच्या हातात घेतली अशा प्रकारची निवडणूक होती. म्हणजे लँडस्लायडिंग जो काही विक्ट्री आपण म्हणतो ऐतिहासिक, म्हणजे याला काय शब्द वापरायचे मला कळत नाही, परंतु लोकांनी मतांचा प्रेमाचा वर्षाव महायुतीवर केला. कारण लाडकी बहीण असेल, लाडका भाऊ असेल, लाडका शेतकरी असेल, एकंदरीत सगळ्याच घटकातल्या लोकांनी यावेळेस महायुतीवर प्रेम दाखवलं आणि त्यामुळे मी सगळ्या मतदारांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो आणि त्यांना एवढ्या मोठ्या ऐतिहासिक विजयासाठी साष्टांग दंडवत घातला पाहिजे अशा प्रकारचं काम मतदारांनी केलेलं आहे. खरं म्हणजे गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये मी, देवेंद्रजी, अजितदादा, आम्ही जे काम केलं या राज्यामध्ये की शिवसेना, भाजपा, राष्ट्रवादी, RP, आमचे आठवले साहेब इकडे आहेत आणि आमचे इतर घटक मित्रपक्ष, आणि जे निर्णय आम्ही घेतले ते निर्णय आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये न भूतो न भविष्यते असे होते. म्हणजे एकीकडे विकास केला आम्ही, डेव्हलपमेंट, म्हणजे जे 2.5 वर्षात महाविकास आघाडी सरकारने जी काही कामं बंद पाडली होती, स्पीड ब्रेकर टाकले होते, सगळी कामं थांबवली होती. तुमच्या काळातली जी कामं, जसं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार 2019ला आलं त्यानंतर ती सगळी कामं बंद पाडली, त्याला स्टे दिले आणि ते स्टे आम्ही सगळे काढले आणि कामं सुरू झाली. मग अटल सेतू झाला, समृद्धी झाला, आपला कोस्टल झाला आणि मेट्रो झाली, कारशेड झालं आणि मोदी साहेबांच्या शुभ हस्ते त्याचं आम्ही उद्घाटनही करू शकलो. ज्याचं भूमिपूजन मोदी साहेबांनी केलं त्याचं उद्घाटन करण्याचे भाग्य आम्हाला मिळालं आणि त्यामुळे कामाला आम्ही प्राथमिकता दिली, विकासाला आम्ही प्राधान्य दिलं आणि आम्ही त्यामध्ये एकच डोळ्यासमोर ठेवलं की या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास. आणि राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करत असताना सर्व घटकांना आम्ही समोर ठेवलं आणि पाहिलं की जे 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जी कामं त्यांनी थांबवलेली आणि 2.5 वर्ष त्यांनी जे सगळं बंद पाडलं होतं ते किती वेगाने आम्ही सुरू करू शकलो याचं समाधान आणि आनंद आम्हाला आहे. कारण त्याचे तुम्ही ते फळं पाहत आहे. सगळी लोकांना आपण मेट्रो दिली, समृद्धी दिलं, अटल सेतू दिला, कोस्टल दिलं, लोक तो वापरू लागले. आणि त्याचबरोबर दुसरीकडे कल्याणकारी योजना आम्ही केल्या. कल्याणकारी योजनेमध्ये लाडकी बहीण, मुख्यमंत्री लाडकी बहीण योजना, त्यानंतर मग लाडका भाऊ केला आम्ही, युवा प्रशिक्षण योजना केली, 3 गॅस सिलेंडर दिले, त्यानंतर वयोश्री योजना केली, शेतकऱ्यांची आम्ही योजना केली, शेतकऱ्यांना वीज बिल माफ केलं, शेतकऱ्यांचं जे 7.5 HP 3, 5, 7.5 आणि त्या पंपाचं वीज बिल माफ केलं. शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही 2.5 वर्षामध्ये, 2.25 वर्षामध्ये आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये जेवढा मोबदला दिला नव्हता, 15,000 कोटी रुपये तो दिला. त्यांच्या योजनांसाठी 45,000 कोटी रुपये. म्हणजे एकंदरीत कल्याणकारी, मी डिटेलमध्ये जात नाही त्याच्यामध्ये, पण एकीकडे विकास आणि दुसरीकडे कल्याणकारी योजना याची आम्ही सांगड घालण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. आणि नेमकं यामध्ये आमचा उद्देश एवढाच होता की या राज्याला पुढे न्यायचं, या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करायचा, या राज्यातल्या प्रत्येक घटकाला काही ना काही राज्य सरकारच्या माध्यमातून आधार मिळाला पाहिजे. आणि मग आम्ही सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार म्हणायचो. मग सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार म्हणताना सर्वसामान्याला काय मिळालं याचा विचार आम्ही केला आणि मला अभिमानाने या ठिकाणी सांगायचं आहे की मोदी साहेबांनी, केंद्र सरकारने देखील आमच्या पाठीमागे उभे राहिले ताकदीने, की जे आमचे प्रस्ताव जे आहेत ते त्यांनी मान्य केले आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर गेल्या 10 वर्षामध्ये जे केंद्राने देखील या राज्याला 10 वर्ष तर जाऊ द्या, पण 2-2.5 वर्षामध्ये देखील आम्हाला लाखो कोटी रुपयांचं सहकार्य केलं. त्यामुळे एक डबल इंजिनचं सरकार देखील या राज्यामध्ये, वेगवान सरकार, गतिमान सरकार, निर्णय घ्यायला धडाधड निर्णय घेतले आम्ही. त्यामुळे 2.5 वर्षात सिंचन प्रकल्प 4 त्यांनी केले महाविकास आघाडीने, आम्ही होतो तिकडे. आणि आता आमच्या वेळेस सुप्रमा 124 सुप्रमा दिल्या. म्हणजे एक फक्त उदाहरण की अशा प्रकारचं काम आम्ही केल्यामुळे या राज्यातल्या जनतेने, सर्वसामान्य माणूस आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानला. म्हणजे त्याच्यामध्ये महिला आहेत, गरीब आहे, युवक आहे, शेतकरी आहे, यांना आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानून काम केलं आणि त्यांच्यासाठी आम्ही योजना केल्या. काय आमच्यावर आरोपही झाले, एका रेवड्या बाटण्या काय 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 म्हणजे तुम्ही हे वाटप सुरू केलं आहे, बहिणींना विकत घेताय का, काही लाच देताय का, या सगळ्या गोष्टीला आम्ही सामोरं गेलो. कोर्टामध्ये काही लोक गेले ही योजना बंद करण्यासाठी. आणि म्हणून लाडकी बहीण योजना जी आहे, त्याचबरोबर शासन आपल्या दारी, आम्ही याच्यापूर्वी शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही केलं. डायरेक्ट तेव्हाही योजना होत्या, पूर्वी लाभही होते, सगळं होतं, परंतु लोक कंटाळून ते योजनांचा लाभ घेण्यापासून वंचित राहत होते. आम्ही 5 कोटी लोकांना त्याचा लाभ दिला, शासन आपल्या दारी. आणि आपल्या लाडकी बहीण योजना, यामुळे एकंदरीत लोकांनी विश्वास ठेवला की हे देणारं सरकार आहे, हे फक्त बोलणारं सरकार नाही आहे. आणि म्हणून देणारं सरकार आहे याच्यावर विश्वास ठेवला आणि कल्याणकारी योजना ज्या केल्या आम्ही फक्त बोललो नाही, तर 5 इन्स्टॉलमेंट लाडक्या बहिणींच्या खात्यात टाकले सुद्धा. आणि आम्ही तर आम्हाला माहीत होतं हे विरोधक सावत्र भाऊ आमच्या या नोव्हेंबरच्या पैशामध्ये अडकाटी आणतील, म्हणून आम्ही ऑक्टोबरमध्येच आचारसंहिता लागायच्या अगोदर नोव्हेंबरचे पण पैसे दिले. कारण शेवटी आम्ही देण्याची नियत आमची आहे, नियत साफ आहे. कारण आम्ही फक्त कागदावर योजना ठेवायच्यासाठी केलं नाही. आणि त्यामुळे एकंदरीत या राज्यामध्ये सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार सर्वसामान्यांसाठी काहीतरी करतंय ही भावना प्रत्येकाच्या मनामध्ये निर्माण झाली. आणि आम्ही म्हणालो कॉमन मॅन कॉमन मॅन कॉमन मॅन. आता कॉमन मॅनने आम्ही ठरवलंय की त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये काही बदल घडवून चांगले दिवस आणून त्याला सुपरमॅन करायचं. पण त्यांनी आम्हाला या निवडणुकीत सुपरमॅनसारखं काम करून दाखवलं आणि एवढं भरभरून त्यांनी आशीर्वाद दिले की लोकांनी एवढंच आहे की यामध्ये बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या. लोकांनी कल्याणाचं आणि विकासाचं राजकारण स्वीकारलं. लोकांनी सुडाचं, आरोपाचं, द्वेषाचं राजकारण झिडकारलं. आणि म्हणून 2 निवडणुका ज्या लोकसभेमध्ये पण आणि लोकसभेत फेक नॅरेटिव्ह वगैरे सगळं केलं, काय काय केलं, संविधान बदलणार वगैरे, सगळ्या जातीमध्ये भीती निर्माण केली, प्रत्येकाला घाबरवलं, तरी सुद्धा एवढं होऊन पण प्रधानमंत्रीपदी मोदी साहेबच बसले. आता ते म्हणाले जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ, आम्ही जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ, लोकसभेच्या वेळेस पण गेले. पण शेवटी एवढं करून, एवढे सगळं खोटं नाटं सांगून, लोकांना घाबरवून पण प्रधानमंत्रीपदी शेवटी मोदी साहेब बसले. आणि आताही म्हणाले आम्ही जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ. आता जनतेने त्यांना जो काय मॅन्डेट द्यायचा तो दिलेला आहे. आणि त्यामुळे जनतेने पूर्णपणे विकासाला आणि कल्याणकारी योजनांना स्वीकारलेला आहे. यामध्ये लोक रोज आमचं सरकार स्थापन झाल्यापासून रोज सरकार पडणार रोज आम्हाला 3-4 शब्द ठेवले होते त्यांनी. ते शब्द तुम्हाला माहित आहे, मी ते परत त्याचा उच्चार करू इच्छित नाही. पण 4था शब्द होता का? नाही. पण आम्ही त्याला आरोपाने उत्तर नाही दिलं. आम्ही कामातून उत्तर दिलं त्याला. आणि कामातून उत्तर दिलं आणि ते काम लोकांना भावलं की बाबा हे काम करणारे लोक आहेत आणि काम सर्वसामान्य लोक आहेत. मी स्वतःला काय समजायचो, सीएम म्हणजे चीफ मिनिस्टर, मी म्हणायचो कॉमन मॅन आहे. आता कॉमन मॅनमध्ये मी जायचो. आता आमचे दोन्ही उपमुख्यमंत्री दोन्ही आम्ही 24/7 काम करत होतो. आणि याच्यामुळे घरी बसून सरकार चालवता येत नाही. फेसबुकवरून सरकार चालवता येत नाही हे स्पष्ट झालेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून आम्ही लोकांच्या, बाळासाहेब सांगायचे, कार्यकर्ता घरात नाही लोकांच्या दारात शोभून दिसतो. शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही घेऊन गेलो, शासन आपल्या दारी घेऊन गेलो. आणि म्हणूनच आज बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांनी आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं 2019ला मोदी साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने. आणि 2019ला जे सरकार स्थापन व्हायला पाहिजे होतं ते सरकार स्थापन झालं नाही, ते लोकांनी बरोबर लक्षात ठेवलेलं आहे. लोक ते विसरलेले नाहीत. आणि म्हणून या निवडणुकीत देखील कोण कुठल्या पक्षाचा, आता तुमचा कुठला पक्ष आहे? तुमचा राष्ट्रवादी. आता तो कोणाचा आहे ते लोकांनी ठरवलं. आणि
शिवसेना कोणाची आहे तेही ठरवलं.
आणि लोकांनी ठरवलं. त्यामुळे आता बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी त्या स्पष्ट झालेल्या आहेत, बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या. आणि मला समाधान आहे की 2019ला 56 जागा आल्या होत्या आणि त्या 56 मला वाटतं आताही 56 जागा आल्या, अजून चालू आहे. पण एकंदरीत आताच्या पर्यंत म्हणजे विकासाला लोकांनी महत्त्व दिलं. मोदीजींनी आता अमित भाई असतील, नड्डाजी आहेत, तिथं पियुषजी आहेत, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपले भूपेंद्रजी आहेत, राजनाथ सिंगजी, बऱ्याच सगळ्या लोकांनी, आठवले साहेब तर आपल्या सोबतच आहेत, आठवले साहेब सोबत 100%. तर एकंदरीत आपण सगळ्यांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता एकत्र येऊन काम केलं, आता त्याच्यामध्ये काही लोकांनी म्हणा त्याचा अर्थ वेगवेगळा काढला. मोदी साहेब म्हणाले एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या. आता लोकांना आवाहन केलं, जसं आम्ही काय त्याच्यामध्ये जातीपाती धर्माचा उल्लेख केला नाही, पण मतदानासाठी एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या, या राज्याला पुढे घेऊन जाण्यासाठी एकत्र या, असं आवाहन करणं काय चुकीचं आहे. आणि लोकांनी ते एकत्र येऊन एकजुटीचं दर्शन या निवडणुकीमध्ये घडवलं. आणि मतांची टक्केवारी वाढली, मतदानाची टक्केवारी वाढली, महिलांच्या, आमच्या लाडक्या बहिणींच्या टक्केवारी वाढली. आतापर्यंत महिलांचं टक्केवारी कमी असायची पुरुषांपेक्षा, पण यावेळेस ती टक्केवारी जास्त आहे. आणि म्हणून लाडक्या बहिणी आमच्या ज्या आहेत त्या लाडक्या बहिणींनी सावत्र भावांना चांगला जोडा दाखवलेला आहे. आणि आम्ही म्हणायचो ना, खोडा घालणाऱ्यांना जोडा दाखवा. तर एकंदरीत ही निवडणूक जी आहे, ही निवडणूक विकासाच्या अजेंड्यावर, कल्याणकारी योजनांच्या ह्याच्यावर आणि जे विचार आहेत, आज आमचे शिवसेना म्हणून बाळासाहेबांचे विचार आहेत, दिघे साहेबांची शिकवण, मोदीजींची जे काही जो त्यांचा सपोर्ट आहे, केंद्राचा सपोर्ट आहे, या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत या निवडणुकीमध्ये कामी आले. शेवटी लोकांना काय पाहिजे? लोकांना शिव्याशाप नको आहे, लोकांना आरोप प्रत्यारोप नको आहे, लोकांना सुडाचं राजकारण नको आहे. लोकांना हवंय डेव्हलपमेंट हवं आहे आणि विकास विकास आणि विकास यावर आम्ही भर दिला. आणि आज त्यामध्ये किती आरोप केले, खोटे बोला, आपण रेटून बोला. आता अजितदादा मगाशी म्हणाले की तुम्ही पण काय काय ते बातम्या अशा, सकाळी तर अशा बातम्या चालल्या होत्या की बोला आमचा काय कार्यक्रम होतो का काय,
आमचा करेक्ट कार्यक्रम करायचा.
तर याच्यामध्ये खूप चांगलं निर्णय झाला, चांगला एक आपला ऐतिहासिक विजय झालेला आहे. आणि त्यामुळे खऱ्या अर्थाने आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे. आता या सगळ्या ज्या काही जे घेतलेले आम्ही निर्णय आहेत, की आमचा एकही निर्णय कागदावर राहिलेला नाही. मी त्या सगळ्या निर्णयात जाऊ इच्छित नाही, पण एकही निर्णय आम्ही कागदावर ठेवला नाही. कुठली योजना आहे ती कार्यान्वित केली आम्ही. आणि त्यामुळे जो लोकांचा विश्वास, शेवटी यापूर्वी देखील आपण पाहिलं की काँग्रेस सरकार ज्या ठिकाणी असतील त्यांनी किंवा महाविकास आघाडी ज्यांनी ज्यांनी काही निर्णय घेतले, काही आश्वासनं दिली, ती पाळली नाहीत. आश्वासनं दिली, नंतर कर्नाटकमधलंच आश्वासन घ्या, हिमाचलमधलं घ्या, आपल्या राजस्थानमधलं घ्या पूर्वीचं, की त्यामध्ये आश्वासन दिल्यानंतर निवडून आल्यानंतर केंद्राकडे पैसे मागायला लागले. आमच्याकडे पैसे नाही, हमारे पास पैसे नाही. असं आम्ही केलं नाही. आम्ही जे बोललो, आमची हातपाय काय म्हणतो त्याला, पांघरून पाहून आम्ही ते आम्ही अंतरून पाहून पाय पसरले आणि ज्या योजना आम्ही केल्या, या योजनांचं पूर्णपणे त्याच्यामध्ये कुठलीही योजना बंद होणार नाही याची आम्ही काळजी घेतली. सगळे नियम आम्ही पाळले, सगळ्या RBIच्या केंद्र सरकारचे गाईडलाईन आम्ही पाळल्या, कुठलंही व्हायलेशन आम्ही केलं नाही. आर्थिक दृष्टिकोनातून जे जे काही आम्ही नियोजन करायचं ते केलं आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना लोकांनी खोटं ठरवलं. ते आम्हाला म्हणाले तुम्ही लाडकी बहीण योजना देताय, पैसे कुठून आणणार, पैसे कुठून आहे, हे फसवं आहे. आणि त्यांनीच आमची योजना चोरून नंतर त्यांच्या वचननाम्यामध्ये टाकली. मग तुम्ही कुठून आणणार? म्हणजे लोकांना कळलं की हे फक्त बोलतायत, करणार नाहीत आणि विश्वासाचा भाग आहे. आम्ही 2-2.5 वर्षामध्ये जे केलं ते लोकांसमोर आहे. आम्ही कुठलंही काही याच्यामध्ये लपवाछपवी केली नाही. जे आहे ते स्पष्टपणे आम्ही मांडलं लोकांच्या समोर. लोकांच्या दरबारामध्ये आम्ही गेलो आणि लोकांना काम आवडतं, लोकांना विकास पाहिजे, लोकांना कल्याणकारी योजना पाहिजेत, ते आम्ही देण्याचा प्रयत्न केला आणि विकासाकडे या राज्याला नेण्याचा आम्ही प्रयत्न केला. यामध्ये केंद्राचा आम्हाला खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सपोर्ट मिळाला. 10 वर्षामध्ये मी तो आकडा अगोदर पण मी सांगितला होता. मनमोहन सिंग प्रधानमंत्री होते, 10 वर्षात राज्याला त्यांनी 2 लाख कोटी दिले. पण यावेळेस 10 वर्षामध्ये मोदीजींनी 10 लाख कोटी दिले. हे आताचं नवीन उदाहरण तर 76,000 कोटी वाढवण बंदर आहे, डिगी बंदर आहे. हे अशी म्हणजे डेव्हलपमेंटसाठी जे आहे, मग ते एअर कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, वॉटर कनेक्टिव्हिटी, रेल कनेक्टिव्हिटी, रोड कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, अनेक प्रकल्पांना जे काही पाण्याची योजना असतील आमच्या, त्या सगळ्याला खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सपोर्ट केला आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही या राज्याला विकासाकडे घेऊन जाऊ शकलो आणि लोकांना कल्याणकारी योजना आम्ही देऊ शकलो. आणि लोकांना आम्ही याच्यामध्ये मतं नाही, आम्ही लोकांची मनं जिंकलेली आहे. आज लोकांना शेवटी काय, विश्वास महत्त्वाचा आहे. विश्वासावर सगळ्या गोष्टी चालतात. तुम्ही काही सांगा आणि नंतर त्या हात वरती करा, अशा प्रकारचं काम आमच्याकडून झालं नाही. आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही काम करणारे लोक आहोत, कार्यकर्ते आहोत आणि म्हणून आम्ही 24/7 काम केलं. जेव्हा जेव्हा शेतकरी अडचणीत आला तेव्हा तेव्हा त्याच्या मागे आम्ही उभं राहिलो, त्याला वाऱ्यावर आम्ही सोडलं नाही. आणि त्यामुळे जो सर्वसामान्य घटक जेव्हा जेव्हा अडचणीत आला त्याच्या मागे आम्ही उभं राहण्याचं काम केलं. त्यामुळे एक प्रकारचं हे सरकार जे आहे, एक पाठीराखा सरकार, एक सरकार जे आहे हे सर्वसामान्याला न्याय देणारं सरकार आहे. जनतेच्या पाठीमागे ताकदीने उभं राहणार सरकार आहे. जसं आमच्या मागे केंद्र सरकार ताकदीने उभं राहिलं, तसं आम्ही जनतेच्या मागे उभे राहिलो. आणि म्हणूनच आम्हाला हा असा प्रचंड दैदिप्यमान हा विजय मिळालेला आहे. आणि आम्ही या विजयाचं श्रेय जे आहे आमच्या मतदारांना देतो, जनतेला देतो. जे आमचे महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते आहेत त्यांनी मेहनत घेतली आहे त्या सगळ्यांना देतो. आणि म्हणूनच यापुढे जे काही काम आहे या जनतेच्या हितासाठी करणं एवढंच आमची जबाबदारी आहे. त्यामुळे पुन्हा एकदा मी आपल्या सगळ्या पत्रकारांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो, आपलेही आभार मानतो. आणि आता इथून पुढे तुम्ही खऱ्या चांगल्या बातम्या दिल्या तर तुमचा TRP वाढत जाईल. आमचे प्रकल्प जे आम्ही सुरू केले त्याच्या बातम्या द्या, लोकांच्या फायद्याचे जे प्रकल्प आहेत त्याच्या बातम्या द्या.
देवेंद्र जी,
वाचाळवीरांच्या बातम्या देऊ नका.
देवेंद्र जी, एक सवाल ये है कि महाराष्ट्र में पिछले कुछ समय से जाति जाति में लगातार एक दंगा फैलाने की कोशिश हो रही थी. क्या स्थिर सरकार को लेकर की मैंडेट है क्या? दूसरा, वोट जिहाद शब्द आपने इस्तेमाल किया था, इस बार भी ऐसी कोशिश कई जगहों पर हुई थी, उसको कैसा जवाब?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, सब समाज को साथ में लाने वाली जो बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको रिस्पॉन्ड किया है और महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाजों ने एक साथ मिलकर एक बड़ा मैंडेट हमको दिया है. मुझे लगता है कि आज निश्चित रूप से जो लोग तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, उनको करारा जवाब जनता ने ही दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात को लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक्सेप्ट किया.
और शिवसेना आप दोनों को लेकर ये आरोप लग रहे थे बार बार, आप दोनों के लिए साथ की लड़ाई थी शिवांगी ठाकुर फ्रॉम जी न्यूज, एकनाथ जी और अजीत पवार जी की नकली है। क्या आपको लगता है आज के बाद ये आरोप अब जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है, आपकी ओर से क्या जवाब दिया जाएगा? क्योंकि असली और नकली का फैसला
जनता ने दिखाया ना। अभी आपने पहले ही बोल दिया ना।
नहीं, आपकी ओर से जाना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए बार-बार
नहीं, देखिए जनता ने आज बता दिया है। असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाबा साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है। कौन है? मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने आज। अभी तो मुझे लगता है वो तो अभी उनको तो हम कैसे रोकेंगे, वो तो और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे। लेकिन जनता की अदालत में जाने के बाद उनको भी दिखाया है और हमें भी दिखाया है। ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था। जब अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको। वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है। अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था। तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है। ऐसा कैसा है? तो ये तो देखिए, यही तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जनता ने पूरी तरह, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पूरी तरह थंपिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी। ये पूरा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये पूरी तरह। अभी ये जनता ने भरपूर दिया है। अभी उनको उनकी जगह दिखाई है। अरे भैया, अभी हम लोग अभी तो आंकड़े भी आने के अभी चालू है ना, काउंटिंग चालू है। अभी होने के बाद हमारी तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी। हमारे जैसे आपको बताते हैं, जैसे हमने सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ, हमें कोई मतभेद हमारे में नहीं थे, आज भी कोई मतभेद नहीं है। हम हमारे वरिष्ठ और हम लोग बैठ कर उसके ऊपर निर्णय लेंगे।
बच्चे हैं नई सरकार को लेकर के, तो क्या कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास?
अरे हम ही करो ना,
कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास? क्योंकि अब 26 तारीख जो है वो डेट पिछली बार हुआ था, 5 साल पूरा होगा।
समय पे सब बराबर होगा।
पहले तो तीनों पार्टियां अपना अपना नेता चुनती है। अभी रिजल्ट ही आने का है। रिजल्ट आने के बाद सारे एमएलए को बुलाना पड़ता है, अपने अपने पार्टी का नेता चुनते हैं। उसके बाद ये प्रक्रिया होती है। आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए, तीनों पार्टियां साथ में बैठकर और अठौली जी का भी मशवरा हम लेंगे और इसका निर्णय करेंगे।
महाविकास अघाड़ी में दादाजी होटल बुक किए थे कि वहाँ पर एमएलए को रखा जाएगा।
तो ये जनता ने तय किया है ना।
पर एक कमेंट,
जनता ने इतना भरोसा दिखाया है, अभी हमें जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। हाँ, तो फिर वही तो पब्लिक, जनता ने दिखा दिया है। जनता ने पूरा विश्वास दिखाया, तो हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ अभी काम करेंगे।
सीएम साहब 3 होटल महाविकास अघाड़ी ने बुक किए थे,
हमने एक भी मीटिंग नहीं करी थी, हम लोग शांत बैठे थे।
हमने मीटिंग भी नहीं करी थी और होटल भी बुक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि हमें मालूम था थंपिंग मेजोरिटी मिलने वाली है।
उनके आवश्यकता पड़े तो उनके होटल हम मांग लेंगे,
उनकी बुकिंग हम ले लेंगे। नहीं, बरेचसे झालेत ना. काँग्रेसचे मोठे बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि काय काय पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण, बहुत से लोगों का हुआ है.
लोकांच्या मनातला निकाल नाहीये, बॅलेटवर निवडणुका घ्यायला. संजय राऊतची बरोबर आहे.
चला आता दोन प्रश्न मराठीत घेऊ. आपण महाराष्ट्रात बसलोय आणि मग संपू. दोन प्रश्न मराठी.
अरे जाने दो ना. एक ही सवाल है क्या? आपका सवाल खत्म हुआ? सवाल खत्म.
असं म्हणतात की बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या, ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय माहीत नाही.
पुन्हा एकदा तुम्हाला विचारतो, संजय राऊत कोण?
ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय मान्य आहे.
यानी इंडी उसको कुल मिलाकर के भी उतनी सीटें नहीं प्राप्त हो पाई है. आज एक बार फिर से स्पष्ट हो गया है कि देश की जनता को मोदी जी की नीति, उनकी नीयत, उनके नेतृत्व और उनके निर्णयों पर अटूट विश्वास है. इस देश ने मोदी जी को अपना नेता माना है और उनके मार्गदर्शन में पूरा देश एकजुट होकर के उनके साथ खड़ा है. यह आज का चुनाव, चाहे वह महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव हो, उत्तर प्रदेश का उपचुनाव हो या देश भर में हुए उपचुनावों के परिणाम, इस ओर हम सबका ध्यान आकर्षित करते हैं. यह गांव, गरीब, किसान, नौजवान, महिला, वृद्ध, शोषित, पीड़ित और वंचित की आशा और आकांक्षा पर जनता जनार्दन की विजय का एक प्रतीक है. तुष्टीकरण और सांप्रदायिकता के शॉर्टकट से मार्ग से सरकार बनाने का सपना देख रहे इंडी गठबंधन और महाविकास अघाड़ी की एक पराजय भी है. लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं के संकल्प की सिद्धि हुई है. उनका परिश्रम आज सार्थक हुआ है. बीजेपी, एनडीए के और महायुति गठबंधन के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का मैं इस अवसर पर हार्दिक हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं. विजयी प्रत्याशियों को अपनी बधाई देता हूं. खासतौर पर मुझे उत्तर प्रदेश के उपचुनाव के बारे में मतदान के दिन से ही समाजवादी पार्टी जिस तरीके से नलगल प्रलाप कर रही थी, जनता जनार्दन ने उसको कैसे जवाब दिया है. जो 9 विधानसभा सीटों पर उपचुनाव हुए हैं, उनमें कुंदर की भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस सीट को 1.25 लाख से अधिक वोटों से जीत रही है. और मुझे ये बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रत्याशी की यहां जमानत जब्त होने वाली है. गाजियाबाद सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रत्याशी, फूलपुर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रत्याशी 11,000 से अधिक वोटों से विजयी हुए हैं. खैर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रत्याशी 38,393 वोटों से विजयी घोषित हुए हैं. कटहरी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के श्री धर्मराज निषाद 33,700 से अधिक वोटों से विजयी हुए हैं. मीरापुर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दल राष्ट्रीय लोक दल की प्रत्याशी श्रीमती मिथिलेश पाल 30,426 वोटों से विजयी घोषित हुई हैं. और मझवा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रत्याशी 4,863 वोटों से विजयी घोषित हुई है। ये कुल जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों के प्रत्याशी विजयी हुए हैं, ये उनके आंकड़े आपके सामने में दे रहा था। और भारत समाजवादी पार्टी का प्रदर्शन का आकलन आप कर सकते हैं। समाजवादी पार्टी तो कहती थी कि सीसामऊ और कुंदरकी का चुनाव कैंसिल होना चाहिए। सीसामऊ में समाजवादी पार्टी विजयी हुई, लेकिन समाजवादी पार्टी की प्रत्याशी वहां पर मात्र 8,600 वोट से जीती है। आप अनुमान करिए, लोकसभा चुनाव में समाजवादी पार्टी ने 2022 में इस सीट पर समाजवादी पार्टी 2022 में जो हार का अंतर था यह 12,200 से अधिक वोट से था, और यह इस बार केवल 8,000 वोटों तक सीमित रह गई। करहल 2022 में समाजवादी पार्टी का प्रत्याशी वहां 67,500 से अधिक वोटों से विजयी हुए थे, और इस बार यह अंतर मात्र 14,000 का रह गया है। यानी जो केशव जी ने कहा है कि अगली बार वहां भी कमल खिलेगा, ये इस ओर हम सबको बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि जो ये पूरा चुनाव हुआ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी गठबंधन ने इस पूरे चुनाव में 52% से अधिक वोट प्राप्त किए हैं। यानी 50+ वोट पर बीजेपी प्रदेश में इस पूरे उपचुनाव को प्रदेश भर में जीती है। ऐसे ही महायुति गठबंधन ने महाराष्ट्र के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी 288 में से भारतीय जनता पार्टी 131-32 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे लीड कर रही है। शिवसेना शिंदे गुट 55 सीटों पर और एनसीपी अजीत पवार गुट 40 सीटों पर, यानी कुल 226 सीटों पर अकेले भारतीय जनता पार्टी महायुति गठबंधन विजयी हो रहा है। याद करिए, शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के पास 55 सीटें आ रही हैं, और महाअगाड़ी गठबंधन जो इंडी गठबंधन है अखिल भारतीय स्तर पर, यह मात्र 49 सीट जीत रही, 49 सीट से मात्र पर सीमित होकर के रह गई है। यानी देश की जनता नकारात्मक राजनीति को, बांटने वाली राजनीति को पूरी तरह खारिज कर चुकी है। और इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे। तो एक रहेंगे, सेफ रहेंगे पर देश की जनता जनार्दन ने राष्ट्रीय एकता और अखंडता को मजबूती प्रदान करने के लिए, सुरक्षा और समृद्धि के लिए अपना जनादेश दिया है। मैं आप सबका एक बार फिर से अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से उन्हें बधाई देता हूं, और विजयी प्रत्याशियों को भी अपनी बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आज इस ऐतिहासिक
of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, of course, congratulating the Maharashtra mandate and saying that a lot of things went right for the BJP, a lot of things went wrong for the opposition, and of course, he also took pot shots at the Samajwadi Party in the by-elections that he spoke of in Uttar Pradesh as well. Mr. Sandeep Chandra, senior political analyst and observer with us in the studio. Mr. Himanshu Bhatt, senior journalist, also joins us on the program. Well, Mr. Chandra, you were with me. We were listening to Mr. Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis talk about why this victory is so special. He spoke about a number of avenues, a number of reasons that have, not only cemented Mahayuti's comeback in Maharashtra, but they have also spoken about what really went right for them. And he also took pot shots at the opposition, saying that how come EVMs are fine during the Lok Sabha elections and they are malfunctioning when the assembly elections happen. He also said that it's the people of Maharashtra who understood the work that they did. It's the people of Maharashtra, the women of Maharashtra, the youth, the farmers, they all in fact understood that what they promised is what they delivered. He also went on to say that slogans such as "Ek hai to safe hai" really echoed with the populace of Maharashtra. And this is obviously very, very heartening to see that Eknath Shinde once again supporting the Prime Minister and saying that there is no matbhed, there is no difference even in terms of how many seats we wanted to contest and what kind of equation we'll bring back to the table when we in fact sit across and figure out who's going to get what. Mr. Chandra.
You see, Viniji, you made a very pertinent point. Fact of the matter is this, that this Maharashtra election is going to be a very historical election. It has become a historical election, very important election. And there are many points which this election throws up. Number one being that people of this country, and especially of Maharashtra, have rejected the politics, divisive politics of Congress and its allies. Congress has given a worst performance since it started fighting elections in Maharashtra. It is virtually wiped out.
Why do you think they failed? What do you think they did wrong?
I will tell you what they did wrong, Viniji. You know, this very casual politics, low-level politics, politics of not being with issues, politics of not raising people's issues, just trying to make cartoons, Adani, Ambani, trying to be give sarcastic comments. Ek hai to safe hai. This did not go down well with people. Today, Eknath Shinde ji, I want to congratulate him.
Mr. Chandra, just hold on to that thought. In fact, Priyanka Gandhi is addressing. We are just going to cut across and come back very quickly.
Trust in me, so I feel it's a great honor, and I will respect it fully.
You expect this much majority, ma'am? Huge majority.
I just was happy getting the love of the people.
You are elected. What is your next plan, ma'am? So when you are going together?
Now soon, in the next 2-3 days, as soon as my brother also starts.
So any road show in Maharashtra?
Let's see what the
Okay, thank you. What is your planned project? Thank you.
All right, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, of course, receiving congratulations for their victory. I suppose that they were able to garner in Jharkhand with the JM, of course, leading the pack there. Mr. Chandra, sorry for that interjection. Please continue from where you left off. We were talking about what seriously needs to be reconsidered by the opposition to understand that their narrative, their focus, even the agendas that they pick up, like Rahul Gandhi, dedicating an entire press conference on the Adani issue and not doing similar press conferences when it came to the issues in Maharashtra.
You see, fact of the matter is this: when Baba Siddiqui, he was killed in cold blood, they should have been in a press conference by the Congress. Nobody spoke. Number one. Number two, people of Maharashtra have understood that, you see, unity lies, their strength lies in unity. And also what has happened is this, that I wanted to compliment, Mr. Eknath Shinde. He's become, because of his talent, hard work, groundwork, understanding people's issue, that he is, in the last 2.5 years, performed very well as the Chief Minister. And I think it will be in the interest of the BJP alliance to again make him the Chief Minister. I would be very surprised.
Mr. Chandra, I also want you to look at that, if I can call it the scorecard. If you look at the NCP result of 10 over there for the Sharad Pawar faction, what kind of, amazing fall from grace is that for a senior politician and statesman like Sharad Pawar?
Yeah, you're right. You see, coming to Sharad Pawar, people used to say, fine, he had his heydays. And let me also tell you, he was the person who backstabbed his mentor YB Chavan. Also, you see, what has happened is that this dynastic politics, that after me, my daughter, and, Ajit Pawar said that if I had been his son, then what would have happened? So, fact of the matter is this, that today talent has won, and Ajit Pawar has proved to be that he is a real NCP, Nationalist Congress Party. And also on the other side, Eknath Shinde has proved that he is a real Shiv Sena. And you will find that BJP is smart enough to, read the writing on the wall. It may be the single largest party, but fact of the matter is this, that these elections were fought with Eknath Shinde as a CM, and I think they would, writing is on the wall that they would repeat him as a CM again. And Maharashtra has now put the last nail in the coffin of Congress politics, because it has got wide ramifications, and also it is a start for for Mr. Modi's fourth term. Let me tell you that Modi factor also played out, and there were murmurs that okay, if Maharashtra loses, then what will happen to Mr. Modi? Nothing will happen to him. He is very important for the country, and none other than a well-known journalist, Fareed Zakaria, well-known journalist like you, he said and written a whole article on CNN, did a program that how Mr. Modi bucked the anti-incumbency trend and became the PM for the third time. Also, what has happened is this, that Shiv Sena, this was a very unholy alliance between Shiv Sena and the Congress. If Bala Sahab was alive, he would never have allowed this alliance to happen. This is like chalk and cheese. Today, Shiv Sena's original politics was core Hindutva, more Hindutva than even the BJP. And what has happened today, that it is mixed up. And what the people of this country also have seen, that what Congress was doing was minority appeasement at the cost of the interest of the majority community, that is the Hindus. But what BJP has done, and what Mr. Modi has done particularly,
Right.
Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Vikas, everybody will go together, but no minority appeasement at the cost of the majority community.
All right.
So this is what has played out.
Let me also, in fact, take an opening remark from Mr. Himanshu Bhatt as well. Mr. Bhatt, your impression of this massive victory for the NDA, and does this Maharashtra result also show that that the brand of Prime Minister Modi is still the most powerful ammunition that the Bharatiya Janata Party has in its armory?
The brand of Modi brand is still very much the biggest brand. You can't say that. You will have to, you can't just say that. You have to believe it. Another thing is, this massive mandate, which I've been talking about from last 2 days, from the time I came to know that the polling is crossed all marks and reached up to 65%. There was a definite undercurrent, which I've been saying from the morning. To Rishabh also, before a single vote was counted, I said in the morning today that it is going to be an undercurrent and a sweep more than 170, 180 seats. It has crossed even that. The reason for that is, basically what I can see is 2-3 factors. One is the diversion of Uddhav Thackeray from Hindutva to so-called secularism. That has not gone down well with the Shiv Sainik who are there in Shiva Sena only for Hindutva. That's number one. Number two is this presently going, Ladli Behan Yojana. The women voters, when they are looked upon, you will find at least 60 to 70% of the women have outlandishly voted for this Mahayuti. That's number two. And number three is Sharad Pawar's, old age greed of making his daughter the heir apparent. Because if you see today, the areas in which, NCP is strong, original NCP, without this bifurcation of Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar, people still respect Sharad Pawar and even Ajit Pawar. So respect-wise, there's nothing wrong. But what is happening is, people have started understanding at the age of 85, this old man wants his daughter to be the next CM. That has played a big role in that particular area. And that's why you will find when there are 36 seats, where there's a direct contest between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's NCP, it's Ajit Pawar that is winning in maximum places. And Sharad Pawar is left with nothing but 10, 12, 15 seats. The second factor, when I talk of Shiva Sena, it's something like this. When Babri structure was brought down, who were at the forefront? They were maximum Shiva Sainiks. And that is what Shiva Sena identifies itself with. Bala Sahab Thackeray had once famously said in a Dashera meeting that if I have to make an adjustment with Congress, I'll give up my politics. But his son is exactly doing the opposite. The result is all the Shiva Sainiks who are in Shiva Sena, because of that Bala Sahab Thackeray's respect, have deserted him. He has become a Hindu Uddhav Thackeray to Janab Uddhav Thackeray. And that has resulted in him getting 17, 18 seats just.
Good points, sir. Good points.
And this is what has actually, I mean, as far as Mumbai is concerned, 36 seats of Mumbai and nearby Western Maharashtra, about 35 seats more. There are three factors which has made this Mahayuti a favorite one. These factors are, one is Dharavi redevelopment. Now, on one side you have Rahul Gandhi talking ill about this bigger industrialists like Adani and Ambani and other people, whereas here people in Dharavi are saying, whether be it Adani, be it Ambani, be it Tata, be it Kirloskar, anyone it is, we want a pakka ghar. And if this government is going to do it through a private player, we have no problems. But we need an organized living. That Dharavi redevelopment. The second is, it might not look big, but there are 50 lakh vehicles coming in and out of Mumbai, and they pay a daily toll tax of 30 rupees, 35 rupees. This government has announced that they will abolish that. So that has worked wonders for a middle class. The third thing is, if you know, the fact of the matter is, today even in Mumbai, of all the seats, at an average there are 20 to 22% of Gujarati population. And this population was not coming out of their homes in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. As a result, BJP could manage to win only 2 out of 6. Whereas this time around, you will see out of those 36 seats, 26 seats are won by BJP's alliance. So these are the basic factors which you need to keep in mind when you talk of Maharashtra and Maharashtra's politics. Then another thing is, it's something like, there are 3 or 4 basic infrastructural development projects, which are hitting, Mumbaikars. And Mumbaikars want, at the end of the day, nothing but their daily life must go on peacefully, and they must get as much of infrastructure as possible. That is their bone of contention. When Uddhav Thackeray came into power, for 2.5 years, he stalled the metro project. And you know what had happened due to that? For those 2.5 years, Mumbaikars had to suffer from a lot of agony when they are out on the roads. Because half the things were dug up. And this fellow stopped it. And why he stopped it? Because I think, a section of it was being run by Ambanis. Now see, this sort of a thing, when that happens, or when you talk of, expressway, Ahmedabad to Mumbai expressway, 60 to 70% of the work is done on the Gujarat side, whereas on the Maharashtra side, 2.5 years delay is worst during that Uddhav Thackeray's time. Now here, you have at least 1 lakh of vehicles going on that road between Ahmedabad and Mumbai every day.
Okay.
Now just imagine this, basic issues. See, I live in.
But you're absolutely right. But Mr. Chandra, do you think that Uddhav Thackeray, when he assumed the role of the chief minister, there was a large element of high-handedness. There was a large element of hubris also, if I can use that word, which perhaps catapulted Eknath Shinde into the space where he broke away, perhaps one of the very few examples of somebody breaking away from a party and forming the government with the help of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
See, very valid point, Vinitji. This was the start of the finish of Shiv Sena, and what happened was, like I told you earlier, Uddhav Thackeray foolishly, not having too much, experience in politics, was, led on by Sharad Pawar, and this greed of becoming the CM, he became the CM fine. but he was well away from ground reality. And also Shiv Sena.
And I've also heard that in fact people like Eknath Shinde, they were unable to get an appointment with Uddhav Thackeray while he was the chief minister.
You are very right. I was coming to that, you know, you took the words out of my mouth that people, you know, tall leaders, people who had ground support, who were responsible in their region for, you know, Shiv Sena coming again and again and again, used to find it hard to meet Uddhav Thackeray and leave alone Uddhav Thackeray, even Aditya Thackeray. So this is not done. And these were leaders who, you know, came up from scratch, from, you know, very humble beginnings, and they were brought up by Balasaheb Thackeray, whom they revered as God. But you see, like I told you, this was one of the most unholiest alliances. Today, at that time, Shiv Sena was known for its core Hindutva politics, much more than BJP. And it shook hands with Congress just for, you know, opportunistic gain, and, you know, just for becoming CM for a short time, you have finished the whole party. Today, you know, with great difficulty, which was, you know, unimaginable, Aditya Thackeray, you know, he nearly lost the election to Milind Deora. And also, today, where is Shiv Sena? Real Shiv Sena is, you know, with Eknath Shinde, and people of Mumbai, you know, where Shiv Sena is strong, and Konkan, they have realized that, you know, our ideology was, you know, put on the back burner, and it was, you know, thrown out of the window just for, you know, opportunistic politics which Congress is known for, number one. Number two, real NCP is now Ajit Pawar's NCP, because Sharad Pawar, again, you know, Supriya Sule, let me tell you that as far as talent, experience, groundwork, she is nothing compared to Ajit Pawar. And Ajit Pawar has, you know, come up because of his uncle's blessings, but because of his own hard work. There also MLAs were restive, because, you know, in the initial agreement was that NCP and Shiv Sena along with BJP will form the government. But at the last minute, Sharad Pawar pulled out, and not only has he spoiled his own party, he is in his late winter of his life, where he could have, you know, gone out of politics with his head held high, is now, you know, his party is reduced to zero, like it's a rump in the, you know, in the regional politics. And people say about Chanakya, what Chanakya? Today, let me tell you that the real Chanakya of the politics of not only of India, but the subcontinent is our most respected Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. And people have realized that the slogan, Ek hai to safe hai, it means something to them. You see, where will we build our Ram temple? Every time Ram temple issue used to come up before it was built, Congress used to be sarcastic that, oh, you bring it up because you want to win elections. But let me also tell you, people of this countrymen, talking about Maharashtra at a macro level, that Article 370 would never have been abrogated if Mr. Modi was not the PM. Triple Talaq would not have been declared illegal. Rahul Gandhi talks about serving the minorities if Mr. Modi was not the PM. And also Ram Mandir would not have seen the light of the day if Mr. Modi was not the PM.
Okay, all right.
The people of this country have understood this point.
All right. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis is addressing a group of people right now. We're going to cut across.
ज्यावेळी लोकसभेच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये फेक नरेटिव्ह या महाराष्ट्रात प्रभावी ठरला आणि आम्ही आवश्यक त्या जागा निवडून आणू शकलो नाही. आमच्या मनामध्ये दुःख होतं की देश मोदीजींसोबत चाललाय, पण आम्ही चुकलो. महाराष्ट्राला आम्ही देऊ शकलो नाही, फेक नरेटिव्हचं उत्तर आम्ही देऊ शकलो नाही. आणि म्हणून निर्धार केला भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी, पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी, महायुतीच्या घटकांनी की आता थांबायचं नाही, फेक नरेटिव्हला थेट नरेटिव्हनी उत्तर द्यायचं, आणि ते उत्तर आपण देऊन दाखवलं. मी या निमित्ताने आमच्या सगळ्या राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या ज्या संघटना आहेत, राष्ट्रवादाने ओतप्रोत ज्या संघटना आहेत, या संघटनांचे आभार मानतो की हा नरेटिव्ह डिमॉलिश करण्याकरता राष्ट्रीय विचारांनी ते देखील पुढे आले. आणि या ठिकाणी अराजकतावादी जे फोर्सेस भारत जोडोच्या नावाने या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये लोकांना तोडण्याचा प्रयत्न करत होते, महाराष्ट्रात अराजकाचं बीजारोपण करत होते, त्यांच्या विरुद्ध ही लढाई सुरू झाली आणि राष्ट्रवादी फोर्सेस सगळे एकत्रित झाले आणि त्यांना दाखवून दिलं की जेव्हा राष्ट्रवादी एकत्रित येतात अराजकवादी चालू शकत नाही, विजय राष्ट्रवादाचाच होणार हे आजच्या विजयाने दाखवून दिलं. आणि म्हणून त्या सर्व राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या ज्या संघटनांनी, ज्या राष्ट्रवादी विचाराने, ज्या आमच्या परिवारातल्या सगळ्या आमच्या संघटनांनी आम्हाला मदत केली, त्यांचे मी अतिशय मनापासून आज आभार मानतो की तुम्ही हा नरेटिव्ह डिमॉलिश करून टाकला. मी विशेष आभार मानतो आमच्या लाडक्या बहिणींचे, ज्या लाडक्या बहिणींनी या ठिकाणी मोठा आशीर्वाद दिला आणि आपल्या लाडक्या भावांना असं निवडून दिलं की असं वाटलं छप्पर फाड़ के और झाडू लगा के. अशा प्रकारचा विजय बहिणींनी दिला. आणि त्याच वेळी महाराष्ट्रातला शेतकरी, या माझ्या शेतकऱ्याने खऱ्या अर्थानं आम्हाला जो आशीर्वाद दिला, जो पुन्हा फेक नरेटिव्ह त्या ठिकाणी तयार करण्याचा प्रयत्न चालला होता, आमच्या शेतकऱ्यांनी तो फेक नरेटिव्ह धुडकावून लावला आणि या ठिकाणी खऱ्या अर्थानं आम्हाला विजय दिला. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाचं या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये एक संदेश देशाच्या प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी दिला, एक है तो, एक है तो, एक है तो. समाजातल्या सगळ्या लोकांनी हा जो संदेश आहे तो समजून घेतला. जाती जातीमध्ये, समाजामध्ये, विभागामध्ये जर आपण या ठिकाणी वाटले गेलो तर काही लोक आपल्यावर राज्य करतात. त्यामुळे या ठिकाणी आपल्याला एकत्रित व्हावंच लागेल. हा संदेश मोदीजींनी जनाजनापर्यंत पोहोचवला आणि मोदीजींचा संदेश घेऊन सगळ्या समाजाचे लोक एकत्रित आले आणि सगळ्यांनी मिळून निर्णय घेतला, एक है तो सेफ है. आणि हे सगळे ज्यावेळेस मतपेटीकडे गेले त्यांचं त्या ठिकाणी बोट हे महायुतीकडेच गेलं, कारण त्यांना माहिती होतं महायुती है तो सेफ है, एक है तो सेफ है. मोदीजींच्या संदेशाचा कमाल हा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपल्याला पाहायला मिळाला. एवढंच नाही तर या ठिकाणी ज्या प्रकारचं तुष्टीकरण करण्याचा प्रयत्न चालला होता, कधी वोट जिहादचे नारे दिले जायचे, कधी त्या ठिकाणी वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं एका विशिष्ट समाजाला एकत्रित करून त्याच्या माध्यमातून आम्ही निवडणुका जिंकू अशा प्रकारची वल्गना केली जायची. त्याच्या विरोधात मी आभार मानतो. हा महाराष्ट्र संतांचा महाराष्ट्र आहे. या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये एक मोठी परंपरा आहे, वारकरी पंथाची, महानुभाव पंथाची, वेगवेगळ्या पंथांच्या वेगवेगळ्या परंपरा या ठिकाणी आहेत. पण या जेवढ्या परंपरा आहेत, जेवढे पंथ आहेत, या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रितपणे सांगितलं आम्ही मतदाता जागृती करणार आणि गावामध्ये, पाड्यामध्ये, वाड्यामध्ये, वस्तीमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आमचे संत देखील पोहोचले आणि त्यांनी जागृती केली की आपल्याला देव आणि देश आणि धर्माची लढाई आहे. ज्याप्रमाणे छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी आपल्याला सांगितलं होतं स्वराज्य मिळवायचं असेल तर देव, देश आणि धर्माची लढाई आहे. या लढाईमध्ये प्रत्येकाला उतरावं लागेल. तसंच आमच्या सगळ्या संतांनी देखील सांगितलं हे चालणार नाही. या ठिकाणी मुठभर लोकांना एकत्रित करून निकाल बदलता येणार नाही. जो आमची संस्कृती, जो आमचं या ठिकाणी खऱ्या अर्थानं स्वत्व टिकवेल अशांच्या पाठीमागे जावं लागेल. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे, संतांनी आवाज दिला आणि महाराष्ट्राने ओ सांगितलं आणि महाराष्ट्र पाठीमागे आला. आपण म्हणायचो देश चला संतों के साथ, अब होगी ताकत से बात. हे आज महाराष्ट्राने दाखवून दिलं आणि सर्वांना या ठिकाणी आम्ही एकत्रित केलं. विशेषतः ज्या प्रकारे आमच्या अनुसूचित जाती आणि अनुसूचित जमातीच्या समाजाला मोठ्या प्रमाणात संविधानाची भीती
All right, Devendra Fadnavis there, in fact, energizing the crowd with the results. And of course, as much as I can understand in Marathi, he was talking about how terribly the opposition failed in understanding the issues of Maharashtra, which of course the Mahayuti has worked on, focused on, and that is the reason why they've seen this sweeping mandate for their return in Maharashtra. In fact, the Prime Minister has also tweeted, if I can ask my PCR to focus on the tweet that I have right in front of my screen here. In fact, this tweet is obviously related to the Prime Minister congratulating the people of Jharkhand for their support towards us. The Prime Minister went on to say, "We will always be at the forefront of raising people's issues and working for the state. I also congratulate the JMM-led alliance for their performance in the state." All right, well, that's good sportsman spirit, if I can call it that. It's a good way of acknowledging that there are victors and losers, and the JMM, of course, with the India Alliance has done well for themselves in Jharkhand, but Maharashtra was the big pivotal state where obviously a lot of drawing board conversations will be revisited. We'll continue our minute-by-minute coverage on this massive election result right after this very short break.
जिसे बनाने में
उत्तराखंड की प्रगति में अपना योगदान दें और साथ मिलकर एक आत्मनिर्भर और समृद्ध उत्तराखंड बनाएं।
Why did you part ways with fictitious group?
पूरा वो जो जर्नी था 5 साल, मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा। ABCD2 फिल्म भी उस पूरे टीम पर बनी थी, मी माय पार्टनर गोइंग इंटरनेशनली। एक पॉइंट के बाद ऐसा हो गया था कि हमारे क्रिएटिव साइड्स जो इतने क्लैश होने लग गए थे, लाइक जो मुझे पसंद आ रहा है वो उसे नहीं आ रहा, उसे पसंद आ रहा है वो मुझे नहीं आ रहा।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
भारत माता की सुरक्षा में जिन सपूतों ने लहू बहाया है, उनके आश्रितों का दायित्व धामी सरकार ने उठाया है।
मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने लिया है शहीदों के परिजनों को स्वावलंबी एवं आर्थिक तौर पर सबल बनाने का संकल्प, जिसके तहत सैनिक कल्याण की दिशा में कई प्रभावशाली एवं ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिए गए हैं। सबसे पहले तो शहीद के परिवारों को मिलने वाली अनुदान राशि को बढ़ाया गया है, जिसके चलते अब बलिदानियों के आश्रितों को 10 नहीं बल्कि सरकार द्वारा 50 लाख की वित्तीय मदद दी जाएगी। इसके अलावा शहीदों के आश्रितों को सरकारी विभागों में नियुक्ति दी जाएगी। यही नहीं, सरकारी नौकरी के लिए आवेदन करने की समय सीमा को भी 2 साल से बढ़ाकर 5 साल किया गया है।
मैं किरण रतूड़ी, शहीद श्री राकेश चंद्र रतूड़ी जी की पुत्री, मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, क्योंकि उनकी सरकार ने कहीं पर भी हमें अकेला नहीं पड़ने दिया। उनकी सरकार द्वारा हमें पूरा सहयोग दिया गया, वो सम्मान दिया गया।
इतना ही नहीं, उत्तराखंड में देश के पहले सैन्य धाम का निर्माण भी करवाया जा रहा है। साथ ही किया जा रहा है अग्निवीरों के लिए सरकारी सेवाओं में आरक्षण की व्यवस्था का प्रावधान। कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि उत्तराखंड में सैनिक कल्याण को पहली प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है।
मैं स्वाति भट्ट, शहीद भगवती प्रसाद भट्ट की पत्नी, आज उत्तराखंड सरकार का आभार प्रकट करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने कभी भी हमें अकेले नहीं पड़ने दिया। सरकारी नौकरी करने का अवसर देकर उन्होंने हमें सशक्त बनाया, सुविधाएं दी, व्यवस्थाएं सुनिश्चित करी।
आज हम अपने घरों में, अपने प्रदेश में सुरक्षित हैं, सुरक्षित नींद ले रहे हैं, सुरक्षित चैन से जी रहे हैं, तो केवल और केवल उन्हीं के कारण से जिन्होंने हंसते हंसते अपने प्राणों का बलिदान कर दिया।
जिनकी प्रत्येक सांस मां भारती को अर्पित है, उनके उत्थान के लिए उत्तराखंड सरकार समर्पित है। सूचना एवं लोक संपर्क विभाग उत्तराखंड द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
NPS वात्सल्य, ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं, कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ, हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
उत्तराखंड की प्रगति में अपना योगदान दें और साथ मिलकर एक आत्मनिर्भर और समृद्ध उत्तराखंड बनाएं।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. My name is Vinny. The ruling BJP-led Mahayuti alliance is poised to retain power in Maharashtra, with the latest election commission figures showing the alliance leading in 204 of the 288 assembly seats. The opposition Mahavikas Aghadi is trailing, with candidates leading in just 47 seats. Well, the big question on everyone's mind is who is going to be the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Meanwhile, what are the viable options that will be opened up to Devendra Fadnavis after this thumping victory is what we're going to discuss. But before that, before I take questions of my guests, I'm going to go across the big screen and try, in fact, present to you some permutations and combinations that could be, in fact, implemented going forward. In all probability, it will all be the same. But of course, understanding why it will be the same is also important. Who will be the next chief minister? Option one, of course, is the tried and tested, the very reliable and loyal Eknath Shinde. Of course, the argument that stands in his favor is he's got an historic mandate in support of the existing government. No transition required and works on existing schemes can continue. So there will be no hiccups in terms of the progress that has been made in the last few years. Option number two is, of course, the Deputy Chief Minister currently of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, a known statesman, somebody who understands the nooks and the crannies when it comes to Maharashtra. He's got the mandate for the single largest party with the support of 130 MLAs, just shy of about 14 seats, to in fact have that entire mandate for the BJP itself. Option number three, of course, there is Ajit Pawar. Least seats in the three partners. Allies not reliant on him. Of course, Ajit Pawar has done a few salvos in the past as well, including a salvo that he did with his uncle, that perhaps do not hold him in good stead when it comes to being the number one contender for the chief minister's position in Maharashtra. So, well, what next for Devendra Fadnavis? Is he going to come back as the chief minister? Is he also going to be rewarded for the good work that he has done with the RSS when it comes to this historical mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has given them, of course, a very enviable position? Option number two, will he return as the deputy chief minister? That means status quo will prevail, or he in fact will be elevated to the position of the chief minister. Well, option three is he can also return as a union minister and completely be out of the fold, and somebody else takes the position of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So all these are options that can be exercised, and of course he can also be given a senior position in the party high command. He's proved himself. He's once again shown that the Bharatiya Janata Party can continue the good work in Maharashtra and retain power, and that's exactly why Devendra Fadnavis should be rewarded, and why not? All right, we'll talk about this and of course other aspects which need to be discussed when it comes to the Maharashtra elections with our guest. Joining us on the show is Mr. Mukesh Tyagi, BJP spokesperson. Saral Patel, Congress spokesperson, joins us on the broadcast as well. Dr. S.K. Datta, political analyst, with us on the show as well. Priya Sehgal, editorial director of Newsx, with us on the program. Mr. Sandeep Chandra, senior political commentator and analyst, also joins us on the program as well. Saral, I'll begin with you. Well, first up, I'm going to look at the glass being half full here. Congratulations for Jharkhand. But, condolences for what's happened in Maharashtra. What does this mean for the party? It was Haryana a few weeks ago. Now, of course, another dismal performance by your party in Maharashtra as well. In fact, this is being hailed as the worst performance by the Congress party in the state of Maharashtra. A state, which was under your thumb, which was under your belt in the past as well. What is going to be discussed when you're going to go back to the drawing board? Because the biggest takeaway for the Bharatiya Janata Party here would be that the Modi mantra, the brand Modi, factor still prevails, and it perhaps will have ripple effects in the next Lok Sabha elections as well. Your takeaways, Saral?
So broadly, I think first of all, I congratulate my co-panelists from the BJP for their victory in Maharashtra. They have outperformed quite substantially, which no one was hoping for. But at the same time, I would like to point out the misuse and malpractices they undertook. They misused every possible institution that they could. As you said that Prime Minister Modi's mantra has worked, I do not quite think so, because Prime Minister in his own campaign 6 months ago in Lok Sabha, his magic did not work in the Maharashtra Lok Sabha as well. But now it has changed, and it was quite visible that RSS kicked in and jumped in, and Mr. Prime Minister was not campaigning as forcefully as he has done in past in the Maharashtra. So I think keeping Prime Minister away from the campaign quite helped the BJP. The same was done in Haryana also. That is what helped them. So I think they realize that Prime Minister's popularity is deepening. That's why they are keeping him at arm's length, number one. Number two, when we will contemplate and introspect on the results that have come about today, we'll also analyze that what went wrong and the large-heartedness that the Congress party showed.
What do you think? What do you think went wrong, Saral? What do you think wrong? In your
I'm
personal
coming to
capacity.
that. I'm coming to that. That large number of seats that we gave to our allies in Maharashtra by showing large-heartedness, that also doesn't seem to have worked. So obviously, it will be a collective introspection we will undertake with all our allies and alliance partners, and what worked on the ground, whether our promises which worked amongst people during Lok Sabha, maybe they failed to attract them again in the Vidhan Sabha, and so on and so forth. So all these issues will be discussed amongst the allies, and then we'll move forward from there.
Dr. Datta, what's your stance on what's happened today? In a definitive way, the Bharatiya Janata Party has asserted its ideology, its image, its intention, and also reasserted the fact that the opposition perhaps needs to try harder, much harder than just come up with press conferences which have to do something with Adani when it comes to winning the hearts of people, the diverse set of people in our country, including, the people of Maharashtra.
See, first and foremost, I would congratulate the Mahayuti led by Bharatiya Janata Party for this landslide victory. It is a tsunami, actually. And I think this kind of landslide victory, BJP Shiv Sena in the past also could not achieve the way the tide has flown this time. There are many reasons behind it. First and foremost, the Maha right from the day one, it was a very, very abnormal alliance. On one side, we have Uddhav Thackeray, who proclaimed himself to be the mascot of the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, who was, of course, a great, great Hindutva icon. And on the other side, we had Sharad Pawar's party and Congress party, which generally always focused on minority appeasement and minority politics. That's one. And then the 2 years of the government in Maharashtra of the Agadi Sarkar. I mean, the performance was very, very lackluster. Most of the developmental projects were stalled. Most of them were, kept in back burner, and things were not working at the ground level. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, when he was the chief minister, he did not visit the Mantralaya in his 2 years tenure, not more than 2 to 3 times. It's only 3 times that he had visited the CM office. And Matosri had become completely a touch me not for general public. Out here, the present chief minister, Shinde, his doors were open for the general public right from the morning till the evening, and everyone had the right to enter into the CM house and the CM office even without a prior appointment. And the CM Shinde was extremely approachable. Together with that, Devendra Fadnavis, when he was the chief minister, his track record was also super good. So people in Maharashtra, they judged all these factors. Together with that, Lok Sabha election was an aberration. You know, the khatakat scheme of Shriman Rahulji, people got temporarily allured by it, and they fell prey to it, you know. But every time you cannot fool the people around every time with announcements and with promises which you cannot deliver. You had promised so much in Himachal Pradesh, none of the promises you could fulfill, so much so that the High Court has asked the the mortgage and the selling of the Himachal Bhavan in Delhi. So this is the kind of track record of the promises of the Congress government in different corners of the country. In Telangana, they haven't fulfilled single promises which they kept and which they had assured to the people, neither in Karnataka. So like people had the chance and the golden opportunity of equating the guarantee of Prime Minister Modi and the guarantee of Rahul Gandhi, and the guarantee of Rahul Gandhi has completely fallen flat. Second is like whether the popularity of the Prime Minister has gone down or not. I think Congress should be more, it should be more holistic in introspecting as to when will Rahul Gandhi emerge as a pan-Indian leader, instead of poking its nose on whether the graph of the PM has fallen down or it has gone up. The popularity of the Indian Prime Minister is not only at its zenith, at its highest level in the national level, but the popularity was seen also in the G20 summit recently, which was held in Brazil. So Congress need not worry about the popularity of the Honorable Prime Minister. I would say that this is a fantastic mandate with a complete thumbs up given by the electorate of Maharashtra for the double engine Sarkar, for the Mahayuti Sarkar led by Shinde, and also the fantastic work which has been done by the Honorable Prime Minister in the last 10 years. It is also a mandate to that, and it's a reflection of that. Why I say it's a reflection of that, because Haryana was a recent case in which the BJP government came to power for the third time, and it's a 15 years rule now. And Maharashtra, the government has been repeated, and this has happened because people across India are generally highly satisfied with the performance of the NDA government at the center.
All right. Okay. On that note, Mr. Tyagi, but why was there a different trend in Maharashtra when it came to the Lok Sabha elections and the assembly elections, which we see today? Do you think that this obviously was something that the BJP worked upon after the Lok Sabha election results came out, and that's exactly why the Congress lost, because they did not get cues, they did not get hints, they did not put their finger on the pulse of the problem, and their attacks were more or less limited to Adani, Ambani and Prime Minister Modi?
Good evening to you. Actually, if you see, you have to do holistic analysis the way Congress party is decimated. They got 99 in Lok Sabha election. They started thinking they have won the election. And that kind of arrogance and self-confidence was reflective in their general dynamics in the elections across India, whether it was Haryana or it's a Maharashtra or anywhere in the country. So that particular, and secondly, sticking to the tutelage of Rahul Gandhi was, I think, one of the biggest blunders, because he was the one who was giving the direction, which direction the party should settle down. His entire sloganeering boomerang. I mean, he could not build up the edifice which could challenge the supremacy and the political might of Mr. Modi. It was not at all fractionally even close to the power what Mr. Modi was transmitting. They came out with the Rafale, Chaukidar Chor hai, Mr. Modi won election. This is the third time he won the election. I mean, he won 240 seats, it's not, which is equivalent to the entire opposition, more than entire opposition. This time again in Maharashtra, the Mahayuti has won more than 2/3. So, I mean, obviously, BJP realized after the Haryana parliamentary debacle, also parliamentary debacle in Maharashtra, that we need to put our organization and empower the organization. So now you will see as a result that more ladies have voted in this election. There is the overwhelming participation by the Maharashtrian people. So what happened was there was a dip of almost 1.6% in the last election, in parliamentary election, that resulted into some loss of BJP seats. If you see that, Vinny, 37 assembly seats, the difference was only 10,000 votes. In 18, there was a less than 5,000 seats. 19 assembly seats, there was a difference of 1,000 to 500. There was a one particular community which concentrated completely and changed the landscape of parliamentary election, which was a Muslim voted in one assembly segment, and it created the skewed outcome. So actually in Lok Sabha also, it was a lesser voter turnout. Secondly, it was not a big margin, and obviously, I think our workers were taking it for granted, and that complacency factor, but our undercurrents were very strong. You see, one message has gone very clear, that if you want to bring Jati card, which Rahul Gandhi was trying to build up, that he is the leader of all the Jatis, and that was his plan. Constitution, there was nothing. On the contrary, he was abusing Constitution of India in the overseas territory. So he did not have any concrete issue. He got partial reward in parliamentary election, that he has become perhaps the leaders of all the caste and communities. Coming to the point, he could not encash it. But Mr. Modi's "Ek hai to safe hai," Mr. Yogi Adityanath, "Batenge to katenge." Look at the philosophy. Actually, a lot of people have misinterpreted. Like Sajjan Nomani, who is trying to polarize, that he said Muslims ये करो वो करो, मतलब मुस्लिम्स की यूनिटी पे काम कर रहे थे, किस प्रकार की misogynistic comments he gave. So there was number of narratives which were coming in. But I think Mr. Modi, सबका साथ है, सबका विकास है और सबका प्रयास है. I think he was trying to say all the nationalist Muslims, they should also unite with the country. They should not have it separate. He was not communal at all. On the contrary, he was trying to build national narrative across the cross section of all the caste, including Muslims, Christians, Sikh, and everybody. So Mr. Modi's view that you're living in India, You need to get united. Don't fall into this petty and narrow politics of all these clergies and all these AMIM. They are the one who are commercializing on your division with Hindus. So his narrative was, if you see the philosophical analysis, it was not communal at all. It was on the contrary, consolidation of all the nationalistic forces. Also, people who were trying to play the sectarian politics on the caste, he was also trying to say this sectarian politics will not feed your stomach. You need to rise above that. And I think that has been established. That narrative has gone very well with the people, which he started even in Uttar Pradesh also. So he decimated this caste equation, which was Akhilesh Yadav was thriving upon caste narrative. Rahul Gandhi was saying, Rahul Gandhi, people have understood that Rahul Gandhi tells lie through his teeth.
All right, let me, yeah, okay.
I'll finish. He did not implement his father did not implement the Mandal Commission report. So Karnataka, they could not implement any Jati Janganna. They were on the contrary working on the appeasement politics. He mazhab ke base pe reservation kar diya. Muslim ko reservation kar do. Did he ever speak there should be Jati Janganna on the Muslim side? He never. So I think he's taking people for granted. And I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi's leadership and his tutelage, I think is completely decimated, including Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut. Now his spelling should be Sanjay Raut. He has been routed, and I think Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar have done extraordinary job.
All right.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
Let me rope in Priya Sehgal into this conversation as well. Priya, your impressions of what has happened today. Let me also give you a trivia that 70% of Indians today are represented by states which are governed by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And that's very impressive. There was a time in the middle a couple of years ago when that in fact rate was down for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Congress did have a few states under their kitty, but that seems to be slipping away now. It was Haryana and now it's Maharashtra. There were good chances that the Congress Party could have done more to come back to power in Maharashtra. This is by far, Priya, the worst defeat that they have tasted in the state of Maharashtra. What would you attribute, this lackadaisical performance to?
Well, there's one overarching message which is coming out, Vineet, especially from Maharashtra, is this battle of disruptors versus inheritors. If you take Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray or Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar, in both these cases, the disruptors have won. They've taken over the chain of command, the inheritors, the studied chain of command where leadership is handed over on a platter. But they've shown gumption, they've stolen the party away in both the cases. And, they're not the dynastic heir apparents, even Ajit Pawar to that extent. It was not really, the chosen one. They have shown that it's actually what works on the ground level leadership, and the voters have rewarded this kind of leadership. They don't want the same old business. They want new, disruptors, people who work against the matrix, come up with new ideas. Those are the people who are getting rewarded on the ground. The second messaging is, of course, of the welfare schemes. We saw Ladli Behna version of it in Madhya Pradesh. We've seen the version of it over here also. So there is a strong sentiment for welfare schemes, which, works at odds with the message of reforms. But, that is what is working on the ground also. How the BJP is going to deliver on the screen with the kind of debt Maharashtra is under is again something they'll have to figure out. But they have the central government supporting them. That double engine Sarkar is going to be working and trying to figure it out, I guess. So that is the second message that has come out. The third message really is, in terms of who gets the credit for this, and that's where governance and Eknath Shinde pro-incumbent governments are being voted. It's a pro-incumbency, whether it is in Jharkhand or whether it is over here in Maharashtra also. So they're voting for people who are delivering. Eknath Shinde of late has really built up on his image as someone who delivers. We were talking in the last 2 years, he's been telling us how FDI has come back to Maharashtra, what his plans are, all the projects, whether it is the Worli Sea Link or the Atal Setu or the metro, all that had been stalled by the previous government. Uddhav Thackeray, has delivered on that. And he has built up this narrative of governance, which now the BJP is going to find very hard to counter, because it was his face on the posters, Vineet. I was there in Maharashtra. It was his face along with Devendra Fadnavis in the BJP sections, but very much so as the sitting chief minister, he was the face of the alliance. Now to deny him a chief minister's chair again is going to be a huge balancing act for the BJP. In fact, for the BJP, the real battle is now really, how do they balance everybody? How do they deny Devendra Fadnavis Fadnavis his chance at the seat yet again. How do they leave Eknath Shinde out? Because Devendra Fadnavis can be accommodated elsewhere in Delhi, but Eknath Shinde cannot. So they'll have to figure out how to play that card. Ajit Pawar again, someone who had been written off, has made an astounding comeback. Again, he's not a legacy inheritor. He's someone who's found his own way back. So in that terms, it shows that Congress, of course, has been caught napping. Rahul Gandhi did not campaign very much. It was a deliberate move, we are told, because in Haryana they were saying the loss was because of Rahul Gandhi. He doesn't deliver on the state, so he stayed away, except for that one editorial. Yet that didn't click. So Congress really needs to figure out what it is doing wrong. When it has a strong local leader in terms of Bhupendra Hooda, it fails. When it doesn't have a strong local leader over here, it fails. So, we were talking to KP Singh earlier in the day on Newsx, and he said, well, the score is equal. It's 2-2. India bloc has won Jharkhand and J&K, and these guys have won Maharashtra and Haryana. But it is not equal. They're different states. And again, in all these wins, the Congress has played a supporting role. It's the allies who have won those states, if at all. So that is the other message the Congress has to take. It has this bargaining position within the allies just got all that much weaker. It was already pretty weak post Haryana. Has it got even more weaker? And of course, Yogi Adityanath, let's not forget the bipoles of Uttar Pradesh. Before that, we were told after Lok Sabha, Yogi Adityanath may be shunted out. He didn't deliver on the Lok Sabha. Maybe there'll be a change of guard before 2027. Now, that is clearly not going to happen. He has made it clear. He was not happy in the Lok Sabha, the way ticket allocation was done. He was kept out of it. This time, these bipoles were all his doing, and he has delivered. So can you afford to ignore Yogi Adityanath? That is another message that is going to come. And last but not least is the hidden player Bhupendra Yadav. He was the election in charge in Maharashtra. It's he who has actually, worked hard on this strategy. He didn't even go for that climate UN meeting in Baku. He stayed back, and he was in COP26. He stayed back in Maharashtra. He's been working on ground. He is Amit Shah's trusted aide. Now, this is the time when the BJP is looking for a new party chief. Will Bhupendra Yadav be accommodated over there? So a lot of hidden takeaways, apart from, of course, the obvious messaging of the win, that for the BJP is going to be a good walk back into parliament. They were going to be a little bit on the defensive after the Adani revelations, but I think now they've got their mojo back. They're going to be going all guns blazing, and the Congress is going to have a hard time, and the opposition is going to have a hard time trying to corner the government. Vineet.
Thanks, Priya. Thank you for that. And of course, we'll continue to talk about this, but right now, we in fact are learning that Ms. Hemant Soren is addressing the media. We're going to cut across.
आज झारखंड विधानसभा का चुनाव परिणाम घोषित होने का दिन है। सुबह से ही लेकर अभी तक कई लाख मतों का गिनती हो चुका है और कई सारे प्रत्याशियों का भी जो परिणाम है उनको बता दिया गया है और आप सबको मालूम है कि इस राज्य में इंडिया गठबंधन और एनडीए के बीच में ये चुनावी प्रतिस्पर्धा चली और इंडिया गठबंधन का बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन होता दिख रहा है और राज्य की मतदाता को इस राज्य के आधी आबादी को नौजवानों को महिलाओं को पुरुषों को किसानों को मजदूरों को सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों ने जो मतों का उपयोग किया है, इसके लिए मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और लोकतंत्र का इस महापर्व को बहुत ही उत्साहपूर्वक लोगों ने मनाया। विशेषकर हमारी राज्य की आधी आबादी महिला समूह, जिन्होंने बढ़ चढ़ करके हिस्सा लिया, लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में एक अहम भूमिका निभाई। नौजवानों ने, जिन्होंने पहली बार अपना मत डाला होगा, उन लोगों ने भी इस लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में अपनी भूमिका निभाई। और इस प्रतिस्पर्धा में जितने भी लोग चुनावी मैदान में थे, उन सभी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं, जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र की ताकत को जन जन तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया। और पूरा परिणाम आने का हमें इंतजार है। और वो परिणाम घोषित होने के बाद हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो हमें जानकारी मिली है आपके तरफ से भी और कई आधिकारिक सूचनाओं के माध्यम से भी, जो इंडिया गठबंधन का प्रदर्शन रहा है वो बहुत बेहतर रहा है। लगभग 56 प्रत्याशी हम लोगों के जीते हैं और 24 एनडीए गठबंधन के लोगों ने जीत हासिल की है, जो लगभग 2/3 के बराबर हम लोगों के हिस्से में आता है। कुछ जगहों पर शायद रिकाउंटिंग की खबर आ रही है और कुछ जगहों पर बहुत मार्जिनल वोट में निर्णय होने के आसार दिख रहे हैं। उन सभी सीटों पर भी हम लोगों की नजर है और अबुआ सरकार का एक इतिहास झारखंड में गढ़ने जा रहा है। आप लोगों ने पहली बार, मुझे लगता है, ऐसा चुनाव देखा होगा और ऐसे लोकतंत्र की परीक्षा को हम लोगों ने सफलतापूर्वक पास किया। और आप सबको भी मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार, शुक्रिया कि आप सब लोगों ने राज्य की गतिविधियों को देश की जनता और राज्य की जनता तक पहुंचाने का काम किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और कुछ बातें कांग्रेस प्रभारी जी साहब की तरफ से भी हम, और जो अभी अभी मुझे जानकारी मिली है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बधाई के संदेश हमें भेजे हैं, मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं।
चलिए, आप सबका शुक्रिया। मेरे ख्याल से ऑल ऑफ ए सडन आपको बुलाया गया, फिर भी आप पूरी तादाद में यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। अभी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री और होने वाले मुख्यमंत्री ने आपके सामने सेंट्रल आइडिया रखा। ये चुनाव झारखंड का।
All right, Mr. Hemant Soren, in fact, talking about what factors led to his victory in Jharkhand and what kind of problems he himself faced, and of course, blaming the central government and the opposition for all his woes. While all eyes have been on the eccentric Maharashtra elections, the Election Commission is simultaneously announcing the results for bi-poll elections in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, and West Bengal, where 9, 4, and 6 assembly seats were up for grabs. Whether it's the Trinamool Congress in West Bengal, the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh, or the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, all their supremos have something to celebrate today. In the next few minutes, I'm going to take to you, or rather break down the number game, compare the assembly election results from 2022 to the results of the bi-poll elections to facilitate this understanding as well. I'm going to go to the big screen and talk about what exactly has gone by in these bi-polls and why they are important in the context of the larger scheme of things. And of course, Yogi Adityanath, in fact, in that press conference that he just had a few minutes ago, spoke about the by-elections and how, in fact, Yogi Adityanath himself needed to perform well in the by-polls after the Lok Sabha blow. Of course, it was dismal for Uttar Pradesh, and Yogi Adityanath, somebody who's in fact been very vocal about not being able to perform as well, went on to say that a side battle for UP has taken place in 9 by-polls, and this is an important indicator of where he stands as the Chief Minister and where the BJP also stands. And of course, big question is, will the BJP go for early polls in UP after Haryana, Maharashtra and by-polls? That is going to be the big question. This is of course something which is slated for much later, but let's look at what happened in the 2024 Uttar Pradesh by-poll elections as well. The total seats that were up for grabs were 9 at that point in time. In 2024, as you can see, 6 have gone in BJP's favor. They've added 3 more to their tally. The Samajwadi Party has lost 2, put in 2, and of course Yogi Adityanath alluded to this as well. He said in one of the constituencies somebody also lost their deposit. And from Uttar Pradesh by-poll in 2022, it was Lalji Verma. He got 93,524 votes. In 2024, Dharmendra Nishad got 59,206 votes. In 2022, Akhilesh Yadav got about 1.5 lakh votes, and Tej Pratap Singh was somewhere hovering above a tally of 1 lakh votes. Chandan Chauhal got 1,07,421 votes, and Mithilesh Pal secured about 65,776 votes from Mirpur. From Ghaziabad, the same constituency that Yogi Adityanath spoke about today as well, Atul Garg got 1,50,000 votes for the BJP in 2022, and Sanjeev Sharma got a little lesser, say about 90,000 for the same constituency. Why Arvind Kejriwal won big today is also another reason that needs to be understood and needs to be in fact deciphered. They have won in 2 seats and are leading in 1 seat in a 4-seat by-poll election is what the latest news is at this point in time. And this is of course Punjab by-poll. In 2022, the Aam Aadmi Party got 1. In 2024, it has changed. In fact, they have gotten 2 more in Punjab, which is of course hearty for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress Party also, in fact, with 1 more vote there in Punjab in the by-polls. In 2024, as we can see, it's Gurdeep Singh Randhawa who got about 59,000 votes. And in Dera Baba Nanak, an important constituency, the BJP has lost by a big margin in 2024 by-poll Punjab poll. The Gidharba constituency is also extremely important. Ranjit Kumar lost, only got about 23,000 votes for the Congress party, and Dr. Ishan Kumar got 51,000 votes for the Aam Aadmi Party. So these are the gains that we are talking about when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party. Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dhillon with 71,000 votes, and the Congress Party a loser again with Amrita Waring at about 50,000 votes. And big day for Mamata Banerjee as well. The TMC has won in 5 seats and is leading in 1 seat in a 6-seat by-poll election. Is what we are going to discuss in the next few minutes. And in 2021, the BJP got 1 by-poll in its favor, the TMC got 5, and in 2024, of course, the BJP has lost 1, and that perhaps has gone to the TMC in 2024. So a victory again for Mamata Banerjee, and of course a setback for the BJP, who've been trying to woo the Bengal vote for a very long time. Sangeeta Roy has won this with a margin of 1,30,000, and in fact Deepak Kumar Ray from the BJP has lost this with only 35,384 votes. So of course a gain for the TMC. Jayaprakash Topo with 79,000 votes, and Rahul Lohar of the Bharatiya Janata Party losing this from the Madarihat constituency with 51,000 votes. Sanat De of the TMC getting about 78,000 votes in comparison to Rupak Mitra with around 30,000 votes in Nehati, where of course the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost in the by-polls. Another important constituency, of course, is Mednipur, in the news in the last few years, months, for all the wrong reasons. Sujoy Hazra with 11,000 votes is of course the victor there, and Falguni Singh Babu with 98,000 votes, and BJP losing by 64,000 votes, and Ananya Roy Chakrabarti was the contender from Taldangra. And in fact, I'm going to go across to my guest at this point in time. Mr. Chandra, how do you look at these by-polls? And of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party, like I just said, the last slide that we discussed, has been trying to, from toe to tie, trying to make or break through in West Bengal, but the TMC just keeps coming back. And even in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party doing well there. These by-polls obviously in favor of these opposition contenders at this point in time, but in UP, Bharatiya Janata Party displaying a lot of gusto and of course a lot of promise, and once again it can be attributed to brand Modi.
See, Viniji, you made a very valid point. See, historically what has happened is this, that in by-polls normally the ruling party of the day, it manages to get the seats, number one. Number two, what is very, very important for BJP is, virtually sweeping the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh, because it had not done very well in the Lok Sabha polls. This has also stamped the authority of Yogi Adityanath as a vote getter, and his slogan went down very well. It made the right logic, right reason, and at the right time, batenge to katenge, which is very true. And also what has happened in Punjab, you see, because BJP has not been on a very good wicket, Congress, sitting Congress MLA accused the Congress of not bringing the culprits of the Sikh genocide in Delhi to book. That also, has played out. And like I told you, that there is a little pro Aam Aadmi Party support out there, but the same thing will have no bearings in Delhi. In Delhi, you will find that Aam Aadmi Party is going to be routed. And also, let me tell you that this Congress thing that Mr. Modi didn't campaign too much in Maharashtra or in Jharkhand. Let me tell you, each vote today for BJP is also a vote for Mr. Modi's leadership as a Prime Minister. And let me tell you that Congress has lost the plot. This, panning to the sentiments of, doing, pro-minority politics at the cost of the majority community has not gone down well. And in Maharashtra, it is also a vote for continuing Eknath Shinde as a CM, because he, all the schemes which he brought in will continue in a seamless manner. And also, within the alliance, his party has got the second highest number of MLAs, and I think BJP will do well in continuing him. So what has happened is in West Bengal today, let me tell you that Mamata Banerjee is depending only on the Muslim vote to gain seats. If Muslims don't vote for her, she'll be out of the office in a minute. So fact of the matter is this, that in all these states, some local issues have played out, and in Punjab, you will find BJP will do course correction like it did in Haryana. In Jharkhand, the Honorable Prime Minister has been magnanimous. He has congratulated, Mr. Hemant Soren and has thanked people for their support. In the takeaway from this is basically UP, which was very important for Mr. Yogi Adityanath's political future, and because candidates in Lok Sabha polls were not to his liking, and he had personally selected candidates and it had assured the BJP at the center that he will deliver, and he has delivered.
All right, Sumit Peer, senior political commentator, also joins us. Sumit, your overall impression of what's transpired today. Of course, we were talking about the by-polls, which have, of course, been, in diverse favors of regional parties as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh. But obviously, Maharashtra, a reassertion of what the Bharatiya Janata Party did right. The RSS was on the ground. What I'm told is that they had about 70,000 meetings between, or after the Lok Sabha election, still the run-up to these polls. They did not want to leave anything to chance, and all the groundwork could be talked about, could be seen in the local vernaculars as well. But what about the opposition? Do you think that the response from them after their improved tally in the Lok Sabha election was met with a lackluster attitude towards taking on the Bharatiya Janata Party? It's not going to happen on its own. It's not going to happen organically or naturally. You'll have to break some eggs.
Vinny, thank you for having me on your show. If you look at the opposition, the problem with the opposition is when something happens by fluke, they consider it as a grand strategy, grand plan, and it all worked in their favor. The problem is when you look yourself into the mirror and start lying to yourself. That is the syndrome opposition is failing, kind of facing with today. Look, Uddhav Bhau fighting for his existence, Sharad Pawarji fighting for his existence, and Rahul Gandhi winning or losing doesn't matter. Fark hi nahi padta. Anything can happen. It's okay with him. So when you have these three people, look, we know what happened in Lok Sabha. If I can be candid here, Muslims did not vote for BJP. That was expected. It did not happen. BJP did the course correction. 5-6 mahine ho gaye, they did the course correction. There are party who acts like this. They did the course correction. Then batte hoge to kate hoge. Saath rahoge to sahi rahoge. This is a very, very clear clarion call, and the message was amply clear. People resonated on the ground, and when it is about Devendra Fadnavis, brilliant leader. Shinde could do what I thought was impossible. After yesterday we were contemplating, can Shinde really become the Uttaradhikari of Balasaheb Thackeray, or it would be Uddhav Bhau? But today it is established Shinde is the real Uttaradhikari of Balasaheb Thackeray, not Uddhav. So that is clear. Now, if you do what NCP versus NCP, now unfortunately Mr. Sharad Pawar is 83. Next election he'll be 88. And with his health problems, he should have called it a day and let Ajit Pawar on the show. He was again adamant to build some kind of a fortune for Supriya Sule. With all these three people who are trying to either survive or trying to build something for their next generation, and here you have a government which is run by Devendra Fadnavis, Shinde and Sharad and Mr. Pawar Jr. They promised something on the ground, they delivered something on the ground, and I believe consolidation of Hindu vote is hampered. Last time, unfortunately, that 6.5% Hindu vote which went haywire, and that is where we had losses. Now that consolidation happened, that Yogi ji's campaign was brilliant. Prime Minister Modi did 8 or 9 rallies. And then, Prime Minister Modi was very clear. Saath rahoge to sahi rahoge. Bhai, kya matlab hai iska? Batoge to katoge ka stadium hi hai ye. It was a very clear message. People got it. And I'm still telling you, if anything comes from Yogi ji, Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, and all the top leaders of Bhajpa, it is caught like this. This time RSS was very active. RSS put all the heart and soul into it. Look, Haryana mein Vineet ji, RSS touched every household twice. Here again RSS did, it's a strong background of RSS. Now the challenge of the people they were all living in the la-la land. They thought whatever happened last time by fluke will happen this time again. There's some brilliant strategy will work. Rahul Gandhi, some jadoo will work. And Rahul Gandhi ji, you tried to divide Hindu society on caste. You try to do caste census, you try to जाट कितने तरह के, ब्राह्मण 25 तरह के, और what you call बनिया 17 तरह के. You tried your level best to do that, but unfortunately the Hindu Samaj has given you back in the language which you understand. Now don't try to divide Hindus in the name of caste census and all. It does not happen. It doesn't work. And that mohabbat ki dukaan and whatever, that even that has dwindled like the monsoon rains. There's no longer mohabbat ki dukaan. The reality is that Indian has to wake up, smell coffee. We need development, but we need also dharma with it. We cannot compromise dharma for development. This is not going to happen. If development is required, we need dharma is equally important. And we know what is happening in Bangladesh. We know what is happening in Pakistan. We are looking at Israel. We are looking at various countries in the world. We don't want to be another one in making. So the message is very clear and loud. And Maharashtra mattered the most. Look at UP. I mean, 7 out of 9 and 1 seat in which there is only, I can't remember the name, there's only one Hindu candidate. All other candidates are Muslim. 10-15 Musliman hai. And still the BJP's candidate wins by 1 lakh votes. Now, if you don't call it magic of Yogi Adityanath, what else will you call it? So, I mean, let's call spade a spade. This is what the elections tell. Hindu consolidation happened in Haryana, it paved the way. Wherever Hindu consolidation will happen, nobody can stop BJP. But if the Hindu consolidation doesn't happen, then there is a problem, because then the caste erupts, then the vested interest erupt, then those divisions allow, then that palace intrigue erupts.
Okay. I want Priya Sehgal to come in on this. Priya, do you think that this Hindu consolidation did happen, and it happened as a result, as a repercussion of the smart and the timing sloganeering on behalf of the BJP?
Well, the sloganeering was meant for consolidation, and I'm not sure how the voters have voted in terms of whether the consolidation happened or not. But the Congress and the other alliance partners did not fall into the BJP's trap. Like, nobody talked Ayodhya. It was only the BJP talking ek hai to safe hai, katenge to batenge. The other side did not get into the politics of religion. They wanted to make this caste issue. Consolidation may have happened because of that. Like, don't get divided on caste lines, don't get divided on Maratha vote bank lines. Perhaps, I mean, I'm not sure what happened, but at the end of the day, it is, I would say, local issues and local leadership and who can deliver it best that really happened. In terms of governance, Eknath Shinde did prove his mettle, and he spoke about the various schemes they had implemented. The Ladli Behna worked as it did in Madhya Pradesh. It worked over here also. There was a smart in terms of ticket distribution, in terms of coordinating with the allies. Bhupendra Yadav's role should, again, I'm reiterating that. So a lot happened on ground in terms of smart election management. Sloganeering, yes, Prime Minister did 9 rallies and gave the narrative setting slogan. How much it impacted on the ground, I don't know, because even Ajit Pawar was pretty uncomfortable with the katenge to batenge slogan, if you recall, and he has done pretty well. He's distanced himself totally from that slogan. So I'm not quite sure what really worked. I think I would rather like to see it as a governance model, leadership model, administrative, which party can deliver more. Those are the issues, local issues, rather than this, the I would say divisive narrative setting that happens during election time. I would disagree with Sumit, that didn't happen from either side, Congress or the BJP. In that sense, it was a very healthy, hygienic election, in the terms of the issues on ground that worked.
All right. Great points, Priya. My colleague have also, in fact, interacted with Union Minister Piyush Goyal after the results came out. Listen it.
मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा अगर मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे की बात की जाए तो कौन हो सकता है सर? सीएम चेहरा कौन हो सकता है? तो ये हमारे साथ पीयूष गोयल थे, जिन्होंने बताया कि क्या कुछ कारण रहे इस बड़ी विजय के। कैमरा पर्सन हिमांशु के साथ मैं मेहदी गिरगिल।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
सर्वांनाच पडलेला प्रश्न आहे, तरी देखील जे जिंकले त्यांचं मी अभिनंदन करतो आणि ज्यांनी प्रामाणिकपणाने महाविकास आघाडीच्या उमेदवारांना मतं दिली त्यांना मी मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो। तसं पाहिलं तर एक जणू काही लाटेपेक्षा सुनामीच आली असं वातावरण या निकालाने दिसतंय। पण हा निकाल सर्वसामान्य जनतेला पटलाय की नाही हा सुद्धा एक महत्त्वाचा प्रश्न आहे। एकूण आकडे जे काही दिसत आहेत ते आकडे बघितल्यानंतर या सरकारला अधिवेशनामध्ये एखादं बिल मंजुरीसाठी मांडण्याची गरजच नाही असे आकडे आहेत। थोडक्यात विरोधी पक्षात जणू काही शिल्लक ठेवायचं नाही आणि 1-1.5 वर्षापूर्वी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे तुर्तास असलेले अध्यक्ष JP नड्डा जे बोलले होते की एकच पक्ष राहील म्हणजे यांना वन पार्टी, वन नेशन, वन इलेक्शन आणि वन पार्टी या दिशेने आपली आगेकूच चालली की काय असं भीतीदायक चित्र आहे। एकूणच हा निकाल जर का बारकाईने पाहिला तर आम्ही ज्या काही प्रचार सभा घेतल्या संपूर्ण राज्यभर आम्ही सगळेच फिरलो। सुषमाताई आहेत, अनिल आहेत, आदित्य आहेत, संजय आहे, मी स्वतः आहेत। हा निकाल म्हणजे लोकांनी महायुतीला मतं का दिली? सोयाबीनला भाव मिळत नाही म्हणून दिली का? कापसाची खरेदी होत नाही म्हणून दिली का? महाराष्ट्रातले उद्योग गुजरातला नेले जात आहेत म्हणून दिली का? महिलांची सुरक्षितता वाऱ्यावरती सोडली गेले म्हणून दिली का? म्हणजे नेमकं कळत नाही की कोणत्या प्रेमापोटी तर हा शब्द चुकीचा आहे, रागापोटी अशी ही लाट जणू काय उसळले हे कळत नाही आहे। हा निकाल अनाकलनीय आहे आणि याच्या मागचं गुपित हे काही दिवसामध्ये तर शोधावं लागेल। तूर्त मी महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला सांगतोय की आपण निराश होऊ नका, खचून जाऊ नका। काही जण म्हणतात की हा EVMचा विजय आहे, असूही शकतो, पण महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला हा निकाल मान्य असेल तर मग कोणीच काही बोलण्याची गरज नाही आहे। पण जर मान्य नसेल तर त्यांना सांगतो की आम्ही प्राणपणाने महाराष्ट्रासाठी लढत राहू, महाराष्ट्राच्या हितासाठी आम्ही लढत राहू। कोणी काही म्हटलं तरी महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला मी वचन देतो की आम्ही तुमच्यासोबत आहोत।
हा जो विजय आहे महायुतीचा लाडकी बहीणचा इम्पॅक्ट असल्याचं म्हटलं जाते।
लाडकी बहीणचा इम्पॅक्ट जर का असेल तर मग बाकीच्या ज्या काही गोष्टी या उघड दिसत होता, आपण सुद्धा रिपोर्टिंग केलेलं आहे। मी तेच म्हटलं ना की सोयाबीनला भाव नाही आहे, कापूस खरेदी होत नाही, शेतकऱ्याच्या डोक्यावरती कर्ज चढलेलं आहे, बेरोजगारी वाढते आहे, महिला असुरक्षित आहेत, ह्या अशा अनेक गोष्टी आहेत, बेकारी वाढते आहे। तर लाडकी बहीणपेक्षा ज्या महिला आमच्या सभेला प्रचंड संख्येने येत होत्या त्यांच्यासमोर प्रश्न होता की घर कसं चालवायचं, कारण महागाई वाढते म्हणजे वाढती महागाईची शाबासकी म्हणून या सरकारला मत दिलं का? आणि आता मला एक असं वाटतं प्रामाणिकपणे, हा टोमणा नाही, की यावेळेला तरी अस्सल भाजपचा कोणतरी मुख्यमंत्री होईल अशी अपेक्षा आहे किंवा आशा आहे।
महाविकास आघाडीचं पुतळ चुकलेलं आहे असं वाटतं का?
महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाडीचं आम्ही फार प्रामाणिकपणाने वागलो हे चुकलं की काय असं आम्हाला वाटतंय।
अमरावती असेल, रामटेक असेल, सोलापूर असेल, या जागेवरती महाविकास आघाडीचा
288 पैकी या मोजलेल्या जागा किती आहेत? 288 पैकी
काँग्रेसने सरळ सांगितलं होतं की आम्ही अपक्ष उमेदवाराला
बरोबर आहे, पण 288 पैकी या जागा किती आहेत आणि अशाच काही जागा या त्यांच्याकडे पण आहेत। पण म्हणून मी म्हटलं ना की अशी लाट उसळले असं काय नेमकं यांनी काम केलंय ते तिथे दाखवा ना. पण आणखीन एक गोष्ट अशी आहे की ठीक आहे, आता ते जिंकलेले तर आहेत, त्याच्यामुळे त्याच्यात मला त्यांचं अभिनंदन करण्यामध्ये मला कुठे कद्रूपणा दाखवायचं नाहीये. मी त्यांचं अभिनंदन करतो. आणि आता निवडणूक आयोगाने स्थगिती दिलेली लाडकी बहीण ही योजना पूर्ववत चालू करून त्याच्यात 2100 रुपये दर महिना ते द्यायला लागतील. शेतकऱ्यांचं कर्जमुक्त ते लवकर करतील. आणि जी जी काही त्यांनी आश्वासनं दिलेत ती नंतर कोणी बोलू नये की असा जुमला तर निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला करावा लागतो. या सगळ्या आश्वासनांची पूर्तता त्यांनी लवकरात लवकर करावी अशी माझी मागणी आहे.
ग्राउंडवर फिरताना महाविकास आघाडीसाठी पोषक वातावरण दिसत होतं आणि इतका बदल अचानक लोकसभा निवडणूक झाल्यानंतर अवघ्या काही महिन्यात
हाच एक अनाकलनीय बदल. आणि मला असं वाटतं की करोनाच्या काळामध्ये कुटुंब प्रमुखापर्यंत प्रमाणे माझं ऐकणारा महाराष्ट्र हा माझ्याशी असा वागेल याच्यावरती माझा विश्वास नाही आहे. कारण मी जे जे सांगत आलो त्याच तळमळीने याही वेळेला मी महाराष्ट्राला मनापासून तळमळीने सांगितलं होतं. आणि असा
All right, that was Uddhav Thackeray speaking there of the Shiv Sena. Remember, of course, he would be very disappointed with the performance of his party today and their alliance. Okay, let's now tell you a bit more about, of course, how the BJP won this election. The BJP combine in Maharashtra, how the Mahayuti alliance has swept Maharashtra. What is the inside story? What are the factors that have worked for them and obviously not worked for the opposition? So the inside story, of course, clearly is that the RSS BJP coordination has worked on ground. The RSS BJP coordination this time has been perfect on ground. The RSS, of course, has worked a lot in terms of booth management, election management for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahayuti candidates. Also, the Ladki Bahin Yojana proved to be a huge success with women of the state. Women in Maharashtra have overwhelmingly voted for the Mahayuti alliance, and the credit of that is going to this particular scheme started by Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister of the state. The slogan "Ek rahenge to safe rahenge" also ensured unity. Obviously, that has led to Hindu vote consolidation as well, despite caste lines. Remember earlier in the Lok Sabha elections, we had seen a caste-wise breakup of the Hindu vote in Maharashtra and of course in other states of the country. Obviously in Maharashtra, in the Vidhan Sabha election this time around, that has not happened. No counter strategy could be given by the opposition. The opposition could not provide any counter narrative, any counter strategy to take on what the Mahayuti was saying, or of course the work that they were claiming that their government had done on ground in the state. Let's now tell you about what the inside story is in the Congress camp. What has led to this decimation of the Congress and the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi in the state of Maharashtra. So the Congress took up the campaigning very, very late in Maharashtra. It was a late start by the Mahavikas Aghadi. They were not able to start their campaign early. Their star faces were missing early in the campaign, and obviously that has cost them on ground. The caste census failed to resonate with voters in Maharashtra. Remember the big caste pitch being made by Rahul Gandhi, the pitch, of course, by opposition leaders for a caste-based survey, a caste-based census, that has not resonated with the voters on ground, with no real votes coming in on that issue for the Congress party. Also, increased dependency on top Congress leadership instead of local leadership focusing on ground. That is something also that has not worked for the Congress party. Obviously, their local leadership also has collapsed in the state, which is also something that didn't really help their cause. Alliance with Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction and NCP Sharad Pawar faction did not resonate with their voters. The alliance as such has not yielded votes. There was no cohesiveness. There was no vote transfer clearly happening. I don't think the seat sharing was done smartly as well either. Ticket distribution obviously will also be something that will be questioned by a lot of people. Meanwhile, the people blaming Prithviraj Chavan as well for not getting to people and remaining absent from the ground in the last 5 years. Remember, he himself has been trailing today and Prithviraj Chavan also being blamed by many for the Congress's disconnect with people on ground in the last 5 years. Also the criticism that their state leaders were absent and not really active on ground in the last 5 years. All right, joining us now live to decode this loss for the Congress party and the reasons for it is my colleague Anand Singh. He's joining us live from Mumbai. Anand, a decimation of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. What is the inside story? What are the factors that are being blamed for their loss? You are speaking to leaders of all three parties, mostly, of course, the Congress. What went wrong, Anand?
Yeah, Uday, look, if we talk about the decimation of the Mahavikas Aghadi and especially the Congress in Maharashtra, then the Congress was very overconfident over here after the Lok Sabha election results which came earlier this year, as the Congress managed to win 13 seats in the state. However, with the disconnect, the way in which the leaders, the local leadership got disconnected with the people over here on several issues, whether it was to deal with the Ladki Behan scheme, they could not manage to inform or make people aware that how its own governments in Telangana, Karnataka and Himachal Pradesh was providing the scheme of Mahalakshmi over there, in which the women were getting financial assistance. Remember, this was the scheme which was introduced by Congress first in Himachal Pradesh. However, despite the fact that bringing this scheme for the first time across the country, the Congress could not manage to convince the voters over here, especially the women voters who came out really in huge numbers in this election, and due to which the Mahavikas Aghadi, which suffered a massive setback during the Lok Sabha elections, it sensed the public mood and it brought the scheme to get the support of the women voters in the state, and the result is clearly visible in front of everyone. And even the Congress dependency on the party's strategist and in surveys, this has also led to a mega disaster once again in Maharashtra. As earlier in Haryana, we have seen that how dependency on party strategist, similarly that was the case in Rajasthan also, and in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh too. So Congress approaching more and more poll strategists and putting more time on social media campaign and social media posts. So this has led to a complete disconnect between the grassroots workers, people of the state, and even it is disconnecting the party from the masses. So clearly its results are visible on the results that has come once again today, proving that the Congress is not only losing ground, but it is also losing its core voters in a state after a state. As if we talk about the regions in Maharashtra, Western Maharashtra, Vidarbha, these were called to be the stronghold of Congress. However, in both the regions of the state, the Congress has failed miserably, as even Prithviraj Chavan, who is one of the former chief ministers of the state and one of the tall leaders of Congress in Maharashtra, he too lost from the seat of South Karar in Satara. So this clearly indicates that how the Congress was losing. Even Nana Patole and Balasaheb Thorat. Balasaheb Thorat is said to be one of the grassroots workers of Congress. However, he too lost the elections. And similar was the case with Nana Patole, who despite setting a aggressive campaign in the state, he failed to resonate with the voters. He could not convince the voters for the party. And on the other hand, if we talk about the Mahayutis and especially the BJP's campaign in the state, it was very target oriented, and it was very to reach to the people of the state, the way in which they announced the a scheme of increasing the amount of the Ladki Behan Yojana from 1500 to 2100 just after the elections were announced. And the CM and most of the BJP leaders over here, they clearly mentioned that how the Mahavikas Aghadi governments, especially the Congress governments in other states, they were after implementing the schemes, they were saying that they didn't have the fund, and they were asking for the central government to provide fund to run the scheme. And the chief.
All right, let me also quickly join Rochika Agarwal, BJP spokesperson. She's joining us live as well. Rochika Agarwal, better coordination between the RSS, BJP, obviously work on ground, particularly through schemes like Ladki Bahin scheme. Also, the lack of any counter strategy from the opposition. Are these the factors that are being looked at by your party for your win as well today? Rochika, can you hear me? Okay, I think we're having some connection issues with Rochika's connection. But Dr. Onika Malhotra, come in here, Congress spokesperson. She's also joining us live. Dr. Onika, clearly, of course, there are a host of issues which have gone wrong for your party in Maharashtra. We were just, delving into some of them, from, of course, the lack of local leaderships connect with ground workers, with people. They've been largely missing in action is a criticism for the last 5 years. It's a state leadership collapse for your party in Maharashtra. You started the campaign late as well. You didn't provide an effective counter to any of the BJP or the Mahayuti's claims. Is a lot of introspection needed for what went wrong in Maharashtra for your party, Dr. Onika?
Well, congratulations on the victory of BJP and its team. Having said that, yes, it has been a disappointment for the Congress. I believe that your analysis cannot be absolutely on the track, because when you say a lack of connect with the people, that's wrong. Congress is always on the street, be it the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Soon after that, we continued with that. And the issues which are relevant were picked up by the Congress, because that was the entire thing of all about Maharashtra. There was a lot of turmoil in terms of the farmers' crisis, the unemployment, price rise. There were so many factors, women's safety. There were immense factors which were there on the ground, and Congress is connecting to it. You see, sir, I would like to tell you here, yes, introspect is needed. After all, results are very much there. Now, whichever way they have manipulated or how they have done, that's the question to be looked into, because immense money has been pumped in. Their General Secretary in charge, Favour, or I don't know the name of the person, was caught red-handed on the camera. So, sending money after money to the voters or to whomsoever they were trying to lure. So, BJP has always done that. They've opened the treasury when it comes to election. And on the other hand, taking away the industries or the project of Maharashtra to Gujarat. But yes, these are the factors which we felt were relevant. But I don't think so, sir. Butting and cutting that had any impact. Otherwise, it would have had the impact with Jharkhand.
So what has gone wrong then for your party? You tell me, what is your, your analysis?
Well, it's surprising. It's actually very surprising, because this cannot be the reality. We still are not able to actually
this is the problem with the Congress party, that you don't accept reality. You have to look at what went wrong as well. You have to do introspection. These are all issues that you could raise in the election, but it's not resonated with the voter.
Who's denying that? Introspection is always needed, whether we win or whether we lose. Let me tell you very graciously here. It's not that just because you have lost, we have all the things against the party who has won. No, it's not like that. Obviously, there must have been something amiss in the Congress campaign that has led to this debacle. But to this extent, yes, that's very difficult to believe. So, well, yes.
Do you believe the state leadership is responsible for this, or the national leadership?
It's not the leadership or the connect or stuff like that. We have to see it in totality. We cannot have, one factor putting the blame there. We need to work together to find out what is going wrong. Because 6 months down the line, sir, when we won the Lok Sabha, such a much in Maharashtra, and suddenly this has happened. And to this extent.
But that happened in Haryana as well, Dr. Onika. That happened in Haryana as well. Obviously, lessons have not been learned. Let me quickly bring in Priya Sehgal, editorial director of Newsx. Priya Sehgal. Now, interestingly, we are seeing in Jharkhand, the alliance has worked very well there, with the JMM Congress combine winning. Unfortunately, the same opposition alliance, the India alliance, has not done the same in Maharashtra, where we see a decimation of their, three factions. We thought Sharad Pawar could be the fulcrum. He's fallen to just 10 seats right now. The Congress party is even trailing the Uddhav faction, even though they contested on more seats. So their strike rate has been abysmal. The two states tell a story of two alliances, but completely different prospects, Priya.
Exactly, Uday. And there, I think it comes on to identifying a credible local leadership. In terms of Jharkhand, there was Hemant Soren. And also there is a pro-incumbency trend in both the states. That is also something which we can take into account. But Hemant Soren, at least there was a leader. Congress has played a supporting role. It was not in a leadership position in either of the states, honestly. The fact that Rahul Gandhi didn't campaign so much in Maharashtra tells its own tale. We had KP Singh Deo telling us a little while ago, Uday, that the score is 2-2. The India alliance has won JNK and Jharkhand, well, the BJP and NDA has won Maharashtra and Haryana, but that's not quite, it's not such simple mathematics also. Secondly, the Congress can't take credit for any of the wins because they are in a supporting role in both J&K. In fact, J&K, they just about made their mark. And in Jharkhand also, it's really Hemant Soren's leadership, the sympathy factor for the fact that he was jailed, and his chief ministerial track record that was on display. In Maharashtra, there was no clear leader from the Congress side. They gave the leadership mantle really to Uddhav Thackeray, and fair enough, when you don't have a strong leader, it is good alliance politics to give it over there. But I think in Maharashtra, the lesson is really to the battle of inheritors versus disruptors, and the disruptors have won. You had Eknath Shinde take away the party from the inheritor or the legacy politics of Uddhav Thackeray, and he's emerged as a true heir apparent to Bala Saheb. Ditto for Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar wanted to give the leadership on a platter to Supriya Sule. Ajit Pawar has been the disruptor over here, even though he is a dynast, but he wasn't the chosen one. He has walked away with the party over there. So the voter in Maharashtra really has voted for not for the same old legacy politics, but for gumption, for inventiveness, for a new age paradigm and a new age politics. You can say that is it reform oriented or is it welfare schemes that have told the tale, because Eknath Shinde has talked about not only the Ladli Behan but also the project, the Atul Setu, the metro, the the Worli ceiling that they've undertaken. So, and the fact that they brought FDI back to Maharashtra. So they've been talking about what they've been doing on deliverance. I would say this is really, though we would like to put them both together, it's not the same silos. They're different paradigms of both the states. But yes, as you said, one alliance worked in one state and the alliance did not work in the other state. Score is 2-all, but as we know, optics is not so simple as mathematics. So the BJP is going to really walk away with a win when they walk into parliament on Monday.
Yes, interestingly, because these were two states, Haryana and Maharashtra, where the BJP did suffer losses in Lok Sabha. But they've been able to reverse that in the span of this year itself. 2024 has not ended, and they have obviously reversed the optics and the perception that they are going down in these two particular states where they lost seats. Interestingly, in Rajasthan as well, another state where, and Uttar Pradesh, let me add both these states, where again there were losses. They have managed 7 out of 9 in UP in the by-polls and 5 out of 7 in Rajasthan. So in terms of reversing optics, BJP has done well in the span of this year of 2024 itself. Alok Mehta, editorial director of India News, let me quickly bring you in here. On Alok Mehta, again, what do you believe are the factors that went so right for Mahayuti? Because this is a sweep. This is not just a win for their alliance. This is a sweep. When you decimate the other party to just about 40 odd seats out of 288, and those are 3 parties combined, then that's saying something, Alok Mehta. What went so right? Is it the RSS that can also be given a lot of credit for this? Because many believe that the RSS was not working so cohesively with the BJP in the Lok Sabha election, which is something that has changed in Haryana earlier, but also now in Maharashtra.
Udayji, certainly RSS is there because it's a Nagpur-based organization since long, 100 years they are completing. But I differ with this concept that the BJP and RSS, they were fighting each other or maybe not sabotaging something. RSS was not sabotaging. The overconfidence in UP damaged, that's why the seats they lost in the last election. And other states also, whenever they have the more confidence, like a ahankar, what we call it in RSS language itself. So I think not the RSS, this time also in Haryana, the corners meeting, 16,000 corners meeting only in Haryana. Imagine in Maharashtra how many they did. I don't have the exact number. So these kind of small, big meetings just give an atmosphere for the workers and for concentration for women voter. Then the local leadership, Fadnavis, Gadkari, or other leaders, but other side, you see, Eknath Shinde was the real lieutenant of from Bal Thackeray days and then for Uddhav Thackeray. Ajit Pawar was also lieutenant, he was the real, he wanted to be a chief minister at the time with Sharad Pawar, and then they said no, Supriya Sule will be leader for the party. So I think this field work and the programs, implementation, Eknath Shinde was working field since long, years. And that's why the credibility of the Eknath Shinde. Then the Prime Minister Narendra Modi says, "Ek hai to safe hai." These kind of slogan, especially in Maharashtra, work because even the UP, 86% Muslims are there, and even then the BJP won in the small assembly seats. These kind of miracle only happen when you have for everybody you want to do something development schemes and the promises you can implement. Last point about the small farmers. You see, everybody was senior editors, I'm not naming them. They were moving around and saying, okay, they are losing in Vidarbha, Marathwada, soya bean, kapas. You see the small farmers in Madhya Pradesh, because at that time also I was talking in Newsx and our channels in news, that the small farmers are real voters. And the small farmers, what they benefit, even in Haryana. See, Haryana and Punjab, they were fighting against BJP, but even then, because the small farmers voted for BJP. So small farmers, because they get benefit, even this Kisan, they have the law, they change or withdrawn, but I think still people want it, because still Tata's companies and the Reliance, they are going in the field purchasing. Maybe it's not the field, but at least they are purchasing from the farms.
Yes.
So people want this kind of help from the government. This is the reason. That's why they won. And in Jharkhand, because the Shibu Soren and Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, they were fighting. It's not a victory for the Congress. It's a victory for Hemant Soren and his party.
Okay. Gautam Mukherjee, let me quickly draw you in here. In fact, that's what many are saying, that in Jammu Kashmir as well, it was a victory for the NC. And of course, the Congress piggybacked on the NC, and now you're saying they're piggybacking on the JMM as well. Onika might disagree with that. But Gautam Mukherjee, let me quickly draw you in here. Gautam Mukherjee, do you feel somewhere also, the voters of Uddhav Thackeray believe that they've been ideologically betrayed as well? Do you believe the core ideology voters of the Shiv Sena have shifted away from the Uddhav faction, which has led to these dwindling numbers?
Well, partially that is definitely the case, though there is a lot of loyalty to Bala Saheb, which was, offered to Uddhav for a long time, except that he kept diluting Bala Saheb's message and not developing his own. He didn't really have a message. He was playing second fiddle to Congress. There's that famous picture with him bowing down to the waist to Rahul Gandhi. It was creepy as far as the Maharashtra voter went. What happened to the spine of the Uddhav Thackeray faction? And Shinde, on the other hand, didn't speak as much, he looked humble, he behaved in a consistent manner, and he kept his flock together. He got on well with his alliance partners. There was very little friction that was at least visible from the outside. So all of that has in fact positioned him. He's also done very creditably in terms of the elections with over 57 odd seats. And he will be the next chief minister again, as a consequence of the handling of his faction, which I would say is the true Shiv Sena now, with the Uddhav faction slowly fading into the mist. It'll either, disappear altogether, rather like Sharad Pawar's NCP, or they will have to merge and do something or the other to try and come back into. The other problem was this fractional messaging of promoting minorities at all costs. It was offensive to the Maharashtra voter, and a very interesting set of news reports showed that the Muslims themselves in Muslim majority areas were voting less, while most of Maharashtra voting percentages have increased. All the Muslim heavy districts, they voted less. And one speculation, one statement in these reports was that the Muslim men didn't want the Muslim women to vote. So there was, factionalism within factionalism. Normally, you find the Muslims voting en masse. This time, they voted less, 5% less than the others.
Okay. Let me get in Dr. Piyush Joshi as well. into the broadcast, who's also live with us now. Dr. Piyush Joshi, as far as the Ladki Bahin scheme is concerned, how big a game changer was it? You know, the women are, of course, the Adhi Abadi as they're called. But do you believe, like it was in Madhya Pradesh, this scheme has been a game changer in Maharashtra as well? Do you believe it is something that has, over the course of the post-Lok Sabha elections, galvanized women to vote in favor of the Mahayuti, which they perhaps didn't in the Lok Sabha polls not too long back?
Well, you see, Uday, it definitely did provide the last nudge. Because it cannot be ascribed totally to the Ladki Bahin Yojana. It did change the game in Madhya Pradesh as well. I belong to the state of Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan announced it with a lot of fanfare, and it did swing the compass in the favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Madhya Pradesh. You know, when it comes to the female voters, if you are returning something to them in the form of either cash or even like Janni Suraksha Yojana.
And these are pictures coming in. JP Nadda, BJP president, has arrived at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. He is being congratulated by various post holders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So the celebrations beginning there. Slowly but surely in the BJP headquarters there, JP Nadda, BJP president, being welcomed warmly, being of course given flowers there by a BJP organization post holders. Also now you can see spokespersons welcoming him in as well at the BJP headquarters. A smiling BJP president JP Nadda reaching. Remember, shortly we are also expecting Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi to also reach there at the BJP headquarters. It is of course now become customary after every state elections for this to happen on the evening of the results, and we will be expecting PM also to reach there very, very shortly. But as you can see, the crowds beginning to line up, the leaders of the BJP also, senior leaders present there. JP Nadda being welcomed currently. Yes, Piyush Joshi, back to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I was talking about this so-called Revdi schemes, either we should stop calling them as Revdis and should now clearly be telling them as public welfare schemes. Because if you are done away with corruption, if you are, let's say, keeping your state's budget or national budget in the state of revenue surplus, then probably these are public welfare schemes. However, if your budget is definitely of revenue deficit, then these become Revdi. So it's an important time to redefine the Revdi culture, but definitely the opposition's narrative did not work. It was Gaddar versus Batenge to Katenge, so Gaddar narrative did not work this time. However, one election cannot be enough to ascribe that Shiv Sena UBT has been done away with or NCP Sharad Pawar has been done away with, because from elections to elections things do change. Another election down the corner, let's say a municipality election comes and they again win in those elections, then we will be singing different tunes, won't we? So, but lot of thinking has to be done for the Congress party. I mean, well, I'm a supporter of a healthy opposition. But let me ask Onika, who's the Congress representative here, on a good note, on a friendly note, when was the last time did Congress launch a nationwide Sadasyata Abhiyan or a membership campaign, which was launched with a lot of fanfare by Rahul Gandhi, was conducted simultaneously in each and every state capital? So something has to radically change when it comes to the opposition, not only Congress, every other opposition party. They have to build around one particular narrative. They have to resonate well with the voter, because Maharashtra was the state that actually mattered a lot in the terms of national play. So when we are looking at the national scene, losing Maharashtra, which was opposition's state to win.
Yes. No, it's a big state. It contributes a number of MPs. Onika Mehrotra, please respond to that before I also get in Sandeep Chandra.
Well, we have just done it. And for the Mahila Congress, it was a huge success. We got in Mahila voters, and it's a continuous drive that we do. We just don't do it in the election time. It's round the year. The Mahila Congress came up with a very large, this thing in nationwide it was done. It was not only done in the election going state, sir. It was done regularly. I mean, we've just completed it. So we do the membership drive. That's part of a general process. But more so, I think the narrative, as you rightly said, needs to be more stronger when it comes to the Congress. We do put up things, we do say the facts which are in the ground reality, but they are somewhere overimposed or overshouted by the power that they have. Remember, sir.
Okay, point
remember,
taken. You
sir,
don't do everything just for elections. You do it, overall. But obviously, more needs to be done, is what Piyush Joshi is saying. Okay, let me quickly get in Sandeep Chandra. Sandeep Chandra, as we begin to see now, the top leaders of the BJP begin to arrive there at the party office. What bearing is this result going to have on the road ahead? Of course, I'd like your opinion on the X factor as well for the Mahayuti. What do you believe the X factor was for the Mahayuti? What do you believe was the downfall of the MVA? But the road ahead, what impact will this have?
You see, fact of the matter, Udayji, is this, that as far as Mahayuti is concerned, what went right for it was that RSS, aggressively campaigned, and I know the figure, about 70,000 corner meetings took place, big and small. And also what has happened is this, that a very mature leadership of Eknath Shinde went down well with people. Also what happened was that as far as your MVA is concerned, they were far removed from reality. To begin with only, this is a very unholy alliance between Shiv Sena and Congress. If Honorable Balasaheb was alive, he wouldn't have allowed this alliance to take place. And let me also tell you, a course correction was done. When there was when BJP didn't do well in the parliamentary polls, Lok Sabha polls, they did a course correction.
Yes.
And also what has happened is this, that Congress has got more leaders, less workers. BJP has got more workers and less leaders.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to take a very short break at this point. We have to quickly take a commercial break. We're back on the other side tracking this big story.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has won from Kerala's Wayanad constituency with polling over 6.22 lakh votes in her maiden electoral contest. Priyanka secured a margin of 4.1 lakh votes, breaking Rahul Gandhi's record of 3.65 lakh votes in the 2024 elections. As Priyanka Gandhi enters electoral politics and now, of course, debuts in parliament, let's quickly take a look at the Nehru-Gandhi family tree. The Nehru-Gandhi family is an Indian political family that has occupied a prominent place in the politics of India. The involvement of the family has traditionally revolved around the Indian National Congress, as various members have traditionally led the party. 3 members of the family, Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, have served as Prime Minister of India, while several others have been members of parliament as well. Starting from Motilal Nehru, an important figure in the Indian freedom struggle and a patriarch of the Nehru-Gandhi family. You can see him over there on your screens. He was a leader of the Indian independence movement and co-founder of the Swaraj Party. Jawaharlal Nehru was born on the 14th of November 1889 in Allahabad to a Kashmiri Pandit family. Jawaharlal Nehru was India's first and longest serving Prime Minister. He had succeeded his father, of course, and Indira Gandhi then was India's 3rd Prime Minister and the only woman Prime Minister of India till date. Indira Gandhi was the 2nd longest serving Prime Minister after India's first PM and her father Jawaharlal Nehru. Feroz Gandhi was an Indian freedom fighter, politician and journalist. Sanjay Gandhi was an Indian politician who was born in New Delhi on the 14th of November 1946 as the younger son of Indira Gandhi and Feroz Gandhi. Rajiv Gandhi was the 7th Prime Minister of India who served as Prime Minister from 1984 to 1989. Maneka Gandhi is an Indian politician, animal rights activist and environmentalist. She was married to Sanjay Gandhi. Varun Gandhi is an Indian politician who has been a 3-time Member of Parliament for Lok Sabha from the Pilibhit constituency. He is, of course, the son of Maneka and Sanjay Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi is the longest serving president of the Indian National Congress. She took over as the party leader in 1998, 7 years after the assassination of her husband Rajiv Gandhi, and remained in office until 2017. Rahul Gandhi, the son of Sonia and Rajiv Gandhi, is a member of the Indian National Congress. He is currently serving as the 12th leader of opposition in Lok Sabha and is member of Lok Sabha for Rai Bareli, UP, since June 2024. And now, of course, Priyanka Gandhi becomes the latest to enter electoral politics. Priya Sekal, editorial director of Newsx, is joining us live. Priya, it's a big splash that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has managed to make in her debut election, winning by over 4 lakh votes. That's even higher than Rahul Gandhi won earlier this year in the Lok Sabha polls. What do you make of her victory and what is the road ahead for Priyanka? All right, I think we've lost Priya's connection there, unfortunately. Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist, is joining us live as well. Gautam, what is going to be the impact of another Gandhi in Parliament, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra?
Well, I think she's going to do very well as a parliamentarian. She speaks very well, and she is more moderate in her pronouncements than her brother. And with the kind of legitimacy of this election, you could, in a way, find that there is a new family of Vadras, which will also be coming into parliament one after the other, starting with Priyanka. So it's interesting. It isn't just the Gandhis, but the Vadras. Quite often, Priyanka does not emphasize the Vadra part, but now I think she will not hesitate to do so. Uday.
Joshi, let me quickly draw you in here, political analyst, onto the broadcast. Dr. Piyush Joshi, what was the thought process behind bringing in Priyanka, to replace Rahul as the Member of Parliament for Wayanad? There have been other instances as well where it was speculated that she would make her electoral debut from UP Assembly polls to Lok Sabha as well. But she chose a by-election from Wayanad. What was the thought process behind this decision by the Congress?
I can certainly see 2 factors in choosing Priyanka Gandhi to replace Rahul Gandhi. One is that we are not betraying the people of South, because Rahul Gandhi did represent the constituency of Wayanad and did lose from Amethi the last time. So this time, and it was the sole seat of Wayanad which kept him afloat. So definitely he did not want to communicate that the Gandhi family has deceived the people of South and Kerala. So that's why they are definitely able to communicate the picture that we are replacing Rahul Gandhi with with a member equally with an equally important member of Gandhi family, and maybe more important in the times to come. So that is factor number one. The factor number two could be that they definitely want to reinforce their parliamentary delegation. And who better than Priyanka Gandhi to do so? Now you have two Gandhis representing the Congress party in Lok Sabha and one in the Rajya Sabha. So three members from the Gandhi family are the members of Indian Parliament. So, but I personally don't think that that's going to work unless and until you bring an overall change in the way you communicate. We have been discussing the elections of Maharashtra and otherwise since the past half an hour. I heard that somebody mentioned that it is 2-2, or the score is 2-2. That means equals. And why don't you celebrate like the BJP is doing? Celebrate the win in Jharkhand, celebrate the win in Jammu and Kashmir. Don't mull over the losses of Haryana and Maharashtra. Create an optic out of it. It's a hugely visual game after Modi has come to power from 2014 onwards. So if you don't play the game, you are going to lag behind. So celebrate those victories like the BJP is doing at their national headquarters. You communicate a meeting, call your cadre, call your party workers in the numbers of thousands, celebrate the win of Jharkhand, so that you can create that image and you can create that kind of narrative. So something needs to happen as far as the opposition is concerned. I will be interestingly observing till the month of February. How Delhi spans out. So let's see how Arvind Kejriwal does.
Okay, let me quickly get in now Sandeep Chandra as well into the discussion. Sandeep Chandra, it's an illustrious family. We were just going through the family tree of Priyanka all the way from Motilal Nehru to her brother Rahul. Now, of course, she is the latest entrant from this illustrious family into active electoral politics. She's already been a campaigner for the Congress extensively for many, many years. She's been their general secretary as well, was given charge of UP until not too long back. But now, with her making a winning electoral debut, what is the road ahead looking like for this newest Gandhi in electoral politics?
See, I'll say something today, Udayji, because you're one of the most astute journalists in the country, that nobody has said. And I'm going to say this, that, well, Jawaharlal Nehru became PM, Indira Gandhi became PM, Rajiv Gandhi became PM. But in the near future and even the far future, no member of the Gandhi family will ever become Prime Minister of this country for the next 100 years. I'll tell you why. Politics has changed, and there is a person called Mr. Narendra Modi. He has shown that in politics, you not only need to take the bull by the horns, you need to overturn it. If I was Priyanka Gandhi, I would say win or lose is okay. I will contest from UP. Wayanad.
Well, we were speaking with her husband earlier.
Yeah.
You were also there, Robert Vadra. He
Yes.
said if Rahul is there in UP, why have another
No,
Gandhi?
that is an excuse. Rahul Gandhi, if he was man enough, he would have only contested from UP, from Amethi, not Wayanad. So he was not sure of winning. And you see, Congress today has become a party with a soft underbelly. Till you don't become a lean, mean fighting machine, till you don't know optics, till you are not a mass communicator like Narendra Modi, I would say from the independence till now, there has been no political leader and Prime Minister who knows how to communicate, who has a hand on the pulse of the people. Look at the kind of political enemies he has here and outside. But today he is fought on and beaten anti-incumbency now. 15 years ago was a long time back. And as far as human rights are concerned, I like to call the bluff of Congress. Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister who converted the whole country into a jail during emergency. So what are we talking about? Today each and every victory, you attribute each and every loss of BJP to Mr. Modi, must give him credit for each and every victory also. So the road ahead for Nehru Gandhi family, okay, you can bring Robert Vadra in the Rajya Sabha, no problem, or make him fight from Kerala. But fact of the matter is, till Congress does not, have a presence in UP, it cannot come.
Okay.
And that is
yes, the road to Delhi is
tourism.
from UP. Okay, let me get in Priya Sehgal. I believe she's back with us now. Priya, I was trying to bring you in here earlier on the the Wayanad win now for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, the latest Gandhi to be in electoral politics, and of course she's had a winning start. She's won by an even bigger margin than her brother, interestingly. She's often compared to her grandmother Indira Gandhi for her style of speaking. And now she's going to be in the lower house of parliament. What impact will that have?
Impact of her coming there, because she is a feisty speaker. Apart from being yet another Gandhi in the Lok Sabha, she will be there taking on, and now Rahul Gandhi will need all the support he can after this election score. So she will be there, and in terms of if Rahul Gandhi wants to portray himself as more statesman-like, taking on Modi and Shah, then Priyanka will be there to take on Anurag Thakur and the next level of leadership. And she gives as good as she gets. She's also good in rhetoric. She's good in Hazir Jawabi. So she will be a good addition for the Congress when at a time when the morale is at an all-time low. The numbers in Wayanad also, the historic margin will, some way, I won't say that it's going to totally compensate for Maharashtra or anything else, but this thing for the dynasty and for the legacy politics, it's a shot in the arm for the Gandhi family, the kind of showing that they've got from the South. And the South has always been, we were seeing the press releases or the tweets by Congress leaders. They are tweeting the Karnataka by polls, where the Congress has won. So South has been kinder to the Congress than the North, and here enough, Priyanka Gandhi's win kind of proves that. But the messaging, at a time when Sharad Pawar cannot pass on the mantle to Supriya Sule, where Uddhav can't hold on to his legacy, where Rahul Gandhi is, the Congress is still stuck on the politics of the same old. Here, in fact, why I didn't take, I missed your thing was I got a call from a senior BJP leader who's saying, "Ab iske baad Rehan aayega Vadra." So the Vadra dynasty is going to start. So everybody, even Congress leaders, are saying that where is the chance for somebody else to come up the ranks? The Congress today is celebrating what? The Wayanad win. They're celebrating a dynasty legacy issue. So that is going to really come and bite them also. They don't have can they win for other Congress leaders and not just for the family members? Is the dynasty good only for itself? These are the questions that are going to be raised within the Congress also. BJP is already poking fun at them and raising issues like that. They're not going to, they also want some salvo because they know that Rahul is going to bring the Adani issue on the floor of the House. So they are going to bring Maharashtra, they are going to bring dynasty politics, even though BJP has co-opted most of the Congress dynasty, but they are going to play this with Priyanka's win. Those are going to be difficult questions for them to counter, but Priyanka Gandhi can counter. She has the panache, she has the know-how. Unlike Rahul, who sometimes gets excited and says the wrong thing, she does not. She measures her words carefully. She even took on the Prime Minister very well in the Lok Sabha election, on the issue of Mangal Sutra and other issues. So I would say her coming there is a shot in the arm for the Congress, no doubt for that.
Yes.
But will her presence be limited to the Congress or outside the Congress? That's something we have to see.
Absolutely. And what is the road ahead now looking like for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra? She has now become a member of parliament from Wayanad. She's general secretary of the party right now. She doesn't have responsibility of UP anymore. Do you believe she will be given perhaps a state in the south now after this victory of hers in the south and the fact that she's become a MP from the south? What is the road ahead for her, in terms of brother-sister dynamics as well? Could she eventually become a claimant to the post of Congress president eventually as well, Priya?
Uday, your last question first. Her role will be limited to her brother's shadow. I mean, look at the win, the Lok Sabha win. It's a very carefully curated win. The brother has won the seat and he is handing it over to her. If she wanted a credible Lok Sabha win, she wanted a trophy win. She wanted to fight Amethi. She wanted to fight Phulpur. She wanted to take on the Prime Minister in Varanasi. She was not allowed to do that. She's been given a seat vacated by her brother very carefully that I have won this for you and here's the red carpet, now you step on it. So her role will be limited to her brother's shadow. She will not be able to make her own mark. But she is, having said that, she is comfortable and happy to play this role. She is currently General Secretary without any responsibility, as you pointed out. There were also some rumors that she was very upset because she wanted General Secretary organization, or she wanted Bhupesh Baghel, who is a great confidant of hers, to get it instead of KC Venugopal. Her role within the organization is very limited right now. She has no role. She's no longer UP in charge. So they'll have to curate a role for her, but a role that will be handled and maintained by Team Rahul. It is Team Rahul that really one needs to look at. Rahul needs to expand his team beyond this 4-5 people, who are not even, come up from the ranks of the party. He needs to look beyond the KC Venugopals and the other characters who surround him, and go on to a larger, party. Mallikarjun Kharge has been made party president, but what role does he have? This whole optics of Rahul, Priyanka going to Mallikarjun Kharge's house. I mean, the Congress needs to go beyond the family, really.
Okay. Piyush Joshi, come back in here on the role of the family in the Congress party. Will it diminish or increase now with Priyanka Gandhi's electoral win? Also in Parliament, will this now be a more combative opposition with Priyanka's presence as well?
Well, certainly, it's going to be much more combative, much more aggressive, much more women-centric approach of the Congress Parliamentary Party. This time with Priyanka in the House. So definitely, it's going to be more aggressive, and the role of the dynastic politics is certainly going to increase as far as the Congress and the opposition is concerned with Priyanka's presence. Congress, in the case of Congress, the Gandhi family has always been the glue and the gel holding the party together. But as Priya mentioned here, that they actually need to move beyond the dynasties, and not only nationally, even in the states, because all they have been concentrating upon is dynasty, dynasty and their sons. So, and it doesn't work that way. Like I come from the state of Madhya Pradesh, Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath may be party leaders, but they are not the leader of masses anymore. Similarly, their district presidents, people are just fatigued of seeing their tired and gloomy faces all the time. They just don't enthuse any kind of enthusiasm either in public or even in their own cadre. So you need to come up with something. You need to, breathe a little bit of air of fresh energy into the cadre. You need to create more events, rather make everything into an event like Modi does. Let it be an inauguration of a bridge. Let it be, any kind of event across any state. Make it a national event, because it's a hugely heavily visual game now. And if you don't play it, you are going to lose. So, like I mentioned, create an event out of Jharkhand and Priyanka's win. That here is a game changer and all that, and just forget, people are not going to care right now, but your own party workers are going to get energy out of it. So a lot needs to change, and I sadly do not see that happening.
Yes, we're talking about the other Gandhi as well a short while back, Varun Gandhi. Priya, what is now going to be the future role of Menika and Varun Gandhi? So, of course, Sonia Gandhi now is in Rajya Sabha. You have Rahul, who's of course been an MP now for many, many years. He's now, of course, the MP from Raebareli. He's taken on his mother's seat. Priyanka enters Parliament from Wayanad. What about the other Gandhi dynasty in Menika and Varun Gandhi? What is their future?
Well, I think they've really boxed themselves in a corner, especially Varun Gandhi with his comments against the Prime Minister. I think perhaps he thought the BJP and the Prime Minister especially is losing his brand value. And, even Prashant Kishore talked about the diminishing returns of brand Modi. All that is now been laid to rest. Prime Minister Modi and the BJP have proved that Lok Sabha was an aberration. Haryana and Maharashtra are really the norm, and that's the way they're going to be going forward. So Varun really has very little options left. He has age on his side, so he can hope for something in the post-Modi scenario. But as of now, very little. The Congress has no space for him. He was trying to talk to the Samajwadi Party, but again, his demands were too much. I don't think the top post has been taken. I don't think there's very much they can offer him, especially now today with the bipoll results also. So where will he go is the big question. He's really not built his fences with anyone. At one point he was saying that Aam Aadmi Party might be an option, but Aam Aadmi Party in UP, they don't have a future as yet. They haven't really broken waves over there. So Varun Gandhi really is in a corner. I think he will go back to building his own brand, writing another book perhaps. Menika Gandhi, I think, is more or less out of politics. I don't see her fighting another election. election. Varun will probably try and fight BJP. It depends where Modi and Amit Shah are placed in 5 years to give him a post. But beyond that, I don't see much. Really
Yes, interestingly, a seat Pilibhit has also gone to another young leader in Jitin Prasada. Let me also bring in Gautam Mukherjee back in here at this point. Gautam, are you there with us? Okay, I think we've lost Gautam Mukherjee. Sandeep Chandra, quickly coming back across to you in the studio. Sandeep, you were criticizing, of course, the politics of dynasty. You were saying that you don't see another Gandhi becoming PM in 100 years. What do you believe then the Congress will have to do new to break away from this dynasty politics? Of course, at the end of the day, are you predicting that BJP will win for another 100 years? Whether you're predicting that or not, at the end of the day, the opposition party has now brought in Mallikarjun Kharge as the Congress president. But have they proven that they're moving away from dynasty or not through now Priyanka's entry?
See, your last question first, Udayji. Bringing in Mallikarjun Kharge maybe because of his caste, because their first choice, if you remember, was Ashok Gehlot, and he declined because of Rajasthan politics or for some other reasons. So Mallikarjun Kharge is just a puppet in the hands of the High Command. He is in the late winter of his life. He got health problems, and he given his limitations, he's performed reasonably well. So Congress will have to reinvent itself unless and until it does not get away from this hold of the Nehru Gandhi family. There are other leaders also, but they need to reinvent themselves totally. And also I find that Congress after some time might also break into pieces, and some disruptor might come. Until and unless this happens, you see, they will go on chugging along like an old train which used to run on coal. If you have to be a nuclear submarine, you need to be like BJP. And let me also add, nobody is here for, nobody is immortal, nobody is here for all time to come. But new leaders come and leaders go. The nation is supreme. So fact of the matter is this, that Congress needs to pull up its socks, and a party with a soft underbelly and having all these programs with no result. At the end of the day, result counts, you see. And I would like to say in Hindi, राजनीति कल्पनाओं का खेल नहीं है, राजनीति परिणाम मांगती है. Politics wants results. You can go on, doing yatras, but what are you giving to the party at the end of the day?
Okay, let's take a short break, and at this point, we're back on the other side with lots more. We, of course, continue our big focus on the election results across the country. Maharashtra and Jharkhand, of course, but also various by-election results that have come out today.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने.
भारत माता की सुरक्षा में जिन सपूतों ने लहू बहाया है, उनके आश्रितों का दायित्व धामी सरकार ने उठाया है. मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने लिया है शहीदों के परिजनों को स्वावलंबी एवं आर्थिक तौर पर सबल बनाने का संकल्प, जिसके तहत सैनिक कल्याण की दिशा में कई प्रभावशाली एवं ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिए गए हैं. सबसे पहले तो शहीद के परिवारों को मिलने वाली अनुदान राशि को बढ़ाया गया है, जिसके चलते अब बलिदानियों के आश्रितों को 10 नहीं बल्कि सरकार द्वारा 50 लाख की वित्तीय मदद दी जाएगी. इसके अलावा शहीदों के आश्रितों को सरकारी विभागों में नियुक्ति दी जाएगी. यही नहीं, सरकारी नौकरी के लिए आवेदन करने की समय सीमा को भी 2 साल से बढ़ाकर 5 साल किया गया है.
मैं किरण रतूड़ी, शहीद श्री राकेश चंद्र रतूड़ी जी की पुत्री, मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूं, क्योंकि उनकी सरकार ने कहीं पर भी हमें अकेला नहीं पड़ने दिया. उनकी सरकार द्वारा हमें पूरा सहयोग दिया गया, व सम्मान दिया गया.
इतना ही नहीं, उत्तराखंड में देश के पहले सैन्य धाम का निर्माण भी करवाया जा रहा है. साथ ही किया जा रहा है अग्निवीरों के लिए सरकारी सेवाओं में आरक्षण की व्यवस्था का प्रावधान. कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि उत्तराखंड में सैनिक कल्याण को पहली प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है.
मैं स्वाति भट्ट, शहीद भगवती प्रसाद भट्ट की पत्नी, आज उत्तराखंड सरकार का आभार प्रकट करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने कभी भी हमें अकेले नहीं पड़ने दिया. सरकारी नौकरी करने का अवसर देकर उन्होंने हमें सशक्त बनाया, सुविधाएं दी, व्यवस्थाएं सुनिश्चित करी.
आज हम अपने घरों में
अपने प्रदेश में सुरक्षित हैं, सुरक्षित नींद ले रहे हैं, सुरक्षित चैन से जी रहे हैं, तो केवल और केवल उन्हीं के कारण से जिन्होंने हंसते हंसते अपने प्राणों का बलिदान कर दिया।
जिनकी प्रत्येक सांस मां भारती को अर्पित है, उनके उत्थान के लिए उत्तराखंड सरकार समर्पित है। सूचना एवं लोक संपर्क विभाग उत्तराखंड द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH।
Why did you part ways with fictitious group?
पूरा वो जो जर्नी था 5 साल, मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा। ABCD 2 फिल्म भी उस पूरे टीम पर बनी थी, मी माय पार्टनर गोइंग इंटरनेशनली। ये एक पॉइंट के बाद ऐसा हो गया था कि हमारे क्रिएटिव साइड्स जो इतने क्लैश होने लग गए थे, लाइक जो मुझे पसंद आ रहा है वो उसे नहीं आ रहा, उसे पसंद आ रहा है वो मुझे नहीं आ रहा।
अब आया असली स्वाद,
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH NPS वात्सल्य, ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं, कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ, हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है।
बढ़िया है, प्राकृतिक हल्दी, मिर्ची, धनिया।
नहीं, मिर्ची, धनिया, हल्दी, MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Welcome back from the break. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. In a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Remember, the BJP, of course, and its allies in Maharashtra have won the election decisively. The Vidhan Sabha polls there being won by the Mahayuti alliance. In fact, it's a sweep for them in the state. The MVA being virtually decimated by the Mahayuti alliance. In Jharkhand, meanwhile, it's a disappointing showing for the BJP and its ally, the AJSU. The NDA, of course, has lost that election. It's a victory there for the JMM Congress combined. The India alliance winning Jharkhand decisively. So, of course, a good showing for the NDA in Maharashtra. But it's a good showing for the India alliance, meanwhile, in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be there very, very shortly. He's already put out a tweet on social media congratulating BJP Karyakartas for their hard work. In fact, praising the NDA as well for their resilience and their cohesiveness, of course, for this big win for the party in Maharashtra, and also, good showing in Jharkhand. But let me also bring in at this point our special guest joining us live as we await Prime Minister Modi's arrival there. We are seeing these visuals which came in a short while back of BJP President JP Nadda. He has arrived already at the party office. In fact, these are visuals now coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah has arrived at the BJP party office as well. You can see there he's being welcomed. He's being greeted, of course, and congratulated and felicitated by senior BJP post holders, organization post holders of the party. Also, their spokespersons are present there as well. So, JP Nadda has arrived there. Amit Shah has also arrived now. The wait for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who of course will be addressing the euphoric BJP cadres and Karyakartas in a short while from now. Jasmine Sandavalia, BJP spokesperson, is joining us live. Jasmine Sandavalia, what are the factors that have worked for the sweep for your party in Maharashtra? But also, Jasmine, we have to ask you what went wrong in Jharkhand.
Well, let's begin with the good news, that is Maharashtra. I think our good governance was the main mantra. The disadvantaged, the lower middle class, the upper middle class, you see, they have aspirations, and good governance was in the civil hospitals, in the government schools, in offices, and that translated to a great success. And our Chief Minister and our Deputy Chief Minister worked very, very hard on developmental projects, and progress was something which they not only spoke about, but they tried to practice it. And it was an reach out program to the voters, and the astute voter of Maharashtra. You see, Maharashtra is a very progressive state, very aware state, and the voter here has his own mind. He cannot be swayed. So the opposition probably could not read, and that is one of their biggest follies. That, and especially, Sharad Pawar, if you notice, could not be that charismatic. He's a very tall leader of India, and we have immense respect for him, but his charisma is waning, and his daughter has not been able to project the same political acumen that her father has. And all these things combined together, and the voter made up his mind that his best bet was BJP. And even if you notice, not only the BJP has done very well in Maharashtra, our allies have improved their tally, and they have done considerably and significantly very well. So obviously the voter is very happy with us.
Yes. Let me get in Gautam Seth of the Congress party in quickly at this point. Gautam Seth, you did make big gains in the Lok Sabha elections this year itself, but those gains suddenly erased, Gautam. What went wrong in Maharashtra?
I think firstly, from the Congress, we must thank the people of Jharkhand who accepted our narrative of issues, who accepted our politics, which was basically centralized towards the needs and the issues of the people. But of course, in Maharashtra, we failed. We need to do more. People expect more from us. We tried our best. We took the campaign to the people in the way we thought that it resonated with them. But the results speak otherwise, and since it did not resonate with them, we need to work more on it. We need to learn lessons from it. And the other big news today is also that Wayanad was won from a margin of more than 4 lakhs. So there is good to see and there is bad also to see today. There are lessons to learn and there is motivation to drive. And the Congress will of course learn these lessons well and perform better in the future and go to people to meet their expectations in a better way.
Your critics say that the victory in Jharkhand is not yours, it's a victory of JMM which you've piggybacked on, similarly to what you did in Jammu and Kashmir with the NC. Your response to that?
No, you need to see that the Congress has also maintained a very good performance in Jharkhand. The Congress has not been decimated to a single digit there. We have still maintained a good tally of seats there. And it is a combination of JMM and Congress. It is the India Alliance which has won. There is no doubt about it. But the Congress and the JMM have equally contributed to this victory. At this point, to dwarf the Congress's role or to dwarf the JMM's role will not be justice to both the parties. It was the alliance. It was a pre-poll alliance. We went to the election together and the people accepted this combination.
Jasmine Sandavalia wants to respond to you. Jasmine Sandavalia.
For one party. They have voted for the alliance.
See, I want to raise one point that
I think we've lost Jasmine, unfortunately. Okay, Gautam Seth, quickly coming back now across to you on Maharashtra. Now, in Maharashtra, of course, because there were gains that your party had made, in fact, the Congress itself had performed very well in Lok Sabha elections. Do you believe, the state leadership then went wrong somewhere? There was a disconnect on ground. Do you believe the seat sharing was not done properly? Do you believe that the Hindu voter has deserted you, which perhaps got fractured in terms of caste? Certain caste voting for your party, breaking away from the BJP. That consolidation now has happened for the Mahayuti. What are the factors you believe have changed? Because it's a very short period of time. And like Haryana, things changed in Maharashtra as well, because both these states you did well in April and May this year itself.
You know, exactly. Politics is something where we learn every day, where we get to know about things every day, and it evolves. It's dynamic in nature. And in Lok Sabha, the performance of the Indian National Congress was, of course, exceptional in Maharashtra also or in Haryana also. Now, what we are also thinking is whether the people did want to accept an election where the BJP was being led by Narendra Modi. That was the Lok Sabha election, where, they did not vote for the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections the way they voted for the BJP now in the Vidhan Sabha elections. So whether the people did not want to give the mandate to Narendra Modi, and BJP minus Narendra Modi is what is more acceptable to the people as seen in Haryana or as seen in Maharashtra, is something for the BJP also to think on. And for the Congress, whether our regional leaderships have failed, whether our campaign strategies have failed, whether we could not stand up to how people expect us to stand to their expectations, is a study that we will also do. But this is strange. This is something very strange. This is something for us also to sit down, put our heads on and understand that how this bigger gap and this bigger change has been seen in a span of 3 to 4 months. And for the BJP also to realize that when Mr. Modi leads a Lok Sabha election, the people don't vote for them. When it's without Mr. Modi, it's a regional election, it's a Vidhan Sabha election, they are getting the votes.
The Congress says this is a victory for your state leadership, not for Mr. Modi. Okay, I don't think we have Jasmine there with us. Let me get in Radlakshmi Joshi, who's joining us now live, political analyst. Radlakshmi Joshi, we are seeing, of course, euphoric scenes from the BJP party office. Narendra Modi expected there very, very shortly. What impact, what bearing is this election result of Maharashtra and Jharkhand going to have for the road ahead for the BJP, and in particular, next year as well, which also has very, very crucial assembly polls in Delhi and Bihar?
Good evening, Uday, and thank you for having me on your show. And I think that this is an amazing day where, this was a phenomenal victory for the BJP. And it actually spells, it actually tells us that this brand Modi is very much intact. Contrary to what a lot of opposition leaders were saying after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Actually, even at that time, we could see that, in the third term also, if the BJP under the leadership of Modi ji, if they could have actually scored the way they did, I think it spoke a lot. But I think that this time around, especially after the Haryana elections, now this actually, it only shows and it seals the fact that the BJP is right now an extremely formidable force. And I think that this definitely will give a lot of momentum for the further elections in Delhi and in Bihar, like you said. So, and it also gives a lot more confidence for the new state government, the kind of numbers that they have got in Maharashtra, and also a lot more confidence in the central government also, I guess, because now, there will be a lot more confidence on the part of the BJP. In all the decisions that they take, because now I think that even the alliance partners also will feel a lot more.
Also, do you believe, Nikhil Jain, if I can quickly draw you in here as well, that the caste pitch of the opposition has also hit a roadblock? Perhaps it did work to some extent in the Lok Sabha elections, but new pitches are needed. And perhaps that caste, pitch and the constitution and the caste-based census pitch has not worked in Maharashtra, where we are seeing this consolidation of Hindu vote where it is not getting fractured in terms of Maratha or in terms of OBC or in terms of Dalit or in terms of other castes, but unite in favor of one alliance?
Well, so personally, what I think is that the results of the two state elections, what they're reflecting to me is that today the voter, at least in so far as state assembly elections are concerned, is very transactional. The voter is only concerned with which party is putting money in my pocket. Because if you look at the difference between the Lok Sabha performance of these respective parties and the Vidhan Sabha performance, there's just been a gap of 4 or 5 months. Nothing material really changed. The leaders are the same, the parties are the same, the issues are the same, the economy is same, pretty much everything else is same. Then what is the difference? There is one commonality between the difference across the two states, that in Jharkhand you had the Maiya Samman Yojana being announced in around August, and around the same time Eknath Shinde announced the Ladki Behna Yojana. Both these schemes were unconditional cash transfers.
Are just getting lured by freebies, and that's the way to win elections now? Is that your assertion? Is that your analysis? Isn't that insulting of the voter?
No. I first of all, I never use the term freebies. I do not, agree or endorse that term. I've always supported social welfare measures. I've never taken a jibe at the free electricity being given by BJP, Congress, or Aam Aadmi Party. But what I'm talking about right now is unconditional cash transfer. I'm not calling it a bribe. I'm not calling it a freebie. I'm not calling it a rebdi. I'm merely calling it as a form of a government scheme. Whether I agree with it or not, whether it's fiscally sustainable or not, that's a different discussion to have at a different time. But what I'm saying is that this is perhaps the most effective way for political parties down in the dumps to, completely overturn the state election verdict. We first saw that in Madhya Pradesh with the Ladli Behna scheme last year, and now in these two states. Because nothing material
There is the opposition, Dr. Piyush Joshi, who will turn around and say that there is a lot of anti-incumbency, which is why the BJP's numbers fell in the 2024 Lok Sabha election earlier this year. Even though they've come back to power, but the opposition claimed it was a big win for them, with their numbers rising and the BJP's numbers falling. Has the BJP, though, in the span of this year itself, 2024 has not ended, managed to finish off that perception? You were just saying a short while back that India today is a battle of optics. Optics matters a lot in the politics of today in 2024. Has the optics been corrected by BJP this year itself in 2024 with the wins in Haryana and now in Maharashtra, two states where they did see their number of MPs come down?
Certainly, no one can disagree with that particular assessment. The optics have been changed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the best that we can do as a supporter of a stronger opposition, we need to acknowledge this, that the BJP is successful in changing the optics. The alliance has lost an important state, a state which is practically the pulse of the country when it comes to the finances. So you lost a very important state, you win one. Fair enough. If it is to make a literally an event out of it, that's what I'm suggesting. If it is to make an event out of your Jammu Kashmir win, make an event out of your Jharkhand win, conduct drives. BJP is still in the power when it comes to the union government. BJP is in power in various different states, yet all year round they keep on organizing different events. What does it do? It galvanizes your cadre. It infuses energy in them. It gives them tasks on hand. And like Jayaprakash Narayan says, that any political outfit runs on 4 Ks. One is Karyalaya, one other is Karyakarta, and is Karyakram, and fourth is Kosh. So, Kosh, I understand that being in opposition, you can't galvanize that kind of money. But on the rest 3 fronts, you need to have a program. The program has to be long-term, 5 years, 10 years down the line, where we are going to be, what we are going to do, and how we are going to tackle this behemoth of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay.
This bulldozer of Bharatiya Janata Party, that needs to be tackled.
Okay, which the opposition is not doing effectively. Gautam said you can of course respond to that, but Gautam, do you believe the biggest debacle for your party is the fact that, as certain analysts are saying on this very show, that all the gains that you made or all the losses that the BJP made in the Lok Sabha polls have all been erased by what has happened first in Haryana earlier this year and now in Maharashtra. Is that the biggest setback for your party? And would you acknowledge that?
No, I don't think so that it has been erased. The vote in the Lok Sabha was done, and the kind of voter turnout in the Lok Sabha and the kind of support that the India Alliance had, we still have our MPs intact and we are still raising their voices in the parliament. As far as you're talking about the optics, of course, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. But if you see that we won Jammu and Kashmir, although in an alliance, they won Haryana. This time we won Jharkhand, they won Maharashtra. So it's not that they are clean sweeping all the states. If they are winning states, they are also losing states. Okay. And let's not forget that the Congress party, along with the many alliance partners, showed them that what a united opposition can do when it came to the 24 Lok Sabha elections. Lessons are obviously to be learned for us as much as they are to be learned for the BJP. They also need to analyze what went wrong for them in Jharkhand. They also need to analyze why did the party who boasted of removing the article and doing all the security for Jammu and Kashmir, boasted of getting all the investments there, could not win the assembly election that they conducted with a gap of so many years. So it is not
okay,
a
Piyush Joshi and then Jasmine Sandavalia.
It's not a lose-lose situation for us.
Not celebrating them. If it's like that, if you won Jharkhand, why is there no event at the AICC?
Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, Gautam said that's the point that Piyush was making earlier. If this is a game of optics and you have conceded as well, perhaps in the optics you have fallen short with these losses in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Why is the Congress not making a big show? Why was there no celebration for your win in Jharkhand? Why is there no celebration for your win in Wayanad? Why was there no celebration for your win in Jammu and Kashmir? Look at the BJP, look at what's happening at the BJP office right now with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi due to arrive there. You have the Karyakartas, the workers in full force. I don't know if you have a television in front of you, but you'll be able to see these visuals. Their senior leaders are present there. Why not make a big show either? Which is why the optics game is being won by the BJP, says Piyush Joshi.
And over exaggerating and over amplifying the smallest of the small thing has always been the strategy and niche of Mr. Narendra Modi. The Congress has believed in simplicity even when the amazing results for 2024 Lok Sabha elections came. There was some small celebration followed by one press conference. It was we have never been a party of event management. We have been a party of management of people's issues. We have been a party of giving wings to the aspirations of the people of this country.
Okay.
We have never been a party who believes in marketing and big event management, and that is what the Congress stands for. We are the party of Mahatma Gandhi, we are the party of Nehru, and we have always believed in simplicity.
Okay, so that's your style, that's your niche. You don't want to change, you don't want to... Yes, quickly Gautam, and then I need to get in Jasmine Sandavalia. She's been waiting very patiently to respond for a while.
I would just like to end with two lines. क्या हार में क्या जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत में, कर्तव्य पथ पर जो भी मिला यह भी सही वो भी सही.
Jasmine.
It is their niche not to manage. You see, in elections, it's not just the perceptions. It's an emotional voter also, and electioneering is an entirely different ball game. And I feel that the Congress has become very outdated, and at the same time they did marginally well in the parliament elections just a couple of months back, but they could not retain. Somebody has to know where did they go wrong. They did improve their tally in the last parliament elections, but within a few months, the honeymoon with them was over of the voter. In Haryana, everybody.
No, but I have to ask that question from you as well. What went wrong in Jharkhand? There were many exit polls which predicted that your party was gaining in Jharkhand. That's what your senior leader said as well. What went wrong in Jharkhand? Is that something also that you're going to have to introspect and analyze? Prima facie, what do you feel? I don't think we have Jasmine's connection, unfortunately. Rajlakshmi Joshi, if you can hear me, why don't you answer that? Is the BJP going to have to look at what went wrong for them in Jharkhand? Was it a poor selection of their ally? The AJSU, I think, has just won 1 seat out of 10. That's a terrible strike rate. What has gone wrong for the BJP's prospects in Jharkhand?
Uday, yes, definitely the BJP needs to introspect what exactly happened in Jharkhand. Because, what has happened is, what I can see is that in Maharashtra, that there was a complete turnaround. Because what exactly happened in Maharashtra was that the kind of narrative that was made in Maharashtra, that was completely destroyed by the BJP and the RSS with a lot of effort in Maharashtra, and that is the result that you can see today. So, and whatever shortcomings were there was a complete course correction. And actually, there was a complete effort in Jharkhand also. But at the same time, the results don't seem to have completely converted into a complete win. But you should also see that there was no loss as such. In the last time, the number of seats that were there for the BJP, they have almost the same number of seats. So there is not too much of a loss. But yes, they could have converted it into a complete win. So that what was lacking there, I think, was the fact that there was a small advantage to the JMM in terms of the Maiya Samman Yojana, as pointed out by Nikhil Jain here. So, that advantage definitely has put in a factor. I would not say complete factor, because in Maharashtra also, the Ladki Bahin Yojana was not the entire factor. There were a lot of other factors, like the kind of negative campaign actually by by some people in favor of the MBA, which was not actually rebutted by the MBA. So just when the ulemas say that if Muslims don't vote for the MBA, then you will be banished from the Muslim community.
Right.
That actually is a very negative campaign, and which should have been completely condemned, but it was not.
Okay.
So, similarly, I think that there were some things which probably did not find favor in Jharkhand.
Okay.
And the BJP will have to find out what exactly were those things that actually did not really find resonance with the
All right. I'm taking a very short break. We're back on the other side with lots more. Remember, we're of course building up to the Prime Minister's address very, very shortly at the BJP office. This is the first time the Prime Minister will be speaking after their super performance in the state of Maharashtra.
खुद को पैम्पर करिए MDH बादाम रोगन के साथ, जो आपको सवारे, निखारे और नरिश करे।
चमके चमके हाँ दमके दमके,
त्वचा में समाये, हाइड्रेट करे, हर उम्र की त्वचा का पोषण करे।
You deserve the purity.
MDH बादाम रोगन, नेचुरल, टेंडर, प्योर।
चमके चमके
जिसे
उत्तराखंड की प्रगति में अपना योगदान दें और साथ मिलकर एक आत्मनिर्भर और समृद्ध उत्तराखंड बनाएं।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Rishabh Gulati. What a day it has been. But it's been a day for several players. And within the context of what's happened in Maharashtra and what has happened in Jharkhand, I don't want you to forget this man, Yogi Adityanath. It was a big day for him. Big day because 9 assembly by-polls took place in Uttar Pradesh. Okay, Yogi Adityanath had to perform well it had reached a stage that in UP, because of the missing 30 seats for the BJP in that state, that was the difference between a 244 and a 272 was UP. Yogi Adityanath had to perform well in these by-polls. How has he performed? Has he done reasonably well enough in the translation matrix? The real understanding of this is that this side battle was going on, and this side battle is crucial because UP is going to be fundamental to any Lok Sabha return in 2029. And UP is where Akhilesh Yadav thinks he's making a comeback. UP is where the Congress thinks that Rahul Gandhi can make a comeback, and that really matters. So the big question is, will the BJP now go for early polls after what they've seen in Haryana, what they've seen in Maharashtra, and what they've seen in the by-polls that were contested today? Now, what happened in the by-polls that were contested today? This is the arithmetic breakdown. The BJP of the 9 seats had 3, the RLD had 1, the Samajwadi Party had 4, and there were 1 others. This is the end result that Yogi Adityanath takes away from election day 2023. He has improved the tally of the BJP, already a very strong tally in the assembly, by 3. A +3 has happened for the BJP. And have a look at this, the Samajwadi Party, which had a thunderous performance in the Lok Sabha poll just a few months ago, has actually gone down 2 seats. The others have gone down, and the RLD, which is of course an ally of the BJP in the NDA now, with Jayant in the union government now, has retained its seat. So of the 9, 7 have gone to the BJP-led NDA, 2 have gone -2 to the Samajwadi Party, and of course this means -1 for the others as well. So keep an eye out on Yogi Adityanath and the UP side battle which has gone on in this state, and this is how the translation matrix works out. The BJP here in the seat of Katehari has won by a margin of 10,000 votes. This is the comparison of what happened 2 years ago to what is happening in 2024 now. If you look at Karhal, here the Samajwadi Party, Tej Pratap Singh got just over 1 lakh votes. Akhilesh Yadav over here, in this case, they were holding the seat in the like-in form of Akhilesh Yadav. No surprises that Tej Pratap, the nephew, has also gotten a few votes this time around and held that seat for the Samajwadi Party. But then have a look at Mirapur. In Mirapur, the battle was for Chandan Chauhal, who was holding the seat, a bastion seat, won by Mithilesh Pal with 84,000 votes. Slightly reduced majority, but in this case for them and the RLD, chalega. Good enough. It got the job done in Mirapur. Ghaziabad, BJP stronghold, should have won it, and in the end did won it. Atul Garg was holding the seat for the BJP. He had 1.5 lakh votes. The margin for Sanjeev Sharma might indeed have come down, but the BJP has held the bastion seat in Ghaziabad as well, which of course is on the outskirts of Delhi. And let's come to Sisamau. In Sisamau, the Samajwadi Party was holding this seat, okay, and it has held the seat, but once again with a slightly reduced margin. But the overall numbers is what translates into this. We are just trying to extrapolate what has happened in the seat contest in this regard. Look at Khair. In this case, the BJP was holding the seat under Anup Valmiki. Surinder Diler has also won that seat once again. So the microcosm battles that have taken place, don't ignore them because they have serious consequences. In Phulpur, very, very interesting battle. Praveen Patel was holding the seat. Deepak Patel of the BJP has once again taken that seat in Phulpur. Crucial seat because it comes in a Yogi Adityanath bastion. In Kundarki, this is where the flip has happened. Ziaur Rahman was holding this with a 1,25,000 votes. The BJP has taken it with 1,70,000 votes this time around in the like-in form of Ramveer Singh. Fascinating contest. Now, it's not just Yogi Adityanath who's had some takeaways today. This man on your screen, Arvind Kejriwal, has also had some takeaways because there were 4 by-poll elections taking place in Punjab. The Aam Aadmi Party has won 3 out of the 4 by-poll seats in Punjab. Big deal for them as they take away for Arvind Kejriwal. This is how it pans out. They were holding only 1 of those seats when the assembly elections happened, when they formed the government in 2022. They've taken 3, which is a +2. At the cost of the others, and the Congress, remember, which is down 2, the others were 0-0, so just correct that figure over there. This is the Congress. So the Aam Aadmi Party has taken 2 more seats from the Congress in Punjab. Delhi elections are coming up in just 2 months' time. So some takeaways for Arvind Kejriwal as well. Have a look at how this pans out. The Aam Aadmi Party in the like of Gurdeep Singh Randhawa has won this particular seat. Jatinder Kaur Randhawa has lost that seat for the Congress in Dera Baba Nanak. Very interesting battle that has taken place in this bypoll in Punjab. The margin was only 6,000 votes. Some of these are going to be low margin wins, but a win is a win. In Chabewal, Ishank Kumar has won the seat. Aam Aadmi Party defeating, thumping win against Ranjit Kumar of the Congress, who has lost this seat. And if you look at the other two that have also taken place in Punjab, what you'll see is a pattern which the Aam Aadmi Party is going to be very thrilled with in their mathematics that they're doing, because Hardeep Singh Dhillon, also known as Dimpy Dhillon, has won the seat against Amrita from the Congress Party. So, microcosm battles that are taking place. Yogi Adityanath, Arvind Kejriwal, and have a look at this. This is the difference that has taken place in the state of Punjab. This is the seat in Barnala, this is the one seat that the Congress has taken from the Aam Aadmi Party, where Harinder Singh Dhaliwal has lost to Kuldeep Singh Dhillon. In this case, small margin, just about 2,000 votes. Now, that is Yogi Adityanath. We've discussed Arvind Kejriwal. What about Mamata Banerjee? Mamata Banerjee has won a thumping victory, as in others losing their deposit kind of victories in Bengal. Okay, there were 6 seats going to the by-polls in Bengal, and pretty much all of them have been swept by the TMC. Now, yes, the incumbent always has an advantage. The person in the government always has the advantage in the by-poll. But look at the translation matrix of how it is working out. The BJP was holding one of those seats in the last assembly election in 2021. They've lost it, which means 6 out of 6 have gone for the TMC, the +1. And all of these victories have been thumping margins. Ignore the logo here, this is the TMC. All of this has been thumping margins for Mamata Banerjee. So when she is doing some mathematics for her own about her grip on Bengal, now you can argue where that grip is coming from, whether it is this power, that power. Incumbents have an advantage, but don't take it away. A vote is a vote and a win is a win. Sangeeta Roy has taken it. Look at the she's won by 1,20,000 votes in an assembly election. That's a huge margin in an assembly election in Bengal. This is in Sitai. Now have a look at the next seat, in which is also has been won by the TMC. Once again, Jayaprakash Topo has won by 20,000 votes against the BJP in Bengal. Now you can make all sorts of arguments that why in Madarihat this has happened, why in a different place this has happened. You can make all sorts of computations, analysis, but the bottom lines, as we go through quickly all the seats, Savri, please, as we go through all these seats, the bottom line is telling you that in Naihati also, Rupak Mitra of the BJP has been defeated by 50,000 votes by Sannad De of the TMC. This is setting a pattern. Subhajit Roy of the BJP, 81,000 votes. Again, Sujay Hazara of the TMC has beaten him by 35,000 votes. These are big chunky margins in an assembly battle. In Taldangra, Ananya Chakrabarti, 64,000 votes of the BJP, lost by 40,000 votes to Falguni Singh Babu of the TMC. Thumping win in Taldangra as well. So this is now telling you that there have been lot of side contests that have taken place, which I want you as the viewer to absorb during the course of this electoral cycle, because they will have immediate bearing on national policy pictures. How does it impact immediately the national policy picture? We get a chance to debate and discuss very, very shortly. Let's pick up that conversation. We still have our guest with us. Just a few minutes from where I am sitting in New Delhi, we're expecting the Prime Minister to be coming out and addressing the BJP Karyakarta at the BJP headquarters very, very shortly on the broadcast with me to have this conversation further, and we'll be roping in Pankaj Vora, the managing editor of the Sunday Guardian, very, very shortly as well. Jasmine Sandavalia of the BJP is with us, Gautam Seth of the Congress with us, Rajalakshmi Joshi is with us, I can still see Nikhil Jain with us, and Dr. Piyush Joshi, I'm told, is with us as well. Dr. Joshi, let me start with you. I want to pick up on Yogi Adityanath for just a second, because it had become honestly awkward. He was the poster boy of the BJP for so many years, okay? And with after what happened in the Lok Sabha polls, there was a point of time where even the BJP guys, were trying to sort of stay away. They didn't want to even be seated next to him in certain kind of public functions. Does this by-poll set us some sort of pattern?
Well, certainly the pattern is very clear that all is not hunky-dory when it comes to Yogi Adityanath and Narendra Modi's equation, because the central leadership is certainly not liking him, and that is why people were not willing to sit beside him. So, what Yogi Adityanath has already proven that he still holds a tighter grip on the state of Uttar Pradesh, and when it comes to the Vidhan Sabha elections, he can certainly pull through, and that's what he has shown. But Samajwadi Party has also taken 3 seats, and they need to work hard on that. And so does all of the opposition parties when it comes to tackling the Bharatiya Janata Party in one-on-one contest.
Okay, the reason I asked this question, okay, and I'm just I'm putting it out there, Pankaj Vora ji, because Pankaj Vora ji, now there's been a problem that has happened in UP. Subsequently, sort of predictable good performance in Haryana, better than predicted for sure performance in Maharashtra. Okay, Jharkhand was supposed to be a challenge. A decent performance in the UP bypolls. Should the BJP be suddenly feeling a little bit better about the rise of Akhilesh as a challenge in UP?
Certainly, BJP will be more relaxed with the results, and is in a very comfortable position. And Parliament session begins early next week, and the BJP will go there with its chin high and with so much of confidence which comes with any kind of victory. And so far as these wins are concerned, the victory in Maharashtra is spectacular. Many people did not expect it to be this way. It's a landslide. In UP, Yogi has performed exceedingly well, as you were mentioning yourself. He has taken away some seats from Akhilesh Yadav, and Akhilesh Yadav, who was looking very strong after his very impressive showing in parliamentary polls, is suddenly going to be on back foot and needs to introspect as to what went wrong for his nominees so far as these assembly bypolls were concerned. Yogi has also been put to test by the BJP's section of BJP's central leadership, which had guns blazing out for him after the poor performance of the BJP or unexpected performance of the BJP in parliamentary polls. And now, he had said that, tickets were not distributed by me, they were distributed by Delhi. So why blame me?
Okay.
So now he's in a more comfortable.
Okay, Pankaj Vora, you've been doing this long since before I was born. So I'm going to ask you the difficult question: is there a temptation for the BJP to call for early election in UP, okay, to prove a point and sort of wipe out what happened in the previous Lok Sabha?
Well, I don't think that will happen. If it does, then it will be supreme confidence on part of the BJP's central leadership. Right now, Yogi is in full command. They are very well placed they have a government which has no threat from any quarter. That government is praised for bringing some sort of a semblance and, improving the law and order situation in the state. I don't think, personally speaking, that they will go in for early elections, but then it is for any party or the leadership to decide as to what the next course will be.
My understanding is that there is a temptation and a conversation regarding this. Because remember, UP elections, by the time they happen, it becomes very close to the 2029 elections, a couple of years away. And do you want to live with the fact that Akhilesh Yadav had that performance which he's going to be hoisting up for a long period of time? It's an open question. Is it easy to do this? No, it's not. Because if you're sitting comfortably, why would you want to, shake the waters a little bit? Let me get Jasmine Sandawali on this conversation. Jasmine ji, I want to take your thought, because of course we've been discussing Maharashtra, we've been discussing Jharkhand. I want you to take your thought to the UP bypoll results. You've taken a few seats away from the Samajwadi Party, which is contrary to what should have happened. By logic of the trends and the momentum that was set in the Lok Sabha election, it was the Samajwadi Party that should have taken a few seats away from you. So what is this telling us about the microcosm post Haryana, post Maharashtra, now in UP?
Well, you see, one has to read this precedent that in the parliament elections, the voter casts his vote on a different mindset. And when there is an assembly election, the voter is more concerned about his immediate needs, which are his electricity, civil hospitals, education, the day-to-day governance and the day-to-day interaction that he has with the government officials. And I think the BJP has done considerably well. Our Chief Minister, the BJP Chief Minister, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, is a very, very proactive Chief Minister. And yes, we did lose a number of seats In UP, we are not denying that. We would have been happier had we been more comfortably placed. But he has proven to everybody and to the opposition that he still has full control over the state, and his performance is being appreciated. And the choice of our candidates in the election and our proactive approach has translated into
Okay, so nothing succeeds like success. So let's not kid ourselves. The Lok Sabha performance, even though it was a historic third term, first time ever a historic third term for the BJP, they would have wanted it to be more than 272. The difference between 272 and 240 or 244 was pretty much UP, Bengal, Maharashtra. Okay. Now there's been and Haryana. They lost 5 seats in Haryana. Okay. So comeback in Haryana, comeback in Maharashtra, okay, has happened. I can't say any comeback is in the offing in Bengal. Okay, Jasminji wants to make an interjection, and I want to put this thought to Nikhil before we see the Prime Minister. Jasminji, go ahead.
You see, in Haryana, there are 10 parliament seats. We retained 5 seats in Haryana in the parliament election. So that meant that there was not such extreme anti-incumbency against the BJP.
Okay, ma'am, the glass is either half empty or half full. It depends on how you look at it.
Give good candidates, and there was huge infighting between the Congress. The Congress became very complacent after the parliament election. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has that in him, that he does marginally well and he becomes very complacent. There was already a infighting between Shailja and Devendra Fadnavis. While we went to war, they were into skirmishes and battles.
Okay, ma'am, once you win, it doesn't make a difference. So I'm not going to remind you about what Anil Vij was saying and the fact that Manohar Lal Khattar was sent to the center. I'm not going to make any reminders of that, because nothing succeeds like success. And yes, you can look at the glass as half full. Others would have looked at the Lok Sabha elections in Haryana and said the glass was half empty. Now hold your thought. I want to get Nikhil into the other things. Nikhil, first let's address Punjab, because a very interesting microcosm battle has happened, okay, in a state that has repeatedly told us it's unhappy with everyone. It's unhappy with the Shiromani Akali Dal. It doesn't really like the Congress very much. It is not too thrilled with the Aam Aadmi Party, but definitely does not want the BJP either. The Punjabi voter is hunting for something, but today they've come out and said that yes, in a straight head-to-head Congress-BJP, Congress-Aam Aadmi Party, we still pick up. What is that telling us?
I think, Rishabh, we need to look at the larger picture. So there's this interesting analysis, short analysis I've done that I'd like to share with your viewers, that in these bipolar elections, or assembly bipolar elections, 14 different states had elections, total of 48 seats. In 14 of these states, 9 out of 14 of these states, every single seat that went to a bipole was won by either the ruling party or a ruling alliance member.
Correct.
In the remaining 5 states, that is Kerala, one was won by the Congress, Madhya Pradesh, 1 out of 2 by Congress, Punjab, 1 out of 4 Congress, Rajasthan, 1 out of 7 Congress, and Uttar Pradesh, 2 out of 9 Samajwadi Party. So basically the trend that we are seeing across these 14 states is that either the ruling party or the ruling alliance takes away all the seats that go to bipole, or a heavy thumping majority of it. So I'm not going to take any, I'm not going to draw any conclusions of this being a SP versus the BJP battle in Uttar Pradesh or an INC versus AAP battle in Punjab. And I've been making this point since the morning that I think in the state elections, voters have become really transactional. They only care about, they're largely caring about what goes in their pocket, whether their work is done or not. They're not really caring about the likability of a leader. They're not really caring about ideology and things like that. And obviously, when you have an incumbent government of a particular party and by-elections happen, and you know that those by-elections are not going to change whatever the government is.
Yes.
People would have a very, very high
so I have
tendency
mentioned
to vote for the ruling party MLA for the simple reason.
It is definitely home advantage for the ruling party in that state. Okay. But there are battles coming up, and Nikhil, there's a battle coming up in Delhi, and Delhi is not a full state, but for the Aam Aadmi Party it really matters. I mean, that's home base. You can say, Punjab was the big victory, but Delhi is home base. If you lose and erode yourself in Delhi, so for Arvind Kejriwal, 2 things have happened today. Number 1, he's seen Hemant Soren return as Chief Minister with a pretty decent thumping victory. Okay. Now, for people who have forgotten, it was Hemant Soren and Arvind Kejriwal who were in jail together a few months ago. And he has seen that, okay, in Punjab we've done okay. So what does this tell, how is Arvind Kejriwal feeling today as he's measuring his chances in Delhi 2 months from now?
So see, there again lies my disagreement from the popular view. I think a lot of people are saying that the Jharkhand victory of JMM and Congress is because of the sympathy that Hemant Soren got because of being jailed. I don't agree with that for the simple reason that he was jailed before the Lok Sabha elections and the JMM did not do that spectacularly well, or the JMM Congress alliance did not do that spectacularly well in the Lok Sabha elections, but they've taken it like to a whole other level in these state elections. I think the differentiator, the reason why they've done so much better in the Vidhan Sabha vis-a-vis Lok Sabha is because of the Maya Samman Yojana, unconditional cash transfers in the hands of the voters. I think that is the single key to success for political parties looking to overturn an election. It started with Madhya Pradesh Ladli Behna scheme. Then we saw an example of it with Ladki Behna in Maharashtra. We were also seeing that with Maya Samman Yojana in Jharkhand. Whatever political party you are, if you're putting money directly in the pockets of the voters, they are going to vote for you. I think that is the key takeaway. And Arvind Kejriwal, quite frankly, in recent times, is the pioneer of that sort of politics. I'm not going to comment whether it's good or bad, good economics, bad economics. That's a discussion for another time. But so far as political fortunes are concerned, I think Arvind Kejriwal, because of this very reason, would be in a much stronger position.
Okay, fair enough.
He's
Fair
somebody
enough.
who
It's an assessment. I'm assuming you, as I heard you make this point a few minutes ago with my colleague, I'm assuming you're not saying that the voters are corrupt and they can be bribed, but you're saying that yes, as a policy measure, as an electoral measure, as a poll sop, it is working, and if it's working, more political parties will try it, and those who are already doing it will likely to do better. Fair enough. Okay. Now I want to get Rajalakshmi Joshi into this conversation and come back to the subject. So I've taken you to the segues. I wanted you to just understand these other things that are going on in the electoral cycle. We're waiting for the BJP party president, and the Prime Minister to be speaking very, very shortly. That's a live shot on your screens. Rajalakshmi Joshi, let me bring you in and let's come back to the brass tacks. Okay. In a reality check in Maharashtra, which has been delivered, the worst performance has been delivered to the party that should have been the national opposition, that did extremely well in the Lok Sabha elections. They have come down from 44 to just 15 seats. Is there a crisis for the Congress party in Maharashtra?
Yes, definitely, Rishabh. There is this pattern where with the slightest victory, the Congress party, they become extremely excited and they think that they have completely won. So this time, with a figure of 99 seats, they started thinking and behaving as if they have entirely won the Lok Sabha elections. And if you listen to them carefully, if you listen to the Congress spokespersons and some of the tall leaders of the Congress speak, they talk as if the BJP has lost the election. So it is, they have completely forgotten that the BJP in an alliance with the alliance partners they have actually won the election, and now today it is the Modi government that is here in power. So with the allies, of course. But then, what happened is the BJP with all its numbers, for the BJP, they felt that we have actually done very badly, and the BJP has actually self-introspected and made all the course correction. Whereas the Congress has continued with the same narrative, the same agenda, which the BJP has already taken care of in Haryana. So the Congress should have done some course correction at least after Haryana. But they continued with the same narrative in Maharashtra. And they also
But it was working for them, they would think, in the Lok Sabha. They would think it worked for them in Karnataka. So why shouldn't it work for them elsewhere? So, but let me get Gautam Seth of the Congress in on this. Gautam Seth, okay, since the Lok Sabha, there have been 4 elections. Now, on face value, the BJP has only won 2 of the 4. But the other 2 were Kashmir and Jharkhand. And J&K was won by Omar, not by the Congress. And Jharkhand has been won by Soren, not by the Congress. So how can you tally that up for yourselves?
No, Rishabh, I'm sorry. When you say that, Jharkhand has been won by JMM and not the Congress, they haven't got absolute majority. It was a pre-poll alliance. The Congress and JMM have equally contributed to the win that has happened in Jharkhand. And to totally dwarf the Indian National Congress's contribution in the Jharkhand elections will not be justice to our workers who have worked day and night there. We agree that we could not stand up to the expectations and how much the people wanted us to do in Maharashtra. We agree that the people did not resonate with our elections the way they should have. But on the contrary, there were also Sam Dam Dand Bhed. The excessive use of the money and muscle power happened in Maharashtra in an unprecedented manner. But all said and done, today is not the day to discuss all of that. Today is the day for the Congress to introspect itself in Maharashtra, but also to drive motivation from the hard work and the deliverance that has been done by our workers in the state of Jharkhand. Also to take motivation from the massive victory of more than a 4 lakh margin in Wayanad. So you have to look at the picture as a whole. You can't look at the cake by just one slice out of it. The cake is to be seen as the whole baked.
You know, in the longer term, I agree with you. In history, we'll remember this as the day, not necessarily as the day that Congress lost Maharashtra. It will be the day that Priyanka Gandhi entered parliament for the first time. I'm sure that's what the party is going to look at also. But a loss is a loss. And it's not just a loss, it's a really bad loss. So let me get Pankaj Vora into this. Pankaj Vora, that's the mathematics. 4 elections have taken place since Lok Sabha. The tally is 2-2. But it is, do we give Congress credit in Kashmir? Do we give them credit in Jharkhand?
No, the Congress has been in pre-poll alliance, but the victory has been basically because of the senior partners in this pre-poll alliance. They were the ones who set the agenda. In Jharkhand, it was a tribal specific narrative set by Hemant Soren and his wife Kalpana. In Kashmir, it was Umar Abdullah who was doing all the things which made the victory possible. And so far as other states are concerned where the Congress has lost, now Maharashtra is a very, very serious issue on which Congress has to retrospect, because Maharashtra has also spelled in very clear terms that it is end of the road of 2 leaders. Perhaps though in politics one can't say that people are marginalized but they can't bounce back, but I think it is end of the era for Sharad Pawar, it is end of the era for Uddhav Thackeray, and there are 2 rising stars, Ajit Pawar from the NCP stable and Eknath Shinde from the Shiv Sena stable, and the BJP has done exceedingly well. And these things Congress has to learn. Congress has to basically first get out of this grip of left oriented advisors who are setting the narrative for the Congress leadership and are influencing it to talk about castes and creed, etc. Congress was never a party which believed in caste politics or creeds or communities. Now Congress is seen as a party which is, whether one likes it or not, they have to correct this image of being anti-Hindu, and whether it is or not, again I am nobody to judge, but that is how the story goes, and that is what is harming them or hurting them whenever they go into elections. And this will impact them even in further elections unless there is course correction. They need to strengthen their organization instead of strengthening leaders, because leaders will be strengthened if the organization is strengthened. They hardly have any foot soldiers left in many states, and that is where it is lacking, and it needs to put more energy in that.
I have to ask you now. There you see Narendra Modi is, I mean, surely after 4 months of what has happened, even though he's only done 9 rallies in Maharashtra, in between he had to take international trips. He was in Guyana, he had to go to Brazil. He is seeing that his party, even without, because for 11 years we've been watching Narendra Modi, every election has just been about Narendra Modi. Okay, how would he be feeling today? How would he be judging this election? Pankaj ji.
Well, for Narendra Modi, it's a win-win situation. He, was under a lot of attack. After the parliamentary elections, it was Congress which was aggressive and was setting the agenda. And now, after the Haryana defeat and around that time, things have changed. It is the BJP again which is, setting the narrative, and the Congress is responding. So it shows that, BJP is, very, very confident of, flattening its opponents, and the Congress, is on the defensive. And after this, especially Maharashtra showing, Congress will be further on the defensive. And it needs actually to do introspection. It needs
so has it deflated the energy and momentum of Lok Sabha? Have Haryana and Maharashtra today deflated that energy for the opposition, especially the largest one, which is the Congress?
I would believe so. And it's a great setback for the India bloc, and I think it will impact the politics of India bloc. Though a weakened India bloc will the constituents will like to stick together to remain in power, but Congress is on the back foot, and the kind of confidence it was exuding after the Lok Sabha polls, some of it, must have, come down.
The interesting factor is, and people can agree or disagree, but the interesting factor is, and for somebody like us who've been, tracking it now non-stop for 11 years, pretty much every election for the last 11 years has been about Narendra Modi, whether people like it or don't like it, voting for him or voting against him. But the domineering factor has been Narendra Modi. This time in Maharashtra, it felt slightly different, that Narendra Modi was not the domineering factor in the election, but that's a good thing for the BJP, because an only reliance on Narendra Modi does not a future party make. So there are lots of thoughts that for the BJP to feel good about today, lots of introspection for the others that are required as well. But BJP as a unit is going to be feeling a lot better, and Narendra Modi is going to be feeling better that he had the chance to go to Brazil and Guyana and all the other places to represent and work for the country, knowing full well that his party back home could outperform despite the fact that he is running the country. And for sure, Haryana and Maharashtra have now turned the momentum back in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let's go straight across and listen in to what the Prime Minister is going to say after, of course, we hear from the other party leaders, including JP Nadda and Amit Shah. Let's listen in.
हमारे मध्य में देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी आ गए, तालियां बजाकर मोदी 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 मोदी, सब तालियां बजाकर अभिनंदन करेंगे, मोदी जी का स्वागत करेंगे। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के एकमात्र नेता परम आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमारे मध्य में आपका स्वागत स्वीकार करते हुए, आपका अभिनंदन करते हुए, हम भाग्यशाली है कि हमें ऐसा नेतृत्व मिला। आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी, आदरणीय मोदी जी, मोदी 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 मोदी, हमारा नेता कैसा हो। आदरणीय, मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, मैं निवेदन करता हूं कि राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी पुष्प माला द्वारा और सभी हमारे वरिष्ठ नेतागण, आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, आदरणीय अमित शाह जी भी हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का पुष्प माला द्वारा अभिनंदन करेंगे। सभी नेतागण आदरणीय मोदी जी का अभिनंदन करते हुए पुष्पमाला का ताली बजाकर अभिनंदन करेंगे आप सब उनका। मोदी 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 मोदी। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी का भी मैं अब निवेदन करूंगा आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी से कि आए हमारा अध्यक्ष भाषण द्वारा हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी।
बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मोदी जी आप आगे बढ़ो, मोदी जी आप आगे बढ़ो। मोदी है तो, मोदी है तो। आज के इस विजय श्री के आभार कार्यक्रम में मंच पर उपस्थित हम सबके यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, गृह मंत्री अमित भाई शाह जी, और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए देवी और सज्जनों, मीडिया के मेरे साथी और करोड़ों लोग जो इस समय डिजिटल दुनिया के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, आप सब की ओर से आज के इस आभार कार्यक्रम में और विजयश्री के कार्यक्रम में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सबकी ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, ये ऐतिहासिक दिन, ये विशेष दिन जो आज भारत की जनता ने, महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने और विभिन्न राज्यों के उपचुनाव ने जो संदेश दिया है, वह निश्चित रूप में जिस कार्य को, जिस साधना को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देशवासियों की सेवा करने का संकल्प उठाया, उस पर फिर से एक बार जनता ने मुहर लगा दी है। इसके लिए विशेष करके महाराष्ट्र की जनता, विभिन्न राज्यों में उपचुनाव की जनता और झारखंड की जनता को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मित्रों, जब मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन कर रहा हूं और आज सवेरे जब नतीजे आने शुरू हुए, तो हमें यह भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने 5 दिन की यात्रा में नाइजीरिया, ब्राजील और गयाना से होकर के आए हैं और दुनिया में, देश में, दुनिया में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी छाप छोड़ी। और आप सबको जानकर यह खुशी होगी कि नाइजीरिया ने और गयाना ने आदरणीय मोदी जी को अपने सर्वोच्च सम्मान के साथ उनको सम्मानित किया है। ये हम सब के लिए गर्व की घड़ी है, गर्व का पल है, जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की छवि और भारत की छवि को जो मोदी जी ने दुनिया में पहुंचाया है, उसको दुनिया ने भी माना है और उसको सराहा है। मित्रों, ये जो जीत पिछले आज के दिन महाराष्ट्र में मिली, उपचुनाव में मिली और पिछले दिनों जो हरियाणा में मिली, उसने ये तय कर दिया कि जिस बात को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा, विकासवाद, गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, महिला, युवा, किसान, इनको मुख्य धारा में शामिल करके आगे देश को ले जाना है, इस पर फिर से जनता ने मुहर लगा दी है। ये भी हमको ध्यान में रखना।